club on his shield, a couple of splinters spinning. Then he swept an axe round, teeth bared and shining, caught a wild-looking man in the legs and tore him off his feet. There were men everywhere, wet and furious, dirt and blood-stained. A battle, maybe? Which side was he on? Logan felt something warm tickling his eye, and he touched his hand to it, frowned down at his red fingertips, turning pink as the rain pattered on them. Blood. Had someone hit him on the head then? Or was he dreaming it? A memory from long ago. He spun round just before the club came down and crushed his skull like an egg, caught some hairy bastard's wrists with both hands. The world was suddenly fast, noisy, pain pulsing in his head. He lurched against the parapet, staring into a dirty, bearded, angry face pressed up tight against his. Logan let go the club with one hand, started snatching at his belt for a knife. He couldn't feel one. All that time spent sharpening all those blades, and now he needed one, there was nothing to hand. Then he realized. The blade he was looking for was stuck in that ugly bastard down in the mud somewhere at the base of the wall. He scrabbled round the other side of his belt, still wrestling at the club, but losing that battle now, given that he only had the one hand to work with. Logan got bent back slowly over the battlements. His fingers found the grip of a knife. The hairy Easterner tore his club free and lifted it up, opening his mouth wide and giving a stinking yell. Logan stabbed him right through the face, and the blade went through one cheek and out the other and took a couple of teeth with it. Harry's bellow turned to a high-pitched howl, and he dropped his club and stumbled away, eyes bulging. Logan slid down and snatched his sword from under the trampling feet of the two fighting over the spear, waited a moment for the Easterner to come round close to him, then chopped through the back of one thigh and brought him down with a scream where the Carl could see to him. Harry was still drooling blood, one hand on the grip of the knife through his face, trying to work it free. Logan's sword made a red gash through the wet furs on his side, brought him to his knees. The next swing split his head in half. Not 10 strides away, Shivers was in bad trouble, backed up with 3 Easterners at him, another just getting to the top of a ladder, and all his boys kept busy behind. He winced as he took a hard blow from a hammer across his shield, stumbled back, his axe dropping from his hand and clattering on the stone. The thought did pass through Logan's mind that he'd be a deal better off if Shivers got his head flattened, but the odds were good that he'd be next. So he took a great breath and bellowed as he charged. The first one turned just in time to get his face hacked open rather than the back of his skull. The second got his shield up, but Logan went low and chopped clean through his shin instead, sent him shrieking down onto his back, blood pumping out into the pools of water across the walkway. The third one was a big bastard, wild red hair sticking all ways off his head. He had Shivers stunned and on his knees by the parapet, his shield hanging down, blood running from a cut on his forehead. Red Hair raised a big hammer up to finish the job. Logan stabbed him through the back before he got the chance, the long blade sliding through him right to the hilt. Never take a man face to face if you can kill him from behind, Logan's father used to say, and that was one good piece of advice he'd always tried to follow. Red Hair thrashed and squealed, twisting madly with his last breaths, dragging Logan around after him by the hilt of his sword, but it wasn't long before he dropped. Logan grabbed Shivers under the arm and hauled him up. He frowned hard as his eyes came back into focus, saw who was helping him. He leaned down and snatched his fallen axe up from the stones. Logan wondered for a moment if he was about to get it buried in his skull, but Shivers only stood there, blood running down his wet face from the cut across his head. "Behind you," said Logan, nodding past his shoulder. Shivers turned, Logan did the same, and they stood with their backs to each other. There were 3 or 4 ladders up now, around the gate, and the battle on the walls had broken up into a few separate, bloody little fights. There were Easterners clambering over the parapet, screaming their meaningless jabber, hard faces and hard weapons glistening wet, coming at Logan along the wall, while more dragged themselves up. Behind him he heard the clash and grunt of Shiver's fighting, but he paid it no mind. He could only deal with what was in front of him. You have to be realistic about these things. He shuffled back, showing weariness that was only half feigned. Then, as the first of them came on, he gritted his teeth and leapt forward, cut him across the face and sent him screaming, hand clasped to his eyes. Logan stumbled into another and got barged in the chest with a shield, its rim catching him under the chin and making him bite his tongue. Logan nearly tripped over the sprawled-out corpse of a dead Carl, righted himself just in time, flailed with his sword, and hit nothing, reeled after it, and felt something cut into his leg as he went. He gasped and hopped, waving the sword around, all off balance. He lunged at some moving fur, his leg gave under him, and he piled into someone. They fell together, and Logan's head cracked against the stone. They rolled, and Logan struggled up on top, shouting and drooling, tangled his fingers in an Easterner's greasy hair, and smashed his face into the stone, again and again, until his skull went soft. He dragged himself away, heard a blade clang against the walkway where he'd been, hauled himself up to his knees, sword loose in one sticky hand. He knelt there, water running down his face, dragging in air. More of them coming at him, and nowhere to go. His leg was hurting, no strength in his arms. His head felt light, like it might float away. No strength left to fight with, hardly. More of them coming at him, one at the front with thick leather gloves, a big maul in his hands, its heavy spiked head red with blood. Looked like he'd already broken one skull with it, and Logan's would be next. Then Bethod would have won at last. Logan felt a cold feeling stab at his gut, a hard, empty feeling. His knuckles clicked as the muscles in his hand went rigid, gripping the sword painful tight. "No," he hissed. "No, no, no." But he might as well have said no to the rain. That cold feeling spread out, up through Logan's face, tugging his mouth into a bloody smile. Gloves came closer, his maul scraping against the wet stone. He glanced over his shoulder. His head came apart, spraying out blood. Crummocky Fail roared like an angry bear, finger bones flying round his neck, his great hammer whirling round and round his head in huge circles. The next Easterner tried to back away, holding up his shield. Crummock's hammer swung two-handed, ripped his legs out from under him, sent him tumbling over and over onto his face on the stone. The big hillman sprang up onto the walkway, nimble as a dancer for all his great bulk, caught the next man a blow in the stomach that hurled him through the air and left him crumpled against the battlements. Logan watched one set of savages murdering another, breathing hard as Crummock's boys whooped and screamed, paint on their faces smeared in the rain. They flooded up onto the wall, hacking at the Easterners with their rough swords and their bright axes, driving them back and shoving their ladders away, flinging their bodies over the parapet and into the mud below. He knelt there in a puddle, leaning on the cold grip of Canadius's sword, its point dug into the stone walkway. He bent over and breathed hard, his cold gut sucking in and out, his raw mouth salty, his nose full of the stink of blood. He hardly dared to look up. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes and hawked sour spit up onto the stones. He forced that cold feeling in his stomach down, and it slunk away, for now at least, and left him with only pain and weariness to worry about. "Looks like those bastards had enough," came Crummock's laughing voice from out of the drizzle. The hillman tipped his head back, mouth open, stuck his tongue out into the rain, then licked his lips. "That was some good work you put in today, bloody nine. Not that it ain't my special pleasure to watch you at it, but I'm glad to get my share." He hefted his great long hammer up in one hand and spun it round as if it was a willow switch, peering at a great bloody stain on the head with a clump of hair stuck to it, then grinning wide. Logan looked up at him, hardly enough strength left to lift his head. "Oh, aye. Good work. We'll go at the back tomorrow, though, eh? Since you're that keen. You can take the fucking wall. The rain was slacking down to a thin spit and drizzle. A glimmer of fading sunlight broke through the sagging clouds, bringing Bethod's camp back into view, his muddy ditch and his standards, tents scattered across the valley. Dogman squinted, thought he could see a few men stood around the front, watching the Easterners run back, a glint of sunlight on something. An eyeglass, maybe, like the Union used, usually to look the wrong way. Dogman wondered if it was Bethod down there, watching it all happen. It would be just like Bethod to have got himself an eyeglass. He felt a big hand clap him on the shoulder. "We gave him a slap, Chief," rumbled Tull, "and a good un." There was small doubt of that. There were a lot of dead Easterners scattered in the mud round the base of that wall, a lot of wounded carried by their mates or dragging themselves slow and painful back towards their lines. But there were a fair few killed on their side of the wall as well. Dogman could see a stack of muddy corpses over near the back of the fortress where they were doing the burying. He could hear someone screaming, hard and nasty screams, the kind a man makes when he needs a limb taken off, or he's had one off already. "We gave 'em a slap, aye," Dogman muttered, "but they gave us one as well. I'm not sure how many slaps we'll stand." The barrels that carried their arrows were no more than half full now, the rocks close to run out. "Best send some boys to pick over the dead," he shouted to the men over his shoulder. "Get what we can, while we can." "Can't have too many arrows at a time like this," said Tull. "Number of those crinner bastards we killed today, I reckon we'll have more spears tonight than we had this morning." Dogman managed to put a grin on his face. "Nice of 'em to bring us something to fight with." "Aye. Reckon they'd get bored right quick if we ran out of arrows." Tull laughed, and he clapped the Dogman on the back harder than ever, hard enough to make his teeth rattle. "We did well. You did well. We're still alive, ain't we?" "Some of us are." Dogman looked down at the corpse of the one man who'd died up on the tower. An old boy, hair mostly grey, a rough-made arrow in his neck. Bad luck, that had been, to catch a shaft on a day as wet as today, but you're sure to get a measure of luck in a fight, both good and bad. He frowned down into the darkening valley. Where the hell are the Union at? At least the rain had stopped. You have to be grateful for the small things in life, like some smoky kind of a fire after the wet. You have to be grateful for the small things when any minute might be your last. Logan sat alone beside his scrub of a flame and rubbed gently at his right palm. It was sore, pink, stiff from gripping the rough hilt of the Maker's sword all the day long, blistered round the joints of his fingers. His head was bruised all over. The cut on his leg was burning some, but he could still walk well enough. He could have ended up a lot worse. There were more than 70 buried now, and they were putting them in pits for a dozen each, just as Crummock had said they would. 70 and more gone back to the mud, and twice that many hurt, a lot of them bad. Over by the big fire he could hear Dow growling about how he'd stabbed some Easterner in the fruits. He could hear Tull's rumbling laughter. Logan hardly felt like a part of it any more. Maybe he never had been. A set of men he'd fought and beaten, lives he'd spared, for no reason that made sense. Men who'd hated him worse than death, but been bound to follow. Hardly more his friends than Shivers was. Perhaps the Dogman was his only true friend in all the wide circle of the world. And even in his eyes, from time to time, Logan thought he could see that old trace of doubt, that old trace of fear. He wondered if he could see it now, as the Dogman came up out of the darkness. "You think they'll come tonight?" he asked. "He'll give it a go in the dark sooner or later," said Logan. "But my guess is he'll leave it till we're a bit more worn down." You get more worn down than this?" "I guess we'll find out." Logan grimaced as he stretched out his aching legs. "It really seems like this shit used to be easier." Dogman gave a snort, not a laugh really, more just letting Logan know he'd heard. "Memory can work some magic. You remember Carleon?" "Of course I do." Logan looked down at his missing finger, and he bunched his fist so it looked the same as it always had. Strange how it all seemed so simple back in them days. Who you fought for and why. Can't say it ever bothered me. "It bothered me," said Dogman. "It did? You should have said something. Would you have listened?" "No, I guess not." They sat there for a minute in silence. "You reckon we'll live through this?" asked the Dogman. "Maybe, if the Union turns up tomorrow, or the day after." "You think they will?" "Maybe. We can hope." "Hoping for a thing don't make it happen." "The opposite, usually. But every day we're still alive is a chance. Maybe this time it'll work." Dogman frowned at the shifting flames. "That's a lot of maybes." "That's war." "Who'd have thought we'd be relying on a bunch of Southerners to solve our problems for us, eh?" "I reckon you solve 'em any way you can. You have to be realistic." "Being realistic, then. You reckon we'll live through this?" Logan thought about it for a while. "Maybe." Boots squelched in the soft earth, and Shivers walked up quiet towards the fire. There was a grey bandage wrapped round his head where he'd taken that cut, and his hair hung down damp and greasy from under it. "Chief," he said. Dogman smiled as he got up and clapped him on the shoulder. "All right, Shivers. That was good work today. I'm glad you came over, lad. We all are." He gave Logan a long look. "All of us. Think I might try and get a rest for a minute. I'll see you boys when they come again. Most likely it'll be soon enough." He walked off into the night and left Shivers and Logan staring one at the other. Probably Logan should have got his hand near to a knife, watched for sudden moves and all the rest. But he was too tired and too sore for it, so he just sat there and watched. Shivers pressed his lips together, squatting down beside the fire opposite, slow and reluctant, as if he was about to eat something he knew was rotten, but had no choice. "If I'd have been in your place," he said after a while, "I would have let those bastards kill me today." "Few years ago, I'm sure I would have." "What changed?" Logan frowned as he thought about it. Then he shrugged his aching shoulders. "I'm trying to be better than I was." "You think that's enough?" "What else can I do?" Shivers frowned at the fire. "I wanted to say," he worked the words around in his mouth and spat them out, "that I'm grateful, I guess. You saved my life today, I know it." He wasn't happy about saying it, and Logan knew why. It's hard to be done a favor by a man you hate. It's hard to hate him so much afterwards. Losing an enemy can be worse than losing a friend, if you've had him for long enough. So Logan shrugged again. "It's nothing. What a man should do for his crew, that's all. I owe you a lot more, I know that. I can never pay what I owe you." "No. But it's some kind of start at it, far as I'm concerned." Shivers got up and took a step away. Then he stopped and turned back, firelight shifting over one side of his hard, angry face. "It ain't ever as simple, is it, as a man is just good or bad? Not even you. Not even Bethod. Not anybody." "No." Logan sat and watched the flames moving. "No, it ain't ever that simple. We all got our reasons, good men and bad men. It's all a matter of where you stand." Chapter 26. The Perfect Couple. One of Jezal's countless footmen perched on the stepladder and lowered the crown with frowning precision onto his head, its single enormous diamond flashing pricelessly bright. He gave it the very slightest twist back and forth, the fur-trimmed rim gripping Jezal's skull. He climbed back down, whisked the stepladder away, and surveyed the result. So did half a dozen of his fellows. One of them stepped forward to tweak the precise positioning of Jezal's gold-embroidered sleeve. Another grimaced as he flicked an infinitesimal speck of dust from his pure white collar. "Very good," said Bayaz, nodding thoughtfully to himself. "I believe that you are ready for your wedding." The peculiar thing, now that Jezal had a rare moment to think about it, was that he had not, in any way of which he was aware, agreed to get married. He had neither proposed nor accepted a proposal. He had never actually said yes to anything. And yet, here he was, preparing to be joined in matrimony in a few short hours, and to a woman he scarcely knew at all. It had not escaped his notice that in order to have been managed so quickly, the arrangements must have been well underway before Bayaz had even suggested the notion. Perhaps before Jezal had even been crowned. But he supposed it was not so very surprising. Since his enthronement, he had drifted helplessly through one incomprehensible event after another, like a man shipwrecked and struggling to keep his head above water, out of sight of land, dragged who knew where by unseen, irresistible currents, but considerably better dressed. He was gradually starting to realize that the more powerful a man became, the fewer choices he really had. Captain Jezal Dan Luthar had been able to eat what he liked, to sleep when he liked, to see who he liked. His august majesty, King Jezal I, on the other hand, was bound by invisible chains of tradition, expectation, and responsibility that prescribed every aspect of his existence, however small. Bayaz took a discerning step forward. "Perhaps the top button undone here?" Jezal jerked away with some annoyance. The attention of the Magus to every tiny detail of his life was becoming more than tiresome. It seemed that he could scarcely use the latrine without the old bastard poking through the results. "I know how to button a coat," he snapped. "Should I expect to find you here tonight, when I bring my new wife to our bedchamber, ready to instruct me on how best to use my prick?" The footmen coughed and averted their eyes and scraped away towards the corners of the room. Bayaz himself neither smiled nor frowned. "I stand always ready to advise your majesty, but I had hoped that might be one item of business you could manage alone." "I hope you're well prepared for our little outing. I've been getting ready all morning." Adi froze when she looked up and saw Glokta's face. "What happened to you?" "What, this?" He waved his hand at the mottled mass of bruises. "A Kantik woman broke into my apartment in the night, punched me repeatedly, and near drowned me in the bath. An experience I would not recommend." Evidently, she did not believe him. "Now, what really happened?" "I fell down the stairs." "Ah, stairs. They can be brutal bastards when you're not that firm on your feet." She stared at her half-full glass, her eyes slightly misty. "Are you drunk?" "It's the afternoon, isn't it? I try always to be drunk by now. Once you start a job, you should give it your best, or so my father liked to tell me." Glokta narrowed his eyes at her, and she stared back evenly over the rim of her glass. No trembling lip, no tragic face, no streaks of bitter tears down the cheek. She seemed no less happy than usual. Or no more unhappy, perhaps. But Jezal Dan Luthar's wedding day can be no joyous occasion for her. No one appreciates being jilted, whatever the circumstances. No one enjoys being abandoned. "We need not go, you know." Glocta winced as he tried unsuccessfully to stretch some movement into his wasted leg, and the wince itself caused a ripple of pain through his split lips and across his battered face. "I certainly won't complain if I do not have to walk another step today. We can sit here and talk of rubbish and politics." "And miss the king's marriage?" gasped Adi, one hand pressed to her chest in fake horror. "But I really must see what the Princess Therese is wearing. They say she is the most beautiful woman in the world, and even scum like me must have someone to look up to." She tipped back her head and swilled down the last of her wine. "Having fucked the groom is really no excuse for missing a wedding, you know." The flagship of Grand Duke Orso of Tallin's ploughed slowly, deliberately, majestically forwards, under no more than quarter sail, a host of seabirds flapping and calling in the rich blue sky above. It was by far the largest ship that Giselle, or anyone amongst the vast crowds that lined the quay and crammed the roofs and windows of the buildings along the waterfront, had ever laid eyes upon. It was decked out in its finest. Coloured bunting fluttered from the rigging, and its 3 towering masts were hung with bright flags, the sable cross of Tallin's and the golden sun of the Union, side by side in honour of the happy occasion. But it looked no less menacing for that. It looked as Logan Ninefingers might have in a dandy's jacket, unmistakably still a man of war, and appearing more savage rather than less for the gaudy finery in which it was plainly uncomfortable. As the means of bringing a single woman to Adua, and that woman Giselle's bride-to-be, this mighty vessel was anything but reassuring. It implied that Grand Duke Orso might be an intimidating presence as a father-in-law. Giselle saw sailors now, crawling among the myriad ropes like ants through a bush, bringing the acres of sailcloth in with well-practiced speed. They let the mighty ship plough forward under its own momentum, its vast shadow falling over the quay and plunging half the welcoming party into darkness. It slowed, the air full of the creaking of timbers and hawsers. It came to a deliberate stop, dwarfing the now tiny-seeming boats meekly tethered to either side as a tiger might dwarf kittens. The golden figurehead, a woman twice life-size, thrusting a spear towards the heavens, glittered menacingly far over Giselle's head. A huge wharf had been specially constructed in the middle of the quay where the draught was at its steepest. Down this gently sloping ramp, the royal party of Tallin's descended into Adua, like visitors from a distant star, where everyone was rich, beautiful, and obliviously happy. To either side marched a row of bearded guardsmen, all dressed in identical black uniforms, their helmets polished to a painful pitch of mirror brightness. Between them, in 2 rows of 6, came a dozen ladies-in-waiting, each one arrayed in red or blue or vivid purple silks, each one as splendid as a queen herself. But not one of the awestruck multitude on the waterfront could have been in any doubt who was the centre of attention. The Princess Therese glided along at the fore, tall, slender, impossibly regal, as graceful as a circus dancer and as stately as an empress of legend. Her pure white gown was stitched with glittering gold. Her shimmering hair was the colour of polished bronze. A chain of daunting diamonds flashed and sparkled on her pale chest in the bright sunlight. The Jewel of Tallin's seemed at that moment an apt name indeed. Therese looked as pure and dazzling, as proud and brilliant, as hard and beautiful as a flawless gemstone. As her feet touched the stones, the crowds burst out into a tumultuous cheer, and flower petals began to fall in well-orchestrated cascades from the windows of the buildings high above. So it was that she advanced on Giselle with magnificent dignity, her head held imperiously high, her hands clasped proudly before her, over a soft carpet and through a sweet-smelling haze of fluttering pink and red. To call it a breathtaking entrance would have been understatement of an epic order. "Your August Majesty," she murmured, somehow managing to make him feel like the humble one as she curtsied, and behind her the ladies followed suit, and the guardsmen bowed low, all with impeccable coordination. "My father, the Grand Duke Orso of Talens, sends his profound apologies." And she rose up perfectly erect again, as though hoisted by invisible strings. "But urgent business in Styria prevents him from attending our wedding." "You are all we need," croaked Jezal, cursing silently a moment later as he realized he had completely ignored the proper form of address. It was somewhat difficult to think clearly under the circumstances. Therese was even more breathtaking now than when he had last seen her a year or more ago, arguing savagely with Prince Ladislas at the feast held in his honor. The memory of her vicious shrieking did little to encourage him, but then Jezal would hardly have been delighted by the prospect of marrying Ladislas himself. After all, the man had been a complete ass. Jezal was an entirely different sort of person, and could no doubt expect a different response. So he hoped. "Please, Your Highness," and he held out his hand to her. She rested hers on it, seeming to weigh less than a feather. "Your Majesty does me too much honor." The hooves of the grey horses crackled on the paving, the carriage wheels whirred smoothly. They set off up the Kingsway, a company of knights of the body riding in tight formation around them, arms and armour glinting, each stride of the great thoroughfare lined with appreciative commoners, each door and window filled with smiling subjects. All there to cheer for their new king and for the woman soon to be their queen. Jezal knew he must look an utter idiot next to her. A clumsy, low-born, ill-mannered oaf who had not the slightest right to share her carriage, unless perhaps she was using him as a footrest. He had never in his life felt truly inferior before. He could scarcely believe that he was marrying this woman, today. His hands were shaking, positively shaking. Perhaps some heartfelt words might help them both relax. "Therese," she continued to wave imperiously to the crowds, "I realize that we do not know each other in the least, but I would like to know you." The slightest twitch of her mouth was the only sign that she had heard him. "I know that this must have come as a terrible shock to you, just as it has to me. I hope, if there is anything I can do to make it easier, that my father feels the interests of my country are best served by this marriage, and it is a daughter's place to obey. Those of us born to high station are long prepared to make sacrifices." Her perfect head turned smoothly on her perfect neck, and she smiled. A smile slightly forced, perhaps, but no less radiant for that. It was hard to believe that a face so smooth and flawless could be made of meat like everybody else's. It seemed like porcelain or polished stone. It was a constant, magical delight to see it move. He wondered if her lips were cool or warm. He would have liked very much to find out. She leaned close to him and placed her hand gently on the back of his. Warm, undoubtedly warm, and soft, and very much made of flesh. "You really should wave," she murmured, her voice full of Styrian song. Yes," he croaked, his mouth very dry. "Yes, of course." Glocta stood, Adi beside him, and frowned at the doors of the Lord's Round. Beyond those towering gates, in the great circular hall, the ceremony was taking place. Oh, joyous, joyous day. High Justice Moravia's wise exhortations would be echoing from the gilded dome, The happy couple would be speaking their solemn vows with light hearts. Only the lucky few had been allowed within to bear witness. The rest of us must worship from afar. And quite a crowd had gathered to do just that. The wide square of marshals was choked with them. Gloctor's ears were stuffed with their excited babbling. A sycophantic throng, all eager for their divine majesties to emerge. He rocked impatiently back and forth, from side to side, grimacing and hissing, trying to get the blood to flow in his aching legs, the cramps to be still. But standing in one place for this length of time is, to put it simply, torture. How long can a wedding take? Ardee raised one dark eyebrow. Perhaps they couldn't keep their hands off each other and are busy consummating the marriage right there on the floor of the Lord's Round. How bloody long can a consummation take? Lean on me if you need to, she said, holding out her elbow to him. The cripple, using the drunk for support? Gloctor frowned. We make quite the couple. Fall over if you prefer, and knock out the rest of your teeth. I'll lose no sleep over it. Perhaps I should take her up on the offer, if only for a moment. After all, where's the harm? But then the first shrill cheers began to float up, soon joined by more and more, until a jubilant roar was making the air throb. The doors of the Lord's Round were finally being heaved open, and the High King and Queen of the Union emerged into the bright sunlight, hand in hand. Even Gloctor was forced to admit that they made a dazzling pair. Like monarchs of myth, they stood arrayed in brilliant white, trimmed with twinkling embroidery, matching golden suns across the back of her long gown and his long coat, glittering as they turned to the crowds. Each tall and slender and graceful, each crowned with shining gold and a single flashing diamond. Both so very young and so very beautiful, and with all their happy, rich, and powerful lives ahead of them. Hurrah! Hurrah for them! My shriveled turd of a heart bursts open with joy. Gloctor rested his hand on Ardee's elbow, and he leaned towards her, and he smiled his most twisted, toothless, grotesque grin. Is it really true that our king is more handsome than I? Offensive nonsense! She thrust out her chest and tossed her head, giving Gloctor a withering sneer down her nose. And I sparkle more brightly than the jewel of talons. Oh, you do, my dear, you absolutely do. We make them look like beggars, like scum, like cripples. They chuckled together as the royal pair swept majestically across the square, accompanied by a score of watchful knights of the body. The closed council followed behind at a respectful distance, 11 stately old men, with Bias among them in his arcane vestments, smiling almost as wide as the glorious couple themselves. I didn't even like him, muttered Ardee under her breath, to begin with. Not really. That certainly makes two of us. No need to weep. You're far too sharp to have been satisfied with a dullard like him. She breathed in sharply. I'm sure you're right, but I was so bored and lonely and tired. And drunk, no doubt. She shrugged her shoulders hopelessly. He made me feel like I was something more than a burden. He made me feel wanted. And what makes you suppose that I want to know about it? Wanted, you say? How wonderful. And now? She looked miserably down at the ground, and Gloctor felt just the smallest trace of guilt. But guilt only really hurts when there's nothing else to worry about. It was hardly as if it was true love. He saw the thin sinews in her neck moving as she swallowed. But somehow I always thought it would be me making a fool of him. Ha! How rarely any of us get what we expect. The royal party processed gradually out of view, the last splendid courtiers and shining bodyguards tramping after them, the sound of rapturous applause creeping off towards the palace. Towards their glorious futures, and we guilty secrets are by no means invited. "Here we stand," murmured Adi. "The offcuts, the wretched leavings, the rotten stalks. I wouldn't worry overmuch." Glocta gave a sigh. "You are still young, clever, and passably pretty." "Epic praise indeed." "You have all your teeth, and both your legs, a marked advantage over some of us. I do not doubt that you will soon find some other high-born idiot to entrap, and no harm done." She turned away from him and hunched her shoulders, and he guessed that she was biting her lip. He winced and lifted his hand to lay it on her shoulder, the same hand that cut Sepp Dan Teufel's fingers into slices, that pinched the nipples from Inquisitor Harker's chest, that carved one Gurkish emissary into pieces and burned another, that sent innocent men to rot in Angland, and so on and so on. He jerked it back and let it fall. Better to cry all the tears in the world than be touched by that hand. Comfort comes from other sources and flows to other destinations. He frowned out across the square and left Adi to her misery. The crowd cheered on. It was a magnificent event, of course. No effort or expense had been spared. Giselle would not have been at all surprised if he had 500 guests, and no more than a dozen of them known to himself in any significant degree. The lords and ladies of the Union, the great men of closed and open councils, the richest and the most powerful, dressed in their best and on their best behavior. The Chamber of Mirrors was a fitting venue, the most spectacular room in the entire palace, as big as a battlefield, and made to seem larger yet by the great mirrors which covered every wall, creating the disconcerting impression of dozens of other magnificent weddings in dozens of other adjoining ballrooms. A multitude of candles flickered and waved on the tables and in the sconces and among the crystal chandeliers high above. Their soft light shone on the silverware, glittered on the jewels of the guests, and was reflected back from the dark walls, gleaming into the far, dim distance. 1,000,000 points of light, like the stars in a dark night sky. A dozen of the Union's finest musicians played subtle and entrancing music, and it mingled with the swell of satisfied chatter, the clink and rattle of old money and new cutlery. It was a joyous celebration, the evening of a lifetime, for the guests. For Giselle, it was something else, and he was not sure what. He sat at a gilded table with his queen beside him, the two of them outnumbered 10-1 by fawning servants, displayed to the full view of the whole assembly as though they were a pair of prize exhibits in a zoo. Giselle sat in a haze of awkwardness, in a dreamlike silence, startling from time to time like a sick rabbit as a powdered footman blindsided him with vegetables. Thérèse sat on his right, occasionally spearing the slightest morsel with a discerning fork, lifting it, chewing it, swallowing it with elegant precision. Giselle had never thought that it was possible to eat beautifully. He now realized his mistake. He could scarcely remember the ringing words of the High Justice that, had he supposed, bound the two of them irrevocably together. Something about love and the security of the nation, he vaguely recalled. But he could see the ring that he had handed numbly to Thérèse in the Lord's Round, its enormous blood-red stone glittering on her long middle finger. He chewed at a slice of the finest meat, and it tasted like mud in his mouth. They were man and wife. He saw now that Baez had been right, as always. The people longed for something effortlessly higher than themselves. They might not all have had the king they would have asked for, but no one could possibly deny that Thérèse was all a queen should be and more. The mere idea of Ardie West sitting in that gilded chair was absurd. And yet, Giselle felt a pang of guilt when the idea occurred, closely followed by a greater one of sadness. It would have been a comfort to have someone to talk to then. He gave a painful sigh. If he was to spend his life with this woman, they would have to speak. The sooner they began, he supposed, the better. "I hear that Talins is a most beautiful city." "Indeed," she said with careful formality. "But Adua has its sights also." She paused and looked down unhopefully at her plate. Giselle cleared his throat. "This is somewhat difficult to adjust to." He ventured a fraction of a smile. She blinked and looked out at the room. "It is." "Do you dance?" She turned her head smoothly to look at him without the slightest apparent movement of her shoulders. "A little." He pushed back his chair and stood up. "Then, shall we, Your Majesty?" "As you wish, Your Majesty." As they made their way towards the middle of the wide floor, the chatter gradually diminished. The chamber of mirrors grew deathly quiet, aside from the clicking of his polished boots and her polished shoes on the glistening stone. Giselle swallowed as they took their places, surrounded on three sides by the long tables and the legions of magnificent guests all watching. He had rather that same feeling of breathless anticipation, of fear and excitement that he had used to have when he stepped into the fencing circle against an unknown opponent before the roaring crowd. They stood still as statues, looking into each other's eyes. He held out his hand, palm up. She reached out, but instead of taking it, she pressed the back of her hand firmly against the back of his and pushed it up so that their fingers were level. She lifted one eyebrow by the slightest margin, a silent challenge that no one else in the hall could possibly have seen. The first long-drawn-out note sobbed from the strings and echoed around the chamber. They set off, circling each other with exaggerated slowness, the golden hem of Thérèse's dress swishing across the floor, her feet out of sight so that she appeared to glide rather than take steps, her chin held painfully high. They moved first one way and then the other, and in the mirrors around them 1,000 other couples moved in time, stretching away into the shadowy distance, crowned and dressed in flawless white and gold. As the second phrase began and other instruments joined in, Giselle began to realize that he was utterly outclassed, worse than ever he had been by Bremer Dan Gorst. Thérèse moved with such immaculate poise that he was sure she could have balanced a glass of wine on her head without spilling a drop. The music grew louder, faster, bolder, and Thérèse's movements came faster and bolder with it. It seemed as if she somehow controlled the musicians with her outstretched hands. The two were linked so perfectly. He tried to steer her, and she stepped effortlessly around him. She feinted one way and whirled the other, and Giselle almost went over on his arse. She dodged and spun with masterful disguise and left him lunging at nothing. The music grew faster yet. The musicians soared and plucked with furious concentration. Giselle made a vain attempt to catch her, but Thérèse twisted away, dazzling him with a flurry of skirts that he could barely follow. She almost tripped him with a foot which was gone before he knew it, tossed her head, and almost stabbed him in the eye with her crown. The great and good of the Union looked on in enchanted silence. Even Giselle found himself a dumbstruck spectator. It was the most he could do to remain in roughly the right positions to be made an utter fool of. He was not sure whether he was relieved or disappointed when the music slowed again and she offered out her hand as though it were a rare treasure. He pressed the back of his against it, and they circled each other, drawing closer and closer. As the last refrain wept from the instruments, she pressed herself against him, her back to his chest. Slowly they turned, and slower still, his nose full of the smell of her hair. At the last long note, she sank back, and he lowered her gently, her neck stretching out, her head dropping, her delicate crown almost brushing the floor. And there was silence. The room broke into rapturous applause, but Jezal hardly heard them. He was too busy staring at his wife. There was a faint colour to her cheek now, her lips slightly parted, exposing flawless front teeth, and the lines of her jaw and stretched-out neck and slender collarbones were etched with shadow and ringed with sparkling diamonds. Lower down, her chest rose and fell imperiously in her bodice with her rapid breathing, the slightest fascinating sheen of sweat nestling in her cleavage. Jezal would have very much liked to nestle there himself. He blinked, his own breath sharp in his throat. "If it please your Majesty," she murmured. "Eh? Oh, of course." He whisked her back to her feet as the applause continued. "You dance magnificently." "Your Majesty is too kind," she replied, with the barest fragment of a smile, but a smile nonetheless. He beamed gormlessly back at her. His fear and confusion had, in the space of a single dance, smoothly transformed into a most pleasurable excitement. He had been gifted a glimpse beneath the icy shell, and plainly his new queen was a woman of rare and fiery passion. A hidden side to her that he was now greatly looking forward to investigating further. Looking forward so sharply, in fact, that he was forced to avert his eyes and stare off into the corner, frowning and trying desperately to think of other things, lest the tightness of his trousers caused him to embarrass himself in front of the assembled guests. The sight of Bayaz grinning in the corner was for once just what he needed to see, the old man's cold smile cooling his ardour as surely as a bucket of iced water. Glokta had Left Adi in her over-furnished living room, making every effort to get even more drunk, and ever since he had found himself in a black mood. "Even for me. There's nothing like the company of someone even more wretched than yourself to make you feel better. Trouble is, take their misery away, and your own presses in twice as cold and dreary behind it." He slurped another half-mouthful of gritty soup from his spoon, grimaced as he forced the over-salty slop down his throat. "I wonder how wonderful a time King Jezal is enjoying now, lauded and admired by all, gorging himself on the best food and the best company." He dropped the spoon into the bowl, his left eye twitching, and winced at a ripple of pain through his back and down into his leg. 8 years since the Gurkish released me, yet I am still their prisoner, and always will be, trapped in a cell no bigger than my own crippled body. The door creaked open, and Barnum shuffled in to collect the bowl. Glokta looked from the half-dead soup to the half-dead old man. The best food and the best company. He would have laughed if his split lips had allowed it. "Finished, sir?" asked the servant. "More than likely." I have been unable to pull the means of destroying Bayaz out of my arse, and so, of course, His Eminence will not be pleased. How displeased can he get, do we suppose, before he loses patience entirely? But what can be done? Barnum carried the bowl from the room, pulled the door shut behind him, and left Glokta alone with his pain. What is it that I did to deserve this? And what is it that Luthar did? Is he not just as I was? Arrogant, vain, and selfish as hell? Is he a better man? Then why has life punished me so harshly and rewarded him so richly? But Glokta already knew the answer. The same reason that innocent Sepp Dan Teufel languishes in Angland with his fingers shortened. The same reason that loyal General Visbruck died in Dagoska, while treacherous Magister Ida was let live. The same reason that Tulkis, the Gurkish ambassador, was butchered in front of a howling crowd for a crime he did not commit. He pressed his sore tongue into one of his few remaining teeth. Life is not fair. Giselle pranced down the hallway in a dream, but no longer the panicked nightmare of the morning. His head was spinning from praise and applause and approval. His body was glowing with dancing and wine and, increasingly, lust. With Therese beside him, for the first time in his brief reign, he truly felt like a king. Gems and metal, silk and embroidery, and pale, smooth skin all shone excitingly in the soft candlelight. The evening had turned out to be a delight, and the night promised only to be better yet. Therese might have seemed as hard as a jewel from a distance, but Giselle had held her in his arms, and he knew better. The great panelled doors of the royal bedchamber were held open by a pair of cringing footmen, then shut silently as the King and Queen of the Union swept past. The mighty bed dominated the far side of the room, sprays of tall feathers at the corners of its canopy casting long shadows up onto the gilded ceiling. Its rich green curtains hung invitingly wide, the silken space beyond filled with soft and tantalizing shadows. Therese took a few slow steps into the chamber ahead of him, her head bowed, while Giselle turned the key in the lock with a long, smooth rattling of wards. His breath came fast as he stepped up behind his wife, lifted his hand, and placed it gently on her bare shoulder. He felt the muscles stiffen under her smooth skin, smiled at her nervousness, matching his own so closely. He wondered if he should say something to try and calm her, but what would have been the purpose? They both knew what had to happen now, and Giselle, for one, was impatient to begin. He came closer, slipping his free hand around her waist, feeling his palm hiss over rough silk. He brushed the nape of her neck with his lips, once, twice, 3 times. He nuzzled against her hair, dragging in her fragrance and breathing it out softly against the side of her face. He felt her tremble at his breath upon her skin, but that only encouraged him. He slid his fingers over her shoulder and across her chest, her diamonds trailing over the back of his hand as he slipped it down into her bodice. He moved up closer yet, pressing himself against her, making a satisfied growl in his throat, his prick nudging pleasantly into her backside through their clothes. In a moment she had torn away from him with a gasp, spun around, and slapped him across the face with a smack that set his head ringing. "You filthy bastard!" she shrieked in his face, spit flying from her twisted mouth. "You son of a fucking whore! How dare you touch me! Ladislau was a cretin, but at least his blood was clean." Giselle gaped, one hand pressed against his burning face, his whole body rigid with shock. He reached out feebly with his other hand. "But Her knee caught him between the legs with pitiless accuracy, driving the wind from his chest, making him teeter for a breathless moment, then bringing him down like a sledgehammer to a house of cards. As he slid groaning to the carpet, in that special shooting agony that only a blow to the fruits can produce, it was little consolation that he had been right. His queen was quite evidently a woman of rare and fiery passion. The tears flowing so liberally from his eyes were not just of pain and awful surprise and temporary disappointment, they were, increasingly, of deepening horror. It seemed that he had misjudged Therese's feelings most seriously. She had smiled for the crowds, but now, in private, she gave every indication of despising him and all he stood for. The fact that he had been born a bastard was hardly something he could ever change. For all he knew, his wedding night was about to be spent on the royal floor. The Queen had already hurried across the room, and the curtains of the bed were tightly drawn against him. Chapter 27. The Seventh Day. The Easterners had come again last night, crept up by darkness, found a spot to climb in, and killed a sentry. Then they'd set a ladder, and a crowd of 'em had sneaked inside by the time they were found out. The cries had woken the dogman, hardly sleeping anyway, and he'd scrabbled awake in the black, all tangled with his blanket. Enemies inside the fortress, men running and shouting, shadows in the dark, everything reeking of panic and chaos. Men fighting by starlight and by torchlight and by no light at all, blades swung with hardly a notion of where they were headed, boots stumbling and kicking showers of bright sparks out of the guttering campfires. They'd driven 'em back in the end. They'd herded them to the wall and cut them down in numbers, and only 3 had lived to drop their weapons and give up. A bad mistake for them, as it turned out. There were a lot of men dead these 7 days. Every time the sun went down, there were more graves. No one was in much of a merciful mood, providing they'd been suited that way in the first place, and not many had. So, when they'd caught these 3, Black Dow had trussed 'em up on the wall where Bethod and all the rest could see. Trussed 'em up in the hard blue dawn, first streaks of light just stabbing across the black sky, and he'd doused them all with oil and set a spark to them. One by one he'd done it, so the others could see what was coming and set to screaming before their turn. Dogman didn't much take to seeing men on fire. He didn't like hearing their shrieks and their fat crackling. He didn't smile at a noseful of the sick sweet stink of their burning meat. But he didn't think of trying to stop it, neither. There was a time for soft opinions, and this weren't it. Mercy and weakness are the same thing in war, and there's no prizes for nice behavior. He'd learned that from Bethod a long time ago. Maybe now those Easterners would give it a second thought before they came again at night and fucked up everyone's breakfast. Might help to put some steel in the rest of the dogman's crew besides, because more than a few were getting itchy. Some lads had tried to get away 2 nights before, given up their places and crept over the wall in the darkness, tried to get down into the valley. Bethod had their heads on spears out in front of his ditch now. A dozen battered lumps, hair blowing about in the breeze. You could hardly see their faces from the wall, but it seemed somehow they had an angry, upset sort of a look, like they blamed the dogman for leading them to this, as though he hadn't enough to worry about with the reproaches of the living. He frowned down at Bethod's camp, the shapes of his tents and his signs just starting to come up black out of the mist and the darkness, and he wondered what he could do, except for stand there and wait. All his boys were looking to him, hoping he'd pull some trick of magic to get them out of this alive. But Dogman didn't know any magic. A valley and a wall and no ways out. No ways out had been the whole point of the plan. He wondered if they could stand another day, but then he'd wondered that yesterday morning. "What's Bethod planning for today, do we reckon?" he murmured to himself. "What's he got planned?" "A massacre?" grunted Grim. Dogman gave him a hard look. "Attack is the word I might have picked, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get it your way before the day's out." He narrowed his eyes and stared down into the shadowy valley, hoping to see what he'd been hoping for all the last 7 long days. Some sign that the Union were coming. But there was nothing. Below Bethod's wide camp, his tents and his standards and his masses of men, there was nothing but the bare and empty land, mist clinging in the shady hollows. Tull nudged him in the ribs with a great big elbow and managed to make a grin. "I don't know about this plan, waiting for the Union and all that. Sounds a bit risky if you ask me. Any chance I can change my mind now?" The dogman didn't laugh. He hadn't any laughter left. "Not much." "No." The giant puffed out a weighty sigh. "I don't suppose there is." 7 days since the Shanker first came at the walls. 7 days, and it felt like 7 months. Logan hardly had a muscle that didn't ache from hard use. He was covered in a legion of bruises, a host of scratches, an army of grazes and knocks and burns. He had the long cut down his leg bandaged, his ribs all bound up tight from getting kicked in them, a pair of good-sized scabs under his hair, his shoulder stiff as wood from where he'd got battered with a shield, his knuckles scraped and swollen from punching at an Easterner and catching stone instead. He was one enormous sore spot. The rest of the crowd were little better off. There was hardly a man in the whole fortress without some kind of an injury. Even Crummock's daughter had picked up a scratch from somewhere. One of Shivers's boys had lost himself a finger the day before yesterday, little one on his left hand. He was looking at it now, wrapped up tight in dirty, bloody cloth, wincing. "Burn, stone it," he said, looking up at Logan, bunching up the rest of his fingers and opening them again. Logan should have felt sorry for him, probably. He remembered the pain, and the disappointment even worse. Hardly able to believe that you wouldn't have that finger any more for the whole rest of your life. But he'd got no pity left for anyone beyond himself. "It surely does," he grunted. "Feels like it's still there." "Aye." "Does that feeling go away?" "In time." "How much time?" "More than we've got, most likely." The man nodded, slow and grim. "Aye." 7 days, and even the cold stone and wet wood of the fortress itself seemed to have had enough. The new parapets were crumbled and sagging, shored up as best they could be, and crumbled again. The gates were chopped to rotten firewood, daylight showing through the hacked-out gaps, boulders piled in behind. A firm knock might have brought them down. A firm knock might have brought Logan down, for that matter, the way he was feeling. He took a mouthful of sour water from his flask. They were getting to the rank stuff at the bottom of the barrels. Low on food, too, and on everything else. Hope, in particular, was in short and dwindling supply. "Still alive," he whispered to himself, but there wasn't much triumph in it, even less than usual. Civilization might not have been all to his taste, but a soft bed, a strange place to piss, and a bit of scorn from some skinny idiots didn't seem like such a bad option right then. He was busy asking himself for the 1,000th time why he came back at all, when he heard Crummocky Fale's voice behind him. "Wow, bloody 9. You look tired, man." Logan frowned up. The hillman's mad blather was starting to grate on him. "It's been hard work these past days, in case you hadn't noticed." "I have, and I've had my part in it, haven't I, my beauties?" His 3 children looked at each other. "Aye," said the girl in a tiny voice. Crummock frowned down at them. "Don't like the way the game's played no more, eh? How about you, bloody 9? The moon stopped smiling, has it? You scared, are you?" Logan gave the fat bastard a long, hard look. "Tired is what I am, Crummock. Tired of your fortress, your food, and most of all, I'm tired of your fucking talk. Not everyone loves the sound of your fat lips flapping as much as you. Why don't you piss off and see if you can fit the moon up your arse?" Crummock split a grin, a curve of yellow teeth standing out from his brown beard. "That's the man I love right there." One of his sons, the one that carried the spear with him, was tugging at his shirt. "What the hell is it, boy?" "What happens if we lose, Tar?" "If we what?" growled Crummock, and he cuffed his son round the head with a great hand and knocked him on his face in the dirt. "On your feet! There'll be no losing here, boy!" "Not while the moon loves us," muttered his sister, but not that loud. Logan watched the lad struggling up, holding a hand to his bloody mouth and looking like he wanted to cry. He knew that feeling. Probably he should have said something about treating a child that way. Maybe he would have, on the first day, or the second even. Not now. He was too tired and too sore and too scared to care much about it. Black Dow ambled up, something not too far from a smile across his face. The one man in the whole camp who might have been said to be in a better mood than usual, and you know you're in some sorry shit when Black Dow starts smiling. "Nine Fingers," he grunted. "Dow, run out of men to burn, have you? Reckon Bethod'll be sending me some more presently." He nodded towards the wall. "What you think he'll send today?" "After what we gave him last night, I reckon those Crinner bastards are just about done. Bloody savages. I reckon they are at that. And there've been no Shanker for a few days now. 4 days since he sent the flatheads at us." Logan squinted up at the sky, slowly getting lighter. "Looks like good weather today. Good weather for armor and swords, and men walking shoulder to shoulder. Good weather to try and finish us. Wouldn't be surprised if he sends the Carls today. Nor me." "His best," said Logan, "from way back. Wouldn't be surprised to see Whitesides, and Goring, and Pale as Snow, and fucking Littlebone and all the rest come strolling up to the gate after breakfast." Dow snorted. "His best? Right crowd of cunts, those." And he turned his head and spat onto the mud. "You'll get no argument from me." "That's so. Didn't you fight alongside 'em all those hard and bloody years?" "I did, but I can't say I ever much liked 'em." "Well, if it's any consolation, I doubt they think too much of you these days." Dow gave him a long look. "When did Bethod stop suiting you, Nine Fingers?" Logan stared back at him. "Hard to say. Bit by bit, I reckon. Maybe he got to be more of a bastard as time went on. Or maybe I got to be less of one. Or maybe there ain't room on one side for 2 bastards as big as the pair of ya." "Oh, I don't know." Logan got up. "You and me work real sweet together." He stalked away from Dow, thinking about what easy work Malachus Quai and Pharaoh Malgin and even Jazal Dan Luthar had been. 7 days, and they were all at each other's throats. All angry, all tired. 7 days. The one consolation was that there couldn't be many more. "They're coming." Dogman's eyes flicked sideways. Like most of the few things Grim said, it hardly needed saying. They could all see it as clearly as the sun rising. Bethod's Carls were on the move. They were in no hurry. They came on stiff and steady, painted shields held up in front, eyes to the gateway. Standards flapped over their heads. Signs the Dogman recognized from way back. He wondered how many of those men down there he'd fought alongside. How many of their faces he could put a name to. How many he'd drunk with, eaten with, laughed with, that he'd have to do his best to put back in the mud. He took a long breath. The battlefield's no place for sentiment. 3 trees had told him once, and he'd taken it right to heart. "All right." He lifted up his hand as the men around him on the tower readied their bows. "Hold on to 'em for a minute yet." The Carls stomped on through the churned-up mud and the broken rocks where the valley narrowed, past the bodies of Easterners and Shanker left twisted where they lay, hacked or crushed or stuck with broken arrows. They didn't falter or lose a step. The wall of shields shifted as they came, but didn't break, not the slightest gap. "They march tight," muttered Tull. "Aye, too tight, the bastards." They were getting close now, close enough that Dogman had to try some arrows. "All right, boys, aim high and let 'em drop." The first flight went hissing from the tower, arced up high, and started to fall on that tight column. They shifted their shields to meet them, and arrows thudded into painted wood, spun off helmets, and glanced off mail. A couple found marks, a shriek went up, holes showed here or there, but the rest just stepped on over, trudging up towards the wall. Dogman frowned at the barrels where the shafts were kept, less than quarter full now, and most of those dug out from dead men. "Careful now! Pick your marks, lads!" Said Grim, pointing down below. A good-sized pack of men were scurrying out from the ditch, dressed in stiff leather and steel-capped. They formed up in a few neat rows, kneeling down, tending to their weapons. Flatbows, like the Union used. "Get down!" shouted Dogman. Those nasty little bows rattled and spat. Most of the boys on the tower were well behind their parapet by then, but one optimist who'd been leaning out got a bolt through his mouth, swayed and toppled, silent off the tower. Another took one in his chest, breathing with a wheeze like wind through a split pine. "All right, give 'em something back!" They all came up at once and sent down a volley, strings humming, peppering those bastards with plunging shafts. Their bows might not have had the same spit to 'em, but with the height the arrows still came hard, and Bethod's archers had nothing to hide behind. More than a few fell back or started crawling away, screaming and squealing, but the rank behind pushed through, slow and steady, knelt down and aimed their flatbows. Another flight of bolts came hissing up. Men ducked and threw themselves down. One zipped right past the Dogman's head and clicked off the rock face behind. Pure luck he didn't get pinned with it. A couple of the others were less lucky. One lad was lying on his back, a pair of bolts stuck in his chest, peering down at him and whispering "shit" to himself over and over. "Bastards! Let 'em have it back!" Shafts and bolts started flapping up both ways, men shouting and taking aim, all anger and gritted teeth. "Steady!" shouted Dogman. "Steady!" But no one hardly heard him. With the extra poke from the height and the cover they had from the walls, didn't take long for Dogman's boys to get the upper hand. Bethod's archers started scrambling back, then a couple dropped their flatbows and made a run for it, one getting a shaft right through his back. The rest started to break for the ditch, leaving their wounded crawling in the mud. Said Grim again. While they'd been busy trading shafts, the Carls had made it right to the gate, shields up over their heads against the rocks and arrows the hillmen were chucking down. They'd got the ditch filled in a day or two before, and now the column opened up in the middle, and those mailed men moved like they were passing something to the front. Dogman caught a glimpse of it. A long, thin tree trunk cut down to use as a ram, branches left on short so men could give it a firm swing. Dogman heard the first tearing crash of it working at their sorry excuse for a gate. "Shit," he muttered. Knots of thralls were charging forward now, light-armed and light-armoured, carrying ladders between 'em, counting on speed to make it to the walls. Plenty fell, pricked with spear or arrow, knocked with rocks. Some of their ladders were pushed back, but they were quick and full of bones and stuck to their task. Soon there were a couple of groups on the walls, while more pressed up the ladders behind, fighting with Crummock's people and getting the better by pure freshness and weight of numbers. Now there was a big crack, and the gate went down. Dogman saw that tree trunk swing one last time and cave one door right in. The Carls struggled with the other and heaved it open, a couple of stones bouncing from the shields and spinning away. The front few started pressing forwards through the gate. "Shit," said Grim. "They're through," breathed the Dogman, and he watched Bethod's Carls push on into that narrow gap in a mailed tide, trampling the shattered gates under their heavy boots, dragging the rocks behind out of the way, their bright painted shields up, their bright polished weapons ready. To either side the thralls swarmed up their ladders and onto the wall, pressing Crummock's hillmen back down the walkways. Like a high river bursting a dam, Bethod's host flowed into the broken fortress, first in a trickle and soon in a flood. "I'm going down!" snarled Tull, dragging his great long sword out of its sheath. Dogman thought about trying to stop him, but then he just nodded, tired, and watched the thunderhead charge off down the steps, a few others following. There was no point getting in their way. Seemed like it was fast reaching that time. Time for each man to choose where he'd die. Logan saw them come through the gates, up the ramp and into the fortress. Time seemed to move slow. He saw each design on each shield picked out sharp in the morning sun. Black tree, red bridge, 2 wolves on green, 3 horses on yellow. Metal glinted and flashed, shields rim, mails ring, spears point, swords edge. On they came, yelling their battle cries, high and thin, the way they'd done for years. The breath crawled in and out of Logan's nose. The thralls and the hillmen fought on the walls as if they were underwater, their sounds dull and muffled. His palms sweated and tickled and itched as he watched the carls break in. Hardly seemed as if it could be true that he had to charge into those bastards and kill as many as he could. What a damn fool notion. He felt that powerful need, as he always had at times like that, to turn and run. All around he felt the fear of the others, their uncertain shuffling, their edging backwards. A sensible enough instinct, except there was nowhere now to run to. Nowhere except forwards, into the teeth of the enemy, and hope to drive them out before they could get a foothold. There was nothing to think about. It was their only chance. So Logan lifted the Maker's sword high, and he gave a meaningless scream, and he started running. He heard the shouts around him, felt the men moving with him, the jostling and rattling of weapons. The ground and the wall and the carls he ran at jolted and wobbled. His boots pounded on the earth, his own quick breath hissed and rushed with the wind. He saw the carls hurrying to set their shields, to form a wall, to make ready their spears and their weapons, but they were in a mess after coming through that narrow gate, flustered by the screaming mass of men charging down on them. The war cries died in their throats, and their faces sagged from triumph to shock. A couple at the edges started to have doubts, and they faltered and shuffled back, and then Logan and the rest were on them. He managed to twist around a wobbling spear and land a good hard chop on a shield with all the force of his charge, knock his man sprawling in the mud. Logan hacked at his leg as he tried to get up, and the blade cut through mail and left a long gash in flesh, brought him shrieking down again. Logan swung at another carl, felt the Maker's sword squeal against the metal rim of a shield and slide into flesh. A man gurgled, vomited blood down the front of his mailcoat. Logan saw an axe thud into a helmet and leave a dent the size of a fist in it. He reeled out of the way of a spear thrust, and it stuck in the ribs of a man beside him. A sword hacked into a shield and sent splinters flying into Logan's eyes. He blinked and dodged, slid in the muck, chopped at an arm as it tore at his coat, and felt it break, flapping in its mail sleeve. Eyes rolled in a bloody face. Something shoved him in the back and nearly pushed him onto a sword. There was hardly space to swing. Then there was no space at all. Men crushed in from behind, crushed in through the gate, adding their straining, mindless weight to the press in the center. Logan was squashed in tight, shoulder to shoulder. Men gasped and grunted, dug and elbowed at each other, stabbed with knives and gouged at faces with their fingers. He thought he saw Littlebone in the press, teeth bared in a snarl, long grey hair straggling out from under a helmet set with whorls of gold, spattered with streaks of red, shouting himself hoarse. Logan tried to press towards him, but the blind currents of battle snatched him away and carried them far apart. He stabbed at someone under a shield rim, winced as he felt something dig into his hip. A long, slow burning, getting worse and worse. He growled as the blade cut, not swung or thrust, just held there while he was squashed up against it. He thrashed with his elbows, with his head, managed to twist away from the pain, felt the wetness of blood down his leg. He found himself with room, got his sword hand free, hacked at a shield, chopped a head open on the backswing, then found himself shoved up against it, his face pressed into warm brains. He saw a shield jerk up out of the corner of his eye. The edge caught him in the throat, under the chin, snapped his head back, and filled his skull with blinding light. Before he knew it, he was rolling, coughing, slithering in the filth down among the boots. He dragged himself nowhere, clutching at dirt, spitting blood, boots squelching and straining in the mud all around him, crawling through a dark, terrifying, shifting forest of legs, the screams of pain and rage filtering down from above with the flickering light. Feet kicked at him, stomped on him, battered at every part of him. He tried to struggle up, and a boot in the mouth sent him limp again. He rolled over, gasping, saw a bearded Carl in the same state, impossible to say which side he was on, trying to push himself up out of the mud. Their eyes met for a moment, then a glinting spear blade shot down from above and stabbed the Carl in the back, once, twice, 3 times. He went limp, blood gurgling down through his beard. There were bodies all around, on their faces and their sides, lying in amongst the dropped and broken gear, kicked and knocked around like children's dolls, some of them still twitching, clutching, grunting. Logan squawked as a boot squelched down hard on his hand, crushing his fingers into the muck. He fumbled a knife from his belt and started slashing weakly at the leg above it, bloody teeth gritted. Something cracked him in the top of the head and sent him sprawling on his face again. The world was a noisy blur, a painful smear, a mass of feet and anger. He didn't know which way he was facing, which way was up or down. His mouth tasted of metal, thirsty. There was blood in his eyes, mud in his eyes. His head was pounding. He wanted to be sick. Back to the north and get some vengeance. What the fuck had he been thinking? Someone screamed, stuck with a flatbow bolt, but the dogman had no time to worry about him. Whiteside's thralls were up on the wall under the tower, and a few had got around and onto the stairway. They were charging up it now, or as close as they could get to a charge on those narrow steps. Dogman dropped his bow and fumbled his sword out from its sheath, got a knife ready in the other hand. A few of the others took up spears, gathered round the head of the stairway as the thralls came up. Dogman swallowed. He'd never been much for fights like this, toe-to-toe, no more than the length of an axe from your enemies. He'd rather have kept things to a polite distance, but that didn't seem to be what these bastards had in mind. An awkward kind of a fight started up at the top of the steps, defenders poking with spears, trying to shove the thralls off, them poking back, shoving with shields, trying to get a foothold on the platform at the top, everyone taking care in case they took the long drop right back to the mud. One charged through with a spear, screaming at the top of his lungs, and Grim shot him in the face, cool as you like, no more than a stride or 2 distant. He staggered a step or 2, bent right over with the flights of the arrows sticking out his mouth and the point out the back of his neck. Then Dogman took the top of his head off with his sword and sent his corpse sprawling. A big thrall with wild red hair leapt up the steps, swinging a big axe, roaring like a madman. He got round a spear and felled an archer with a blow that spattered blood across the rock face, charged on through, folk scattering out of the way. Dogman dithered, trying to look like he was an idiot. Then, when the axe came down, he dodged left, and the blade missed him by a whisker. The red-haired thrall stumbled, tired from getting over the wall and up all them steps most likely. A long way to climb, especially with nothing but your death at the end of it. Dogman kicked hard at the side of his knee, and his leg buckled. He yelled as he lurched towards the edge of the stairs. Dogman chopped at him with his sword, caught him a slash across the back, hard enough to send him over the edge. He dropped his axe, screamed as he tumbled through the empty air. Dogman felt something move, turned just in time to see another thrall coming at him from the side. He twisted round and knocked the first sword cut clear, gasped as he felt the second thud cold into his arm, heard his sword clatter out of his limp hand. He jerked away from another swing, tripped, and went down on his back. The thrall came at him, lifting up his sword to finish the job, but before he got more than a stride, Grim loomed up quick from the side, caught hold of his sword arm, and held it pinned. Dogman scrambled up, taking a hard grip on his knife with his good hand, and stabbed the thrall right in the chest. They stayed there, the three of them, tangled up tight together, still in the midst of all that madness, for as long as it took for the man to die. Then Dogman pulled his knife free, and Grim let him fall. They'd got the best of it up on the tower, at least for now. There was just one thrall left on his feet, and while the Dogman watched, a couple of his lads herded him up to the parapet and poked him off with spears. There were corpses scattered all about the place. A couple of dozen thralls, maybe half that many of the Dogman's boys. One of them was propped against the cliff face, chest heaving as he breathed, face pasty pale, bloody hands clutched to his slashed guts. Dogman's hand wouldn't work right. The fingers dangled useless. He tugged his shirt sleeve up, saw a long gash oozing from his elbow almost all the way to his wrist. His guts gave a heave, and he coughed a bit of burning puke up and spat it out. Wounds on other people you can get used to. Cuts out of your own flesh always have a horror to 'em. Down below, inside the wall, the fight was joined, and nothing but a boiling, tight-pressed mass. Dogman could hardly tell which men were on which side. He stood frozen, bloody knife clutched in one bloody hand. There were no answers now, no plans. It was every man for himself. If they lived out the day, it would be by luck alone, and he was starting to doubt he had that much luck left. He felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Grim. He followed his pointed finger with his eyes. Beyond Bethod's camp, down in the valley, a great cloud of dust was coming up, a brown haze. Underneath, glittering in the morning sun, the armor of horsemen. His hand clamped tight round Grim's wrist, hope suddenly flickering alive again. "Fucking Union," he breathed, hardly daring to believe it. West squinted through his eyeglass, lowered it, and peered up the valley, squinted through it again. "You sure?" "Yes, sir." Jallenhorm's big, honest face was streaked with the dirt of 8 days' hard riding. "And it looks as if they're still holding out, just barely." "General Polder!" snapped West. "My Lord Marshal?" murmured Polder with his newly acquired veneer of sycophancy. "Are the cavalry ready to charge?" The general blinked. "They are not properly deployed, have been riding hard these past days, and would be charging uphill over broken ground and at a strong and determined enemy. They will do as you order, of course, Lord Marshal, but it might be prudent to wait for our infantry. Prudence is a luxury." West frowned up towards that innocuous space between the two fells. Attack at once, while the Dogman and his Northmen still held out? They might enjoy the advantage of surprise and crush Bethod between them, but the cavalry would be charging uphill, men and mounts disorganized and fatigued from hard marching. Or wait for the infantry to arrive, still some hours behind, and mount a well-planned assault? But by then would the Dogman and his friends have been slaughtered to a man, their fortress taken, and Bethod well prepared to meet an attack from one side only? West chewed at his lip, trying to ignore the fact that thousands of lives hung upon his decision. To attack now was the greater risk, but might offer the greater rewards. A chance to finish this war within a bloody hour. They might never again catch the king of the Northmen off guard. What was it that Burr had said to him the night before he died? One cannot be a great leader without a certain ruthlessness. "Prepare the charge, and deploy our infantry across the mouth of the valley as soon as they arrive. We must prevent Bethod and any of his forces from escaping. If sacrifices are to be made, I intend that they be meaningful." Polder looked anything but convinced. "Will you force me to agree with General Croy's assessment of your fighting qualities, General Polder, or do you intend to prove the two of us wrong?" The general snapped to attention, his moustaches vibrating with new eagerness. "Respectfully, sir, to prove you wrong, I will order the charge immediately." He gave his black charger the spurs and flew off up the valley towards the place where the dusty cavalry were massing, pursued by several members of his staff. West shifted in his saddle, chewing worriedly at his lip. His head was beginning to hurt again. A charge uphill against a determined enemy. Colonel Glockter would no doubt have grinned at the prospect of such a deadly gamble. Prince Ladislas would have approved of such cavalier carelessness with other men's lives. Lord Smund would have slapped backs and talked of vim and vigour and called for wine. And only look what became of those three heroes. Logan heard a great roar, faint and far away. Light came at his half-closed eyes, as though the fight was opened up wide. Shadows flickered. A great boot squelched in the filth in front of his face. Voices bellowed far above. He felt himself grabbed by the shirt, dragged through the mud, feet and legs thrashing all around him. He saw the sky, painful bright, blinked and dribbled at it. He lay still, limp as a rag. "Logan! You all right? Where you hurt?" He croaked, then started coughing. "Do you know me?" Something slapped at Logan's face, slapped some sluggish thought into his head. A shaggy shape loomed over him, dark against the bright sky. Logan squinted at it. Tull Duru Thunderhead, unless he was much mistaken. What the hell was he doing here? Thinking was painful. The more Logan thought, the more pain he was in. His jaw was on fire, feeling twice the size it usually did. His every breath was a shuddering, slavering gasp. Above him, the big man's mouth moved, and the words boomed and rang against Logan's ears, but they were nothing but noise. His leg prickled unpleasantly, far away. His own heartbeat leapt and jerked and pounded at his head. He heard sounds, clashing and rattling, coming at him from all sides, and the sounds themselves hurt him, made his jaw burn all the worse, unbearable. "Get—" The air rasped and clicked, but no sound would come. It wasn't his voice any longer. He reached out with his last strength, and he put his palm against Tull's chest, and he tried to push him away, but the big man only caught his hand and pressed it with his own. "It's all right," he growled. "I've got you." "Aye," whispered Logan, and the smile spread out across his bloody mouth. He gripped that great hand with a sudden, terrible strength, and with his other fist he found the handle of a knife, tucked down warm against his skin. The good blade darted out, swift as the snake and just as deadly, and sank into the big man's thick neck to the hilt. He looked surprised as the hot blood poured from his open throat, drooled from his open mouth, soaked his heavy beard, dribbled from his nose and down his chest. But he shouldn't have. To touch the bloody nine was to touch death, and death has no favourites and makes no exceptions. The bloody nine rose up, shoving the great corpse away from him, and his red fist closed tight around the giant's sword, a heavy length of star-bright metal, dark and beautiful, a righteous tool for the work that awaited him. So much work. But good work is the best of blessings. The bloody nine opened his mouth and shrieked out all his bottomless love and his endless hate in one long wail. The ground rushed underneath him, and the heaving, writhing, beautiful battle reached out and took him in its soft embrace, and he was home. The faces of the dead shifted, blurred around him, roaring their curses and bellowing their anger. But their hate of him only made him stronger. The long sword flung men out of his path and left them twisted and broken, hacked and drooling, howling with happiness. Who fought who was none of his concern. The living were on one side, and he was on the other, and he carved a red and righteous way through their ranks. An axe flashed in the sun, a bright curve like the waning moon, and the Bloody Nine slid below it, kicked a man away with a heavy boot. He lifted up a shield, but the great sword split the painted tree, and the wood beneath it, and the arm beneath that, and tore open the mail behind, as though it was nothing but a cobweb, and split his belly like a sack of angry snakes. A boy-child cowered and slithered away on his back, clutching at a great shield and an axe too big for him to lift. The Bloody Nine laughed at his fear, teeth bared bright and smiling. A tiny voice seemed to whisper for restraint, but the Bloody Nine hardly heard it. His sword hard swung, split big shield and small body together, and sprayed blood across the dirt and the stone and the stricken faces of the men watching. "Good," he said, and he showed his bloody smile. He was the great leveler. Man or woman, young or old, all were dealt with exactly alike. That was the brutal beauty of it, the awful symmetry of it, the perfect justice of it. There could be no escape and no excuses. He came forward, taller than the mountains, and the men shuffled and muttered and spread out from him. A circle of shields, of painted designs, of flowering trees and rippling water and snarling faces. Their words tickled at his ears. "It's him! 9 Fingers! The Bloody Nine!" A circle of fear, with him at the center, and they were wise to fear. Their deaths were written in the shapes of sweet blood on the bitter ground. Their deaths were whispered in the buzzing of the flies on the corpses beyond the wall. Their deaths were stamped on their faces, carried on the wind, held in the crooked line between the mountains and the sky. Dead men all. "Who's next to the mud?" he whispered. A bold Carl stepped forward, a shield on his arm with a coiled serpent upon it. Before he could even lift his spear, the Bloody Nine's sword had made a great circle above the top of his shield and below the bottom of his helmet. The point of the blade stole the jawbone from his head, cleaved into the shoulder of the next man, ate deep into his chest, and drove him into the earth, blood flying from his silent mouth. Another man loomed up, and the sword fell on him like a falling star, crushed his helmet and the skull beneath it down to his mouth. The body dropped on its back and danced a merry jig in the dirt. "Dance!" laughed the Bloody Nine, and the sword reeled around him. He filled the air with blood and broken weapons and the parts of men, and these good things wrote secret letters and described sacred patterns that only he could see and understand. Blades pricked and nicked and dug at him, but they were nothing. He repaid each mark upon his burning skin 100-fold, and the Bloody Nine laughed, and the wind and the fire and the faces on the shields laughed with him, and could not stop. He was the storm in the high places, his voice as terrible as the thunder, his arm as quick, as deadly, as pitiless as the lightning. He rammed the sword through a man's guts, ripped it back, and smashed a man's mouth apart with the pommel, snatched his spear away with his free hand, and flung it through the neck of a third, split a Carl's side yawning open as he passed. He reeled, spun, rolled, drunk and dizzy, spitting fire and laughter. He forged a new circle about him, a circle as wide as the giant's sword, a circle in which the world belonged to him. His enemies lurked beyond its limit now, shuffled back from it, full of fear. They knew him. He could see it in their faces. They had heard whispers of his work, and now he had given them a bloody lesson, and they knew the truth of it, and he smiled to see them enlightened. The foremost of them held up his open hand, bent forward, and laid his axe down on the ground. "You are forgiven," whispered the Bloody Nine, and let his own sword clatter to the dirt. Then he darted forward and seized the and by his throat, lifting him up into the air with both his hands. He thrashed and kicked and wrestled, but the Bloody Nine's red grip was the swelling ice that bursts the very bones of the earth apart. "You are forgiven!" His hands were made of iron, and his thumbs sunk deeper and deeper into the man's neck until blood welled up from under them, and he lifted the kicking corpse out to arm's length and held it above him until it was still. He flung it away, and it fell upon the mud and flopped over and over in a manner that greatly pleased him. "Forgiven." He walked to the bright archway through a cringing crowd, shying away like sheep from the wolf, leaving a muddy path through their midst, strewn with their fallen shields and weapons. Beyond, in the sun, bright-armoured horsemen moved across the dusty valley, their swords twinkling as they rose and fell, herding running figures this way and that, riding between the high standards, rippling gently in the wind. He stood in that ragged gateway, with the splintered doors under his boots, and the corpses of his friends and of his enemies scattered about him, and he heard the sounds of men cheering victory. And Logan closed his eyes and breathed. Chapter 28. Too Many Masters. In spite of the hot summer day outside, the banking hall was a cool, dim, shadowy place, a place full of whispers and quiet echoes, built of sharp, dark marble like a new tomb. Such thin shafts of sunlight as broke through the narrow windows were full of wriggling dust motes. There was no smell to speak of, except the stench of dishonesty, which even I find almost overpowering. The surroundings may be cleaner than the House of Questions, but I suspect there is more truth told among the criminals. There were no piles of shining gold ingots on display. There was not so much as a single coin in evidence, only pens and ink and heaps of dull paper. Valent and Bulk's employees were not swaddled in fabulous robes, such as Magister Colt of the Mercers had worn. They did not sport flashing jewels, as Magister Ida of the Spicers had. They were small, grey-dressed men with serious expressions. The only flashing was from the odd pair of studious eyeglasses. So this is what true wealth looks like. This is how true power appears. The austere temple of the Golden Goddess. He watched the clerks working at their neat stacks of documents, at their neat desks arranged in neat rows. There the acolytes, inducted into the lowest mysteries of the church. His eyes flickered to those waiting, merchants and moneylenders, shopkeepers and shysters, traders and tricksters in long queues or waiting nervously on hard chairs around the hard walls. Fine clothes, perhaps, but anxious manners. The fearful congregation, ready to cower should the deity of commerce show her vengeful streak. But I am not her creature. Glockter shouldered his way past the longest queue, the tip of his cane squealing loud against the tiles, snarling, "I am crippled," if one of the merchants dared to look his way. The clerk blinked at him when he reached the front of the line. "How may I—" "Moutheth," barked Glockter. "And who shall I say is the cripple?" "Convey me to the high priest, that I might cleanse my crimes in banking notes." "I cannot simply—" "You are expected." Another clerk a few rows back had stood up from his desk. "Please come with me." Glockter gave the unhappy queue a toothless leer as he limped out between the desks toward a door in the far panelled wall, but his smile did not last. Beyond it, a set of high steps rose up, light filtering down from a narrow window at the top. What is it about power that it has to be higher up than everyone else? Can a man not be powerful on the ground floor? He cursed and struggled up after his impatient guide, then dragged his useless leg down a long hallway, with many high doors on either side. The clerk leaned forward and humbly knocked at one, waited for a muffled "Yes," and opened it. Malthus sat behind a monumental desk, watching Glocta hobble over the threshold. His face could have been carved from wood, for all the warmth or welcome it displayed. On the expanse of blood-coloured leather before him, pens and ink and neat piles of papers were arranged with all the merciless precision of recruits on a parade ground. "The visitor you were expecting, sir." The clerk hastened forward with a sheaf of documents. "And there are also these for your attention." Malthus turned his emotionless eyes to them. "Yes, yes, yes, yes. All these to Tallin's." Glocta did not wait to be asked. "And I've been in pain for far too long to pretend not to be." He took a lurching step and sagged into the nearest chair, stiff leather creaking uncomfortably under his aching arse. "But it will serve." The papers crackled as Malthus leafed through them, his pen scratching his name at the bottom of each one. He paused at the last. "And no, this must be called in at once." He reached forward and took hold of a stamp, its wooden handle polished by long use, and rocked it carefully in its tray of red ink. It thumped down against the paper with a disturbing finality. "And is some merchant's life squashed out under that stamp, do we suppose? Is that ruin and despair so carelessly administered? Is that wives and children out upon the street? There is no blood here, there are no screams, and yet men are destroyed as completely as they are in the House of Questions, and with a fraction of the effort." Glocta's eyes followed the clerk as he hurried out with the documents. Or is it merely a receipt for 10 bits refused? Who can say? The door was pulled softly and precisely shut with the gentlest of smooth clicks. Malthus paused only to align his pen precisely with the edge of his desk, then he looked up at Glocta. "I am truly grateful that you have answered promptly." Glocta snorted. "The tone of your note did not seem to allow for delay." He winced as he lifted his aching leg with both hands and heaved his dirty boot up onto the chair beside him. "I hope you will return the favour and come promptly to the point. I am extremely busy. I have magi to destroy and kings to bring down, and if I cannot do one or the other, I have a pressing appointment to have my throat cut and be tossed in the sea." Malthus's face did not so much as flicker. "Once again, I find that my superiors are not best pleased with the direction of your investigations." "Is that so?" "Your superiors are people of deep pockets and shallow patience. What now offends their delicate sensibilities?" "Your investigation into the lineage of our new king, His August Majesty Giselle I." Glocta felt his eye twitch, and he pressed his hand against it with a sour sucking of his gums. "In particular, your inquiries into the person of Carme-Dan Roth, the circumstances of her untimely demise, and the closeness of her friendship with our previous king, Gustaf V. Do I come close enough to the point for your taste?" "A little closer than I would like, in fact." "Those inquiries have scarcely even begun. I find it surprising that your superiors are so very well informed. Do they acquire their information from a crystal ball or a magic mirror? Or from someone at the House of Questions who likes to talk? Or from someone closer to me even than that, perhaps?" Malthus sighed, or at least he allowed some air to issue from his face. "I told you to assume that they know everything. You will discover it is no exaggeration, particularly if you choose to try and deceive them. I would advise you very strongly against that course of action." "Believe me when I say," muttered Glocta through tight lips, "that I have no interest whatsoever in the king's parentage. but His Eminence has demanded it, and keenly awaits the report of my progress. What am I to tell him?" Malthus stared back with a face full of sympathy, as much sympathy as one stone might have for another. "My employers do not care what you tell him, provided that you obey them. I see that you find yourself in a difficult position, but speaking plainly, Superior, I do not see a choice for you. I suppose you could go to the Arch-Lector and lay before him the whole history of our involvement, the gift you took from my employers, the conditions under which it was given, the consideration you have already extended to us. Perhaps His Eminence is more forgiving of divided loyalties than he appears to be." "Huh," snorted Glockter. "If I did not know better, I might have almost taken that for a joke. His Eminence is only slightly less forgiving than a scorpion, and we both know it. Or you could honour your commitment to my employers and do as they demand. They asked for favours when I signed the damn receipt. Now they make demands? Where does it end?" "That is not for me to say, Superior, or for you to ask." Malthus's eyes flickered towards the door. He leaned across his desk and spoke soft and low. "But if my own experience is anything to go by, it will not end. My employers have paid, and they always get what they have paid for. Always." Glockter swallowed. "It would seem that in this case they have paid for my abject obedience. It would not normally be a difficulty. Of course, I am every bit as abject as the next man, if not more so. But the Arch-Lector demands the same. 2 well-informed and merciless masters in direct opposition begins, too late, to seem like 1 too many. 2 too many, some might say. But as Malthus so kindly explains, I have no choice." He slid his boot off the chair, leaving a long streak of dirt across the leather, and shifted his weight painfully as he began the long process of getting up. "Is there anything else, or do your employers merely wish me to defy the most powerful man in the Union?" "They wish you also to watch him." Glockter froze. "They wish me to what?" "There has been a great deal of change of late, Superior. Change means new opportunities, but too much change is bad for business. My employers feel a period of stability is in everyone's best interests. They are satisfied with the situation." Malthus clenched his pale hands together on the red leather. "They are concerned that some figures within the government may not be satisfied, that they may seek further change, that their rash actions might lead to chaos. His Eminence concerns them especially. They wish to know what he does, what he plans. They wish, in particular, to know what he is doing in the university." Glockter gave a splutter of disbelieving laughter. "Is that all?" The irony was wasted on Malthus. "For now. It might be best if you were to leave by the back entrance. My employers will expect news within the week." Glockter grimaced as he struggled down the narrow staircase at the back of the building, sideways on like a crab, the sweat standing out from his forehead, and not just from the effort. How could they know? First that I was looking into Prince Reynald's death against the Arch-Lector's orders, and now that I am looking into Our Majesty's mother on the Arch-Lector's behalf. Assume they know everything, of course, but no one knows anything without being told. Who told? Who asked the questions about the prince and about the king? Whose first loyalty is to money? Who has already given me up once to save his skin? Glockter paused for a moment in the middle of the steps and frowned. Oh, dear. Is it every man for himself now? Has it always been? The pain shooting up his wasted leg was the only reply. Chapter 29. Sweet Victory. West sat, arms crossed upon his saddlebow, staring numbly up the dusty valley. "We won," said Pike, in a voice without emotion, just the same voice in which he might have said, "We lost." A couple of tattered standards still stood, hanging lifeless. Bethod's own great banner had been torn down and trampled beneath horses' hooves, and now its threadbare frame stuck up at a twisted angle above the settling fog of dust like clean-picked bones. A fitting symbol for the sudden fall of the King of the Northmen. Polder reined in his horse beside West, smiling primly at the carnage like a schoolmaster at an orderly classroom. "How did we fare, General?"
"Casualties appear to have been heavy, sir, especially in our front ranks, but the enemy were largely taken by surprise. Most of their best troops were already committed to the attack on the fortress. Once our cavalry got them on the run, we drove them all the way to the walls, picked their camp clean."
Polder wrinkled his nose, moustaches trembling with distaste.
"Several hundred of those devilish Schenker we put to the sword, and a much greater number we drove off into the hills to the north, from whence I do not doubt they will be greatly reluctant to return. We wrought a slaughter among the Northmen to satisfy King Casimir himself, and the rest have laid down their arms. We guess at 5,000 prisoners, sir. Bethod's army has been quite crushed. Crushed!"
He gave a girlish chuckle.
"No one could deny that you have well and truly avenged the death of Crown Prince Ladislaw today, Lord Marshal."
West swallowed.
"Of course, well and truly avenged. A masterstroke, to use our Northmen as a decoy, a bold and a decisive manoeuvre. I am and will always be honoured to have played my small part. A famous day for Union arms. Marshal Burr would have been proud to see it."
West had never in his life expected to receive praise from General Polder, but now the great moment had come, he found that he could take no pleasure in it. He had performed no acts of bravery. He had taken no risks with his own life. He had done nothing but say charge. He felt saddle-sore and bone-weary. His jaw ached from being constantly clenched with worry. Even speaking seemed an effort.
"Is Bethod among the dead or the captured?" "As to specific prisoners, sir, I could not say. It may be that our northern allies have him."
Polder gave vent to a jagged chuckle.
"In which case, I doubt he'll be with us much longer, eh, Marshal? Eh, Sergeant Pike?"
He grinned as he drew his fingers sharply across his belly and clicked his tongue.
"The bloody cross for him, I shouldn't wonder. Isn't that what they do, these savages? The bloody cross, isn't it?"
West did not see the funny side. "Ensure that our prisoners are given food and water, and such assistance with their wounded as we are able to provide. We should be gracious in victory." It seemed like the sort of thing that a leader should say after a battle.
"Quite so, my Lord Marshal."
And Polder gave a smart salute, the very model of an obedient underling, then reined his mount sideways and spurred away. West slid down from his own horse, gathered himself for a moment, and began to trudge on foot up the valley. Pike came after him, sword drawn. "Can't be too careful, sir," he said.
"No," murmured West. "I suppose not."
The long slope was scattered with men, alive and dead. The corpses of Union horsemen lay where they had fallen. Surgeons tended to the wounded with bloody hands and grim faces. Some men sat and wept, perhaps by fallen comrades. Some stared numbly at their own wounds. Others howled and gurgled, screamed for help or water. Still others rushed to bring it to them. Final kindnesses for the dying. A long procession of sullen prisoners was winding down the valley alongside the rock wall, watched carefully by mounted Union soldiers. Nearby were tangled heaps of surrendered weapons, piles of mail coats, stacks of painted shields. West picked his way slowly through what had been Bethard's camp, rendered in one furious half-hour into a great expanse of rubbish scattered across the bare rock and the hard earth. The twisted bodies of men and horses were mixed in with the trampled frames of tents, ripped and dragged-out canvas, burst barrels, broken boxes, gear for cooking and mending and fighting. All trodden into the churned mud, stamped with the smeared prints of hooves and boots. In the midst of all this chaos, there were strange islands of calm, where all seemed undisturbed, just as it must have been before West ordered the charge. A pot still hung over a smouldering fire, stew bubbling inside. A set of spears were neatly stacked against each other, with stool and whetstone beside, ready to be sharpened. 3 bedrolls formed a perfect triangle, blankets well folded at the head of each one, all neat and orderly, except that a man lay sprawled across them, the contents of his gaping skull splattered across the pale wool. Not far beyond, a Union officer knelt in the mud, cradling another in his arms. West felt a sick twinge of recognition. The one on his knees was his old friend Lieutenant Brint. The one lying limp was his old friend Lieutenant Caspar. For some reason, West felt an almost overpowering urge to walk away, off up the slope without stopping, and pretend not to have seen them. He had to force himself to stride over, his mouth filling with sour spit. Brint looked up, pale face streaked with tears. "An arrow," he whispered. "Just a stray. He never even drew his sword." "Bad luck," grunted Pike. "Bad luck." West stared down. Bad luck indeed. He could just see, snapped off at the edge of Caspar's beard, under his jaw, the broken shaft of an arrow, but there was surprisingly little blood. Few marks of any kind. A splatter of mud down one sleeve of his uniform, and that was all. Despite the fact they were, in essence, staring cross-eyed at nothing, West could not help the feeling that Caspar's eyes were looking directly into his. There was a peevish twist to his lip, an accusatory wrinkling of his brows. West almost wanted to take him up on it, demand to know what he meant by it, then had to remind himself that the man was dead. "A letter, then," muttered West, his fingers fussing with each other, "to his family." Brint gave a miserable sniff, which West found for some reason utterly infuriating. "Yes, a letter." "Yes. Sergeant Pike, with me." West could not stand there a moment longer. He turned away from his friends, one living and one dead, and strode off up the valley. He did his very best not to dwell on the fact that, had he not ordered the charge, one of the most pleasant and inoffensive men of his acquaintance would still be alive. One cannot be a leader without a certain ruthlessness, perhaps, but ruthlessness is not always easy. He and Pike floundered over a crushed earth rampart and a trampled ditch, the valley growing steadily narrower, the high cliffs of stone pressing in on either side. More corpses here, Northmen and wild men such as they found in Dunbreck, and Shanker too, all peppered liberally across the broken ground. West could see the wall of the fortress now, little more than a mossy hump in the landscape, with more death scattered round its foot. "They held out in there for 7 days?" muttered Pike. "So it would seem." The one entrance was a rough archway in the centre of the wall, its gates torn off and lying ruined. There seemed to be 3 strange shapes within it. As he got closer, West realized with some discomfort what they were. 3 men, hanging dead by their necks from ropes over the top of the wall, their limp boots swinging gently at about chest-height. There were a lot of grim Northmen gathered around that gate, looking up at those dangling corpses with some satisfaction. One in particular turned a cruel grin on West and Pike as they came close. "Well, well, well.
if it ain't my old friend Furious," said Black Dow. "Turned up late to the party, eh? You always was a slow mover, lad." There were some difficulties. Marshal Burr is dead. "Back to the mud, eh? Well, he's in good company, at least. Plenty of good men done that these past days. Who's your chief now?" West took a long breath. "I am." Dow laughed, and West watched him laugh, feeling the slightest bit sick. "Big Chief Furious, what do you know?" And he stood up straight and made a mockery of a Union salute, while the bodies turned slowly this way and that behind him. "You should meet my friends. They're all big men, too. This here is Crendell Goring, fought for Bethod from way back." And he reached up and gave one of the bodies a shove, watched it sway back and forth. "This here is Whitesides, and you couldn't have found a better man anywhere for killing folk and stealing their land." And he gave the next a push and set it spinning round and round one way, then back the other, limbs all limp and floppy. "And this one here is Littlebone, as hard a bastard as I've ever hung." This last man was hacked near to meat, his gold-chased armour battered and dented, a great wound across his chest, and his hanging grey hair thick with blood. One leg was off below his knee, and a pool of dry blood stained the ground underneath him. "What happened to him?" asked West. "To Littlebone." The great fat hillman, Crummocky Fail, was one of the crowd. "He got cut down in the battle, fighting to the last man over yonder." "That he did," said Dow, and he gave West a grin even bigger than usual. "But that's no kind of a reason not to hang him now, I reckon." Crummock laughed. "No kind of a reason." And he smiled at the three bodies turning round and round, the ropes creaking. "They make a pretty picture, don't they, hanging there? They say you can see all the beauty in the world in the way a hanged man swings." "Who does?" asked West. Crummock shrugged his great shoulders. "Them." "Them, eh?" West swallowed his nausea and pushed his way between the hanging bodies into the fortress. "They surely are a bloodthirsty crowd." Dogman took another pull at the flask. He was getting good and drunk now. "All right, let's get it done then." He winced as Grim stuck the needle in, curled his lips back, and hissed through his teeth. A nice pricking and niggling to add to the dull throb. The needle went through the skin and dragged the thread after, and Dogman's arm started burning worse and worse. He took another swig, rocking back and forward, but it didn't help. "Shit!" he hissed. Shit. Grim looked up at him. "Don't watch, then." Dogman turned his head. The Union uniform jumped out at him straight away, red cloth in the midst of all that brown dirt. "Furious!" shouted the Dogman, feeling a grin on his face even through the pain. "Glad you could make it! Real glad!" "Better to come late than not to come at all." "You'll get no trace of an argument from me. That is a fact." West frowned down at Grim sewing his arm up. "You all right?" "Well, you know, Tull's dead." "Dead?" West stared at him. "How?" "It's a battle, innit? Dead man of the point of the fucking exercise." He waved the flask around. "I've been sat here, thinking about what I could have done differently. Stopped him going down them steps, or going down with him to watch his back, or made the sky fall in, or all kind of stupid notions, none of 'em any help to the dead nor the living. Seems I can't stop thinking, though." West frowned down at the rutted earth. "Might be's a game with no winners." "Ah, fuck!" Dogman snarled as the needle jabbed into his arm again, and he flung the empty flask bouncing away. "The whole fucking business has no winners, though, does it? Shit on it all, I say!" Grim pulled his knife out and cut the thread. "Move your fingers." It burned all the way up Dogman's arm to make a fist,
but he forced the fingers closed, growling at the pain as they bunched up tight. "Looks all right," said Grim. "You're lucky." The dogman stared round miserably at the carnage. "So this is what luck looks like, is it? I've often wondered." Grim shrugged his shoulders, ripped a piece of cloth for a bandage. "Do you have Bethod?" Dogman looked up at West, his mouth open. "Don't you?" "A lot of prisoners, but he wasn't among them." Dogman turned his head and spat his disgust out into the mud. "Nor his witch, nor his feared, nor neither one of his swollen-up sons, I'll be bound." "I imagine they'll be riding for Carleon as swiftly as possible." "More than likely." "I imagine he'll try to raise new forces, to find new allies, to prepare for a siege." "I shouldn't wonder." "We should follow him as soon as the prisoners are secure." Dogman felt a sudden wave of hopelessness, enough almost to knock him over. "By the dead, Bethod got away." He laughed and felt tears prickling his eyes the next moment. "Will there ever be an end to it?" Grim finished wrapping the bandage and tied it up tight. "You're done?" Dogman stared back at him. "Done? I'm starting to think I won't ever be done." He held his hand out. "Help me up, Furious? I got a friend to bury." The sun was getting low when they put Tull in the ground, just peering over the tops of the mountains and touching the edges of the clouds with gold. Good weather to bury a good man. They stood round the grave, all packed in tight. There were plenty of others being buried. The sad words for them wept and whispered all around. But Tull had been well loved, no man more, so there was quite the crowd. Even so, all round Logan there was a gap, an empty space a man wide. That space he used to have around him in the old days, where no one would dare to stand. Logan hardly blamed them. He'd have run away himself if he could. "Who wants to speak?" asked the dogman, looking at them one by one. Logan stared down at his feet, not even able to meet his eye, let alone say a word. He wasn't sure what had happened in the battle, but he could guess. He could guess well enough from the bits he did remember. He glanced around, licking at his split lips, but if anyone else guessed, they kept it to themselves. "No one going to say a word?" asked Dogman again, his voice cracking. "Guess it best be fucking me then, eh?" And Black Dow stepped forward. He took a long look round at the gathering, took a long look at Logan in particular, it seemed to him, but that was most likely just his own worries playing tricks. "Tull Duru Thunderhead," said Dow. "Back to the mud. The dead know we didn't always see things the same way, me and him. Didn't often agree on nothing. But maybe that was my fault, as I'm a contrary bastard at the best of times. I regret it now, I reckon. Now it's too late." He took a ragged breath. "Tull Duru. Every man in the north knew his name, and every man said it with respect, even his enemies. He was the sort of man that gave you hope, I reckon. That gave you hope. You want strength, do you? You want courage? You want things done right and proper the old way?" He nodded down at the new-turned earth. "There you go. Tull Duru Thunderhead. Look no fucking further. I'm less, now that he's gone. And so are all of you." And Dow turned and stalked off away from the grave and into the dusk, his head down. "We're all less," muttered Dogman, staring down at the earth with the glimmer of a tear in his eye. "Good words." They all looked broken up. Every one of them stood around the grave. West and his man Pike, and Shivers, and even Grim, all broken up. Logan wanted to feel as they did. He wanted to weep, for the death of a good man, for the fact that he might have been the one to cause it. but the tears wouldn't come. He frowned down at the fresh-turned earth as the sun sank behind the mountains and the fortress in the high places grew dark, and he felt less than nothing. If you want to be a new man, you have to stay in new places and do new things with people who never knew you before. If you go back to the same old ways, what else can you be but the same old person? You have to be realistic. He'd played at being a different man, but it had all been lies. The hardest kind to see through, the kind you tell yourself. He was the Bloody Nine. That was the fact, and however he twisted and squirmed and wished to be someone else, there was no escaping it. Logan wanted to care, but the Bloody Nine cares for nothing. Chapter 30. Rude Awakenings. Jezal was smiling when he began to wake. They were done with this madcap mission, and soon he would be back in Adua, back in Ardi's arms, warm and safe. He snuggled down into his blankets at the thought. Then he frowned. There was a knocking sound coming from somewhere. He opened his eyes a crack. Someone hissed at him from across the room, and he turned his head. He saw Therese's face, pale in the darkness, glaring from between the bed curtains, and the last few weeks came back in a horrible rush. She looked just as she had the day he married her, surely, and yet the perfect face of his queen seemed now ugly and hateful to him. The royal bedchamber had become a battlefield. The border, watched with iron determination, was an invisible line between door and fireplace, which Jezal crossed at his peril. The far side of the room was Styrian territory, and the mighty bed itself was Therese's strongest citadel, its defences apparently impregnable. On the second night of their marriage, hoping perhaps that there had been some misunderstanding on the first, he had mounted a half-hearted assault which had left him with a bloody nose. Since then, he had settled in hopelessly for a long and fruitless siege. Therese was the very mistress of deception. He would sleep on the floor, or on some item of furniture never quite long enough, or wherever he pleased, as long as it was not with her. Then at breakfast she would smile at him and speak of nothing, sometimes even place her hand fondly on his when she knew they were being watched. Occasionally she would even have him believing that all was now well. But as soon as they were alone, she would turn her back on him and bludgeon him with silence, and stab him with looks of such epic scorn and disgust that he wanted to be sick. Her ladies-in-waiting behaved towards him with scarcely less contempt, whenever he had the misfortune to find himself in their whispering presence. One in particular, the Countess Chalier, apparently his wife's closest friend since a tender age, eyed him always with a murderous hatred. On one occasion he had blundered into the salon where all dozen of them were sitting arranged around Therese, muttering in Styrian. He had felt like a peasant boy stumbling upon a coven of extremely well-presented witches, chanting some dark curse, probably one directed towards himself. He was made to feel like the lowest, most repulsive animal alive. And he was a king, in his own palace. For some reason, he lived in inexplicable horror that somebody would realize the truth. But if any of the servants noticed, they kept it to themselves. He wondered if he should have told someone, but who, and what? "Lord Chamberlain, good day. My wife refuses to fuck me." "Your Eminence, well met. My wife will not look at me." "High Justice, how are you? The Queen despises me, by the way." Most of all, he feared telling Bayaz. He had warned the Magus away from his personal affairs in no uncertain terms, and could scarcely go crawling for his help now. And so he went along with the fiction, miserable and confused, and with every day that he pretended at marital bliss, it became more and more impossible to see his way clear of it. His whole life stretched away before him, loveless, friendless and sleeping on the floor. "Well?" hissed Therese. "Well, what?" he snarled back. "The door." As if on cue, there was a brutal banging at the door, making it rattle in its frame. "Nothing good ever comes from Talons," Giselle whispered under his breath as he flung back his blankets and struggled up from the carpet, stumbled angrily across the room, and turned the key in the lock. Gorst stood in the hallway outside, clad in full armor and with his sword drawn, a lantern held up in one hand, harsh light across one side of his heavy, worried face. From somewhere down the hall came the sound of echoing footsteps, of confused shouting, the flickering of distant lamps. Giselle frowned, suddenly wide awake. He did not like the feel of this. "Your Majesty," said Gorst. "What the hell is going on?" "The Gurkish have invaded Midderland." Pharaoh's eyes snapped open. She sprang up from the settle, her feet planted wide in a fighting stance, the torn-off table leg gripped tight in her fist. She cursed under her breath. She had fallen asleep, and nothing good ever happened when she did that. But there was no one in the room, all dark and silent. No sign of the cripple or his black-masked servants. No sign of the armored guards who watched her through narrowed eyes whenever she took a step down the tiled halls of this cursed place. Only the slightest chink of light under the panelled door that led through to Bayaz's room. That, and a quiet murmuring of voices. She frowned and padded over, kneeling silently beside the keyhole. "Where have they landed?" Bayaz's voice muffled through the wood.
"Our first boats came ashore in the grey dusk on the empty beaches at the southwestern tip of Midderland, near to Keln."
Yulway. Pharaoh felt a tingling thrill, her breath coming fast and cold in her nostrils.
"Are you prepared?"
Bayaz snorted.
"We could scarcely be less so. I was not expecting Khalul to move so soon or so suddenly. They landed in the night, eh? Unannounced. Did Lord Brock not see them come?"
"My guess is that he saw them all too well and welcomed them by previous arrangement. No doubt he has been promised the throne of the Union, once the Gurkish have crushed all resistance and hung your bastard from the gates of the Agriont. He will be king, subject to the might of Uthman ul-Dost, of course."
"Treachery."
"Of an unremarkable kind. It should hardly shock such as we, brother? We have seen worse, I think, and done worse, too, perhaps."
"Some things must be done."
She heard Yulway sigh.
"I never denied it."
"How many Gurkish?"
"They never come in ones and twos. 5 legions, perhaps, so far, but they are only the vanguard. Many more are coming. Thousands. The whole south moves to war."
"Is Khalul with them?"
"Why would he be? He stays in Sarkant, in his sunny gardens upon the mountain terraces, and waits for news of your destruction. Mamoon leads them. Fruit of the desert, thrice blessed and thrice—"
"I know the names he calls himself, the arrogant worm."
"Whatever he calls himself, he is grown strong, and the 100 words are with him. They are here for you, brother. They are come. If I walked in your footsteps, I would be away to the cold north, while there is still time."
"And then what? Will they not follow me? Should I flee to the edge of the world? I was there not long ago, and it holds little appeal. I have yet a few cards left to play."
A long pause.
"You found the seed?"
"No."
Another pause.
"I am not sorry. To tinker with those forces, to bend the first law, if not to break it. The last time that thing was used, it made a ruin of Alkos, and came near to making a ruin of the whole world. It is better left buried."
"Even if our hopes are buried with it?"
There are greater things at risk than my hopes or yours."
Pharaoh did not care a shit for Biaz's hopes, or Yulway's either, if it came to that. They had both deceived her. She had swallowed a bellyful of their lies and their secrets and their promises. She had done nothing but talk and wait and talk again for far too long. She stood up and lifted her leg and gave a fighting scream. Her heel caught the lock and tore it from the frame, sent the door shuddering open. The two old men sat at a table nearby, a single lamp throwing light over the dark face and the pail. A third figure sat in the shadows of the far corner, Kwai, silent and sunk in darkness.
"Could you not have knocked?" asked Biaz.
Yulway's smile was a bright curve in his dark skin.
"Pharaoh, it is good to see you still—"
"When are the Gurkish coming?"
His grin faded, and he gave a long sigh.
"I see that you have not learned patience."
"I learnt it, then ran out of it. When are they coming?"
"Soon. The scouts are already moving through the countryside of Middleland, taking the villages and laying the fortresses under siege, making the country safe for the rest who will come behind."
"Someone should stop them,"
muttered Pharaoh, her nails digging into her palms. Biaz sat back in his chair, the shadows collecting in his craggy face.
"You speak my very thoughts. Your luck has changed, Pharaoh? I promised you vengeance, and now it drops ripe and bloody into your lap. Uthman's army has landed. Thousands of Gurkish, and ready for war. They might be at the city gates within 2 weeks.
2 weeks,
whispered Pharaoh.
But I have no doubt some Union soldiers will be going out to greet them sooner. I could find you a place with them if you cannot wait."
She had waited long enough. Thousands of Gurkish and ready for war. The smile tugged at one corner of Pharaoh's mouth, then grew and grew until her cheeks were aching. Part 2. Last Argument of Kings. Inscribed on his cannons by Louis XIV. Chapter 31. The Number of the Dead. It was quiet in the village. The few houses, built from old stone with roofs of mossy slate, seemed deserted. The only life in the fields beyond, mostly fresh harvested and ploughed over, were a handful of miserable crows. Next to Pharaoh, the bell in the tower creaked softly. Some loose shutters on a window swung and tapped. A few curled-up leaves fell on a gust of wind and fluttered gently to the empty square. On the horizon, 3 columns of dark smoke rose up just as gently into the heavy sky. The Gurkish were coming, and they always had loved to burn.
"Malgin!"
Major Valamir was below, framed by the trapdoor, and Pharaoh scowled down. He reminded her of Jezal Dan Luthar when she had first met him, a plump, pale face stuffed with that infuriating mixture of panic and arrogance. It was plain enough that he had never set an ambush for a goat before, let alone for Gurkish scouts. But still he pretended he knew best.
"Do you see anything?"
he hissed at her for the 5th time in an hour.
"I see them coming,"
Pharaoh growled back.
"How many?"
Still a dozen.
How far off?
Perhaps quarter of an hour's ride now, and your asking will not make them come quicker.
When they are in the square, I will give the signal with 2 claps.
Make sure you do not miss one hand with the other, Pink.
I told you not to call me that.
A brief pause.
We must take one of them alive to question.
Ferro wrinkled her nose. Her taste did not lean towards taking Gurkish alive. We will see. She turned back to the horizon, and soon enough she heard the sound of Valimir whispering orders to some of his men. The rest was scattered around the other buildings, hiding. An odd crowd of leftover soldiers. A few were veterans, but most of them were even younger and more twitchy than Valimir himself. Ferro wished, and not for the first time, that they had Nine Fingers with them. Like him or not, no one could have denied that the man knew his business. With him, Ferro had known what she would get. Solid experience, or, on occasion, murderous fury. Either one would have been useful. But Nine Fingers was not there. So Ferro stood in the wide window of the bell tower, alone, frowning out across the rolling fields of Midderland, and watched the riders come closer. A dozen Gurkish scouts, trotting in a loose group down a track. Wriggling specks on a pale streak between patchworks of dark earth. They slowed as they passed the first wood-built barn spreading out. A great Gurkish host would number soldiers from all across the empire, fighters from a score of different conquered provinces. These 12 scouts were Kadiris, by their long faces and narrow eyes, their saddlebags of patterned cloth, lightly armed with bows and spears. Killing them would not be much vengeance, but it would be some. It would fill the space for now, a space that had been empty far too long. One of them startled as a crow flapped up from a scraggy tree. Ferro held her breath, sure that Valimir or one of his blundering pinks would choose that moment to trip over one another. But there was only silence, as the horsemen eased carefully into the village square, their leader with one hand raised for caution. He looked right up at her, but saw nothing. Arrogant fools. They saw only what they wanted to see. A village from which everyone had fled, crushed with fear of the Emperor's matchless army. Her fist clenched tight around her bow. They would learn. She would teach them. The leader had a square of floppy paper out in his hands, peering at it as though it was a message in a language he did not understand. A map, maybe? One of his men reined his horse in and slid from the saddle, took its bridle, and led it towards a mossy trough. 2 more sat loose on their mounts, talking and grinning, moving their hands, telling jokes. A 4th cleaned his fingernails with a knife. Another rode slowly round the edge of the square, leaning from his saddle and peering in through the windows of the houses, looking for something to steal. One of the joke-tellers burst into a deep peal of laughter. Then 2 sharp claps echoed from the buildings. The scout by the trough was just filling his flask when Ferro's shaft sank into his chest. The canteen tumbled from his hand, shining drops spilling from the neck. Flat bows rattled in the windows. Scouts yelled and stared. One horse stumbled sideways and fell, puffs of dust rising from its flailing hooves, crushing its rider, screaming underneath it. Union soldiers charged from the buildings, shouting, spears ready. One of the riders had his sword half drawn when he was nailed with a flatbow bolt, fell lolling from the saddle. Ferro's second arrow took another in the back. The one who had been picking his fingernails was dumped from his horse, stumbled up in time to see a Union soldier coming at him with a spear. He threw down his knife and held his arms up too late, was run through anyway, the spear point sticking bloody out of his back as he fell. 2 of them made a dash the way they had come. Ferro took aim at one, but as they reached the narrow lane, a rope was pulled tight across the gap. The pair of them were snatched from their saddles, dragging a Union soldier yelping from a building, bouncing along a few strides on his face, rope stuck tight round his arm. One of Pharaoh's arrows caught a scout between his shoulder blades as he tried to push himself up from the dust. The other dragged himself a groggy few strides before a Union soldier hit him in the head with a sword and left the back of his skull hanging off. Of the dozen, only the leader got away from the village. He spurred his horse for a narrow fence between two buildings, jumping it with hooves clattering against the top rail. He galloped off across the coarse stubble of a harvested field, pressed low into his saddle, jerking his heels into his horse's flanks. Pharaoh took a long, slow aim, feeling the smile tugging at the corners of her face. All in a moment she judged the way he was sitting the saddle, the speed of the horse, the height of the tower, felt the wind on her face, the weight of the shaft, the tension in the wood, the string biting into her lip. She watched the arrow fly, a spinning black splinter against the grey sky, and the horse rushed forwards to meet it. Sometimes God is generous. The leader arched his back and tumbled from the saddle, rolling over and over on the dusty earth, specks of mud and cut stalks flying up around him. His cry of agony came to Pharaoh's ear a moment later. Her lips curled back further from her teeth. Ha! She threw the bow over her shoulder, slid down the ladder, vaulted through the back window, and dashed out across the field. Her boots thudded in the soft soil between the clumps of stubble, her hand tightened around the grip of her sword. The man mewled in the dirt as he tried to drag himself towards his horse. He got one desperate finger hooked over the stirrup as he heard Pharaoh's quick footsteps behind, but fell back with a squeal when he tried to lift himself. He lay on his side as she ran up, the blade hissing angry from its wooden sheath. His eyes rolled towards her, wild with pain and fear. A dark face like her own. An unexceptional face of 40 years old, with a patchy beard and a pale birthmark on one cheek, dust caked to the other, beads of shining sweat across his forehead. She stood over him, and sunlight glinted on the edge of the curved sword. "Give me a reason not to do it," she found she had said. Strange that she had said it, and to a soldier in the Emperor's army, of all people. In the heat and dust of the Badlands of Kanta, she had not been in the habit of offering chances. Perhaps something had changed in her, out there in the wet and ruined west of the world. He stared up for a moment, his lip trembling. He croaked. "My daughters! I have 2 daughters! I pray to see them married!" Pharaoh frowned. She should not have let him start talking. A father with daughters, just as she had once had a father, been a daughter. This man had done her no harm. He was no more Gurkish than she was. He had not chosen to fight, most likely, or had any choice but to do as the mighty Uthman ul Dost commanded. "I will go. I swear to God, I will go back to my wife and my daughters." The arrow had taken him just under the shoulder and gone clean through, snapped off when he hit the ground. She could see the splintered shaft under his arm. It had missed his lung, by the way he was talking. It would not kill him, not right away, at least. Pharaoh could help him onto his horse, and he would be gone, with a chance to live. The scout held up a trembling hand, a spatter of blood on his long thumb. "Please, this is not my war. The sword carved a deep wound out of his face, through his mouth, splitting his lower jaw apart. He made a hissing moan. The next blow cut his head half off. He rolled over, dark blood pouring out into the dark earth, clutching at the stubble of the shorn crop. The sword broke the back of his skull open, and he was still. It seemed that Pharaoh was not in a merciful mood that day. The butchered scout's horse stared dumbly at her. "What?" she snapped. Perhaps she had changed, out there in the west, but no one changes that much. One less soldier in Uthman's army was a good thing, wherever he came from. She had no need to make excuses for herself, especially not to a horse. She grabbed at its bridle and gave it a yank. Valimir might have been a pink fool, but Ferro had to admit that he had managed the ambush well. 10 scouts lay dead in the village square, their torn clothes flapping in the breeze, their blood smeared across the dusty ground. The only Union casualty was the idiot who had been jerked over by his own rope, covered in dust and scratches. A good day's work so far. A soldier poked at one of the corpses with his boot. "So this is what the Gurkish look like, eh? Not so fearsome now." "These are not Gurkish," said Ferro. "Kadiri scouts pressed into service. They did not want to be here any more than you wanted them here." The man stared back at her, puzzled and annoyed. "Cantor is full of people. Not everyone with a brown face is Gurkish, or prays to their god, or bows to their emperor. Most do. Most have no choice." "They're still the enemy," he sneered. "I did not say we should spare them." She shouldered past, back through the door into the building with the bell tower. It seemed Valimir had managed to take a prisoner after all. He and some others were clustered nervously around one of the scouts, on his knees, with his arms bound tightly behind him. He had a bloody graze down one side of his face, staring up with that look that prisoners tend to have. Scared. "Where is your main body?" Valimir was demanding. "He does not speak your tongue, Pink," snapped Ferro, "and shouting it will not help." Valimir looked angrily round at her. "Perhaps we should have brought someone with us who speaks Cantic," he said with heavy irony. "Perhaps." There was a long pause while Valimir waited for her to say more, but she said nothing. Eventually he gave a long sigh. "Do you speak Cantic?" "Of course." "Then would you be so kind as to ask him some questions for us?" Ferro sucked her teeth. A waste of her time, but if it had to be done, it was best done quickly. "What shall I ask him?" "Well, how far away the Gurkish army is, how many are in it, what routes they are taking, you know." Ferro squatted down in front of the prisoner and looked him squarely in the eyes. He stared back, helpless and frightened, no doubt wondering what she was doing with these Pinks. She wondered herself. "Who are you?" he whispered. She drew her knife and held it up. "You will answer my questions, or I will kill you with this knife. That is who I am. Where is the Gurkish army?" He licked his lips. "Perhaps 2 days' march away to the south." "How many?" "More than I could count. Many thousands. People of the deserts and the plains and their—" "What route are they taking?" "I do not know. We were only told to ride to this village and see whether it was empty." He swallowed, the lump on the front of his sweaty throat bobbing up and down. "Perhaps my captain knows more." "Psst," hissed Ferro. His captain would be telling nobody anything now she had carved up his head. "A lot of them," she snapped at Valimir in common, "and many more to come, 2 days' march behind. He does not know their route. What now?" Valimir rubbed at the light stubble on his jaw. "I suppose we should take him back to the Agriont, deliver him to the Inquisition." "He knows nothing. He will only slow us down. We should kill him." "He surrendered. To kill him would be no better than murder, war or no war." Valimir beckoned to one of the soldiers. "I won't have that on my conscience." "I will." Ferro's knife slid smoothly into the scout's heart and out. His mouth and his eyes opened up very wide. Blood bubbled through the split cloth on his chest, spread out quickly in a dark ring. He gawped at it, making a long sucking sound. His head dropped back, his body sagged. She turned to see the soldiers staring at her, pale faces puffed up with shock. A busy day for them, maybe. A lot to learn, but they would soon get used to it. That, or the Gurkish would kill them. They want to burn your farms and your towns and your cities. They want to make slaves of your children. They want everyone in the world to pray to God in the same way they do, with the same words they use, and for your land to be a province of their empire. I know this." Pharaoh wiped the blade of her knife on the sleeve of the dead man's tunic. "The only difference between war and murder is the number of the dead." Valimir stared down at the corpse of his prisoner for a moment, his lips thoughtfully pursed. Pharaoh wondered if he had more backbone than she had given him credit for. Finally, he turned towards her. "What do you suggest?" "We could wait for Moria, perhaps even get some real Gurkish this time, but that might mean too many for we few." "So?" "East or north, and set another trap like this one." "And defeat the Emperor's army, a dozen men at a time?" "Small steps." Pharaoh shrugged. "Small steps in the right direction, unless you've seen enough and want to go back to your walls." Valimir gave her a long frown. Then he turned to one of his men, a heavy-built veteran with a scar on his cheek. "There is a village just east of here, is there not, Sergeant Forrest?" "Yes, sir. Marloff is no more than 10 miles distant." "Will that suit you?" asked Valimir, raising one eyebrow at Pharaoh. "Dead Gurkish suit me, that is all." Chapter 32. Leaves on the Water. "Carleon," said Logan. "Aye," said Dogman. It squatted there in the fork of the river, under the brooding clouds. Hard shapes of tall walls and towers on the sheer bluff above the fast-flowing water, up where Scarling's Hall used to stand. Slate roofs and stone buildings squashed in tight on the long downward slope. Clustered in round the foot of the hill, and with another wall outside, everything lent a cold, sharp shine from the rain just finished falling. Dogman couldn't say he was glad to see the place again. Every visit yet had turned out badly. "It's changed some since the battle, all them years ago." Logan was looking down at his spread-out hand, waggling the stump of his missing finger. "There weren't no walls like that round it then." "No, but there weren't no Union army round it, neither." Dogman couldn't deny it was a comforting fact. The Union pickets worked their way through the empty fields about the city, a wobbly line of earthworks and stakes and fences, with men moving behind them, dull sunlight catching metal now and then. Thousands of men, well-armed and vengeful, keeping Bethod penned up. "You sure he's in there?" "Don't see where else he's got to go. He lost most of his best boys up in the mountains. No friends left, I reckon." "We've all got less than we used to," Dogman muttered. "I guess we just sit here. We got time, after all. Lots of it. We sit here and watch the grass grow, and we wait for Bethod to give up." "Aye." But Logan didn't look like he believed it. "Aye," said Dogman. But just giving up didn't sound much like the Bethod he knew. He turned his head at the sound of hooves fast on the road, saw one of those messengers with a helmet like an angry chicken race from the trees and towards West's tent, horse well lathered from hard riding. He reined up in a fumbling hurry, near fell out of his saddle in his rush to get down, wobbled past a few staring officers and in through the flap. Dogman felt that familiar weight of worry in his gut. "That's got the taste of bad news." "What other kind is there?" There was some flutter down there now, soldiers shouting, throwing their arms around. "Best go and see what's happened," muttered Dogman, though he'd much rather have walked the other way. Crummock was stood near the tent, frowning at the commotion. "Something's up," said the hillman. "I don't understand a thing these Southerners say or do. I swear they're all mad." Mad chatter came surging out of that tent, all right, when Dogman pushed back the flap. There were Union officers all around the place, and in a bastard of a muddle. West was in the midst of it, face pale as fresh milk, his fists clenched tight around nothing. "Furious!"
Dogman grabbed him by the arm. "What the hell's happening?" "The Gurkish have invaded Midderland." West pulled his arm free and took to shouting.
"The who have done what now?"
muttered Crummock. "The Gurkish." Logan was frowning deep. "Brown folk from way down south. Hard folk, by all accounts." Pike had come up now, his burned face grim. "They landed an army by sea. They might have reached Adua already." "Hold on now." Dogman didn't know a thing about Gurkish, or Adua, or Midderland, but his bad feeling was getting worse every moment. "What are you telling us exactly?" "We've been ordered home. Now." Dogman stared. He should have known all along it couldn't be this simple. He grabbed West by the arm again, stabbing down towards Carleon with his dirty finger. "We've nothing like the men we need to carry on a siege of this place without you." "I know," said West, "and I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Get over to General Polder," he snapped at a young lad with a squint. "Tell him to get his division ready to march for the coast at once." Dogman blinked, feeling sick to his stomach. "So we fought 7 days in the high places for nothing? Tull died, and the dead know how many more for nothing?" It always took him by surprise how fast something could fall apart once you were leaning on it. "That's it then. Back to woods and cold and running and killing. No end to it."
"Might be another way,"
said Crummock. "What way?" The chief of the hillmen had a sly grin.
"You know. Don't you bloody nine."
I know." Logan had a look like a man who knows he's about to hang, and he's staring at the tree they're going to do it from. "When have you got to leave, Furious?" West frowned. "We have a lot of men and not a lot of road. Polder's division tomorrow, I imagine, and Croy's the day after." Crummock's grin got a shade wider.
"So all day tomorrow there'll be piles of men sat here dug in round Bethod, looking like they're never going nowhere, eh?"
"I suppose there could be." "Give me tomorrow," said Logan. Give me just that, and maybe I can settle things. Then I'll come south with you if I'm still alive, and bring who I can. That's my word. We'll help you with the Gurkish." "What difference can one day make?" asked West. "Aye," muttered Dogman. "What's one day?" Trouble was, he could already guess the answer. Water trickled under the old bridge, past the trees, and off down the green hillside, down towards Carleon. Logan watched a few yellow leaves carried on it, turning round and round, dragged past the mossy stones. He wished that he could just float away, but it didn't seem likely. "We fought here," said the Dogman. 3 trees and Tull, Dow and Grim and me. Forley's buried in them woods somewhere." "You want to go up there?" asked Logan. "Give him a visit, see if—" "What for? I doubt a visit'll do me any good, and I'm damn sure it won't do him any. Nothing will. That's what it is to be dead." "You sure about this, Logan?" "You see another way. The Union won't stick. Might be our last chance to finish with Bethod. Not that much to lose, is there?" "That's your life." Logan took a long breath. "Can't think of too many people who place much value on that. You coming down?" Dogman shook his head. "Reckon I'll stay up here. I had a belly full of Bethod." "All right, then. All right." It was as if all the moments of Logan's life, things said and things done, choices he hardly remembered making, had led him to this. Now there was no choice at all. Maybe there never had been. He was like the leaves on the water, carried along, down towards Carleon, and nothing he could do about it. He gave his heels to his horse and off down the slope alone, down the dirt track, beside the gurgling stream. Everything seemed picked out clearer than usual as the day wore down. He rode past trees, damp leaves getting ready to fall, golden yellow, burning orange, vivid purple, all the colours of fire.
Down towards the valley bottom, through the heavy air, just a trace of autumn mist to it, sharp in his throat. The sounds of saddle creaking, harness rattling, hoofbeats in the soft ground all came muffled. He trotted through the empty fields, turned mud, pocked with weeds, past the Union pickets, a ditch and a line of sharpened stakes, 3 times bowshot from the walls. Soldiers there, in studded jackets and steel caps, watched him pass with frowns on their faces. He pulled on the reins and slowed his horse to a walk. He clattered over a wooden bridge, one of Bethod's new ones, the river underneath surging with the autumn rain. Up the gentle rise, the wall looming over him. High, sheer, dark, and solid-looking. A threatening piece of wall, if ever there'd been one. He couldn't see men at the slots in the battlements, but he guessed they had to be there. He swallowed, spit moving awkward in his throat, then made himself sit up tall, pretending he wasn't cut and aching all over from 7 days of battle in the mountains. He wondered if he was about to hear a flatbow click, feel the stab of pain, then drop into the mud dead. Some kind of an embarrassing song that would make.
"Well, well, well,"
came a deep voice, and Logan knew it right away. Who else would it be but Bethod? The strange thing was that he was glad to hear it for the quickest moment, until he remembered all the blood between them, until he remembered they hated each other. You can have enemies you never really meet. Logan had plenty. You can kill men you don't know. He'd done it often. But you can't truly hate a man without loving him first, and there's always a trace of that love left over.
"I'm taking a look down from my gates, and who should ride up out of the past?"
Bethod called to him.
"The Bloody Nine! Would you believe it? I'd organize a feast, but we've no food to spare in here."
He stood there at the parapet, high up above the doors, fists on the stone. He didn't sneer, he didn't smile, he didn't do much of anything.
"If it ain't the King of the Northmen!" Logan shouted up. "Still got your golden hat, then?"
Bethod touched the ring round his head, the big jewel on his brow glittering with the setting sun.
"Why wouldn't I have? Let me see."
Logan looked left and right, up and down the bare walls.
"Just that you've got shit all left to be king of, far as I can tell. I reckon we're both feeling lonely. Where are your friends, Bloody Nine? Those killers you liked around you? Where's the Thunderhead, and Grim, and the Dogman, and that bastard Black Dow?"
"All done with, Bethod. Dead up in the mountains. Dead as Scarling. Them, and Littlebone, and Goring, and Whitesides, and plenty more besides." Bethod looked grim at that.
"Not much to cheer about, if you're asking me. It's some useful men gone back to the mud one way or another. Some friends of mine, and some of yours. There never is a happy outcome with we two, is there? Bad as friends and worse as enemies. What did you come here for, Nine Fingers?"
Logan sat there for a moment, thinking of all the other times he'd done what he had to do now, the challenges he'd made and their outcomes, and there were no happy memories among that lot. Say one thing for Logan Nine Fingers, say he's reluctant. But there was no other way.
"I'm here to make a challenge,"
he bellowed, and the sound of it echoed back from the damp, dark walls and died a slow death in the misty air. Bethod tipped back his head and laughed, a laugh without much joy in it, Logan reckoned.
"By the dead, Nine Fingers, but you never change. You're like some old dog no one can stop from barking. Challenge? What have we got left to fight over?"
"I win. You open the gates and belong to me, my prisoner. I lose. The Union pack up and sail for home, and you're free." Bethod's smile slowly faded, and his eyes narrowed, suspicious. Logan knew that look from way back, turning over the chances, sorting through the reasons why.
"That sounds like a golden offer, considering the fix I'm in. Hard to believe it. What's in it for your southern friends up there?"
Logan snorted.
"They'll wait, if they have to. But they don't much care about you, Bethod. You're nothing to them for all your bluster. They kicked your ass across the north already, and they reckon you'll not be bothering them again either way. If I win, they get your head. If I lose, they can go home early. I'm nothing to them, eh?"
Bethod split a sad smile.
"Is that what it's come to, after all my work and sweat and pain? Are you happy, Nine Fingers, to see all I've fought for put in the dust?" "Why shouldn't I be? You've no one but yourself to blame for it. It was you brought us to this. Take my challenge, Bethod. Then maybe one of us can have peace."
The King of the Northmen gaped down, eyes wide.
"No one else to blame? Me? How soon we all forget."
He grabbed the chain round his shoulders and rattled it.
"You think I wanted this? You think I asked for any of it? All I wanted was a strip more land to feed my people, to stop the big clans squeezing me. All I wanted was to win a few victories to be proud of, to pass on something better to my sons than I got from my father."
He leaned forward, his hands clutching at the battlements.
"Who was it always had to push a step further? Who was it would never let me stop? Who was it had to taste blood, and once he'd tasted it, got drunk on it, went mad with it, could never get enough?"
His fingers stabbed down.
"Who else but the Bloody Nine?" "That's not how it was," growled Logan.
Bethod's laughter echoed harsh on the wind.
"Is it not? I wanted to talk with Shamer Heartless, but you had to kill him. I tried to strike a deal at Hiernan, but you had to climb up and settle your score and start a dozen more. Peace, you say? I begged you to let me make peace at Ophrith, but you had to fight Three Trees. On my knees I begged you, but you had to have the biggest name in all the north. Then once you'd beaten him, you broke your word to me and let him live, as though there was nothing bigger to think about than your damn pride." "That's not how it was," said Logan. "There's not a man in the north that doesn't know the truth of it. Peace? Ha! What about Rattleneck, eh? I would have ransomed his son back to him, and we could all have gone home happy, but no. What did you say to me? Easier to stop the White Flow than to stop the Bloody Nine. Then you had to nail his head to my standard for the whole world to see, so the vengeance would never find an end. Every time I tried to stop, you dragged me on, deeper and deeper into the mire, until there could be no stopping any longer, until it was kill or be killed, until I had to put down the whole north. You made me king, Nine Fingers. What other choices did you leave me?" "That's not how it was," whispered Logan.
But he knew it had been.
"Tell yourself that I'm the cause of all your woes if it makes you happy. Tell yourself I'm the merciless one, the murderous one, the bloodthirsty one. But ask yourself who I learned it from. I had the best master. Play at being the good man, if you please, the man with no choices. But we both know what you really are. Peace? You'll never have peace, Bloody Nine. You're made of death."
Logan would have liked to deny it, but it would just have been more lies. Bethod truly knew him. Bethod truly understood him. Better than anyone. His worst enemy, and still his best friend.
"Then why not kill me, when you had the chance?"
The King of the Northmen frowned, as though he couldn't understand something. Then he started to laugh again. He shrieked with it.
"You don't know why? You stood right beside him, and you don't know? You learned nothing from me, Nine Fingers. After all these years, you still let the rain wash you any way it pleases." "What are you saying?" snarled Logan. "Bayaz!" "Bayaz? What of him? I was ready to put the bloody cross in you, sink your carcass in a bog with all the rest of your misfit idiots, and was happy to do it, until that old liar came calling." "And? I owed him, and he wanted you let go. It was that meddling old fuck that saved your worthless hide, and nothing else." "Why?" growled Logan, not knowing what to make of it, but not liking that he was learning about it so long after everyone else. But Bethod only chuckled. "Maybe I didn't grovel low enough for his taste. You're the one he saved. You ask him, the wise, if you live long enough. But I don't think you will. I take your challenge. Here, tomorrow, at sunrise." He rubbed his palms together. "Man against man, with the future of the North hanging bloody on the outcome. Just as it used to be, eh, Logan? In the old days, in the sunny valleys of the past. Roll the dice together one more time, shall we?" The King of the Northmen stepped slowly back, away from the battlements. "Some things have changed, though. I've a new champion now. If I was you, I'd say your goodbyes tonight and get ready for the mud. After all, what was it you used to tell me?" His laughter faded slowly into the dusk. "You have to be realistic." "Good piece of meat," said Grim. A warm fire and a good piece of meat were two things to be thankful for, and there'd been times enough when Dogman had a lot less, but watching the blood drip from that chunk of mutton was making him feel sick. Reminded him of the blood that came out of Shema Heartless when Logan split him open. Years ago, maybe, but the Dogman could see it fresh as yesterday. He could hear the roars from the men, the shields crashing together. He could smell the sour sweat and the fresh blood on the snow. "By the dead," grunted Dogman, mouth watering like he was about to puke. "How can you think about eating now?" Dow gave a toothy grin. "Us going hungry ain't gonna help Nine Fingers any. Nothing is. That's the point of a duel, innit? All about one man." He poked at the meat with his knife and made the blood run sizzling into the fire. Then he sat back, thoughtful. "You reckon he can do it? Really? You remember that thing?" Dogman felt a ghost of the sick fear he'd had in the mist, and he shuddered to his boots. He weren't likely ever to forget the sight of that giant coming through the murk, the sight of his painted fist rising, the sound of it crunching into Three Trees' ribs and crushing the life out of him. "If anyone can do it," he growled through his gritted teeth, "I reckon Logan can." "Huh?" grunted Grim. "Aye, but do you think he will? That's my question. That, and what happens if he don't?" It was a question that Dogman could hardly bear to think up an answer to. Logan would be dead, for a first thing. Then there'd be no siege of Carleon any more. Dogman had too few men left after the mountains to keep a pisspot surrounded, let alone the best walled city in the north. Bethod could do as he pleased, seek out help and find new friends and set to fighting again. There was no one tougher in a tight corner. "Logan can do it," he whispered, bunching his fists and feeling the long cut down his arm burning. "He has to." He nearly fell in the fire when a great fat hand thumped him on the back.
"By the dad, I never seen such a fire full of long faces."
Dogman winced. The crazy hillman was hardly what he needed to lift his mood, grinning out of the night with his children behind him, great big weapons over their shoulders. Crummock was down to just the two now, since one of his sons got killed up in the mountains, but he didn't seem so upset about it. He'd lost his spear, too, snapped off in some Easterner, as he was fond of saying, so he still didn't have to carry aught himself. Neither one of the children had said much since the battle, or not in the Dogman's hearing anyway. No more talk about how many men folk might have killed. The seeing of it close up could be a woeful drain on your enthusiasm for the business of war. Dogman knew well enough how that went. But Crummock himself had no trouble keeping cheerful.
"Where's Nine Fingers got himself off to?"
"Gone off on his own. Always like to do that before a duel.
Crummock stroked at the finger bones round his neck.
Speaking to the moon, I'll be bound.
Shitting himself is closer to it, I reckon.
Well, as long as you get the shitting done before the fight, I don't reckon anyone could grumble.
He grinned all across his face.
No one's loved of the moon like the Bloody Nine, I tell you. No one in all the wide circle of the world. He's got some kind of chance at winning a fair fight, and that's the best a man could hope for against that devil thing. There's only one problem.
Just one?
There'll be no fair fight as long as that damn witch is alive.
The dogman felt his shoulders slump even further. How do you mean? Crummock spun one of the wooden signs on his necklace round and around.
I can't see her letting Bethod lose, and herself along with him, can you? A witch as clever as that one. There's all kinds of magic she could mix, all kinds of blessings and curses, all kinds of ways that bitch could tilt the outcome, as though the chances weren't tilted enough already.
Eh?
My point is this. Someone needs to stop her.
Dogman hadn't thought he could feel any lower. Now he knew better.
Good luck with that, he muttered.
Ha ha, my lad! Ha ha! I'd love to do it too, but they got an awful stretch of walls down there, and I'm not much for climbing over 'em.
Crummock slapped one fat hand against his fat belly.
Twice too much meat for that. No, what we need for this task is a small man, but with great big fruits on him. No doubt we do, and the moon knows it. A man with a talent for creeping about, sharp-eyed and sure-footed. We need someone with a quick hand and a quick mind.
He looked at the dogman and he grinned.
Now, where is it that we'd find a man like that, d'you reckon?
You know what? Dogman put his face in his hands. I've no fucking idea. Logan lifted the battered flask to his lips and took a mouthful. He felt the sharp liquor tingling on his tongue, tickling at his throat, that old need to swallow. He leaned forward, pursed his lips, and blew it out in a fine spray. A gout of fire went up into the cold night. He peered into the darkness, saw nothing but the black outlines of tree trunks, the shifting black shadows that his fire cast between them. He shook the flask back and forth, heard the last measure sloshing inside. He shrugged his shoulders, put it to his mouth, and tipped it all the way, felt it burn down to his stomach. The spirits could share with him tonight. Chances were good that after tomorrow he wouldn't be calling on them again. 9 fingers. The voice rustled at him like the leaves falling. One spirit slid out from the shadows, came up into the light from the fire. There was no trace of recognition about it, and Logan found he was relieved. There was no accusation either, no fear and no distrust. It didn't care what he was or what he'd done. Logan tossed the empty flask down beside him. On your own? Yes. Well, you're never alone if you bring laughter with you. The spirit said nothing. Reckon laughter's a thing for men, not for spirits. Yes. Don't speak much, do you? I did not call on you. True. Logan stared into the fire. I have to fight a man tomorrow. A man called Fenris the Feared. He is not a man. You know of him, then? He is old. By your reckoning? Nothing is old by my reckoning, but he goes back to the old time and beyond. He had another master then. What master? Glystrod. The name was like a knife in the ear. No name could have been less expected or less welcome. The wind blew cold through the trees, and memories of the towering ruins of Alcus crowded in on Logan and made his back shiver. No chance it's some different Glystrod than the one came close to destroying half the world. There is no other. He it was that wrote the signs upon the feared skin, signs in the old tongue, the language of devils across his left side. That flesh is of the world below. Where the word of Glystrod is written, the feared cannot be harmed.
Cannot be harmed? Not at all.
Logan thought about it a moment.
Why not write on both sides?
Ask Glystrod.
I don't think that's likely.
No.
A long pause.
What will you do, Nine Fingers?
Logan peered off sideways into the trees. The notion of setting off running and never looking back seemed a pretty one right then. Sometimes it can be better to live with the fear of it than to die doing it, whatever Logan's father had told him. "I ran before," he muttered, "and I only ran a circle. For me, Bethod's at the end of every path."
Then that is all our talk.
The spirit stood up from the fire. "Perhaps I'll see you again."
I do not think so. The magic leaks from the world, and my kind sleep. I do not think so. Even if you beat the feared, and I do not think you will.
"Message of hope, then, eh?" Logan snorted. "Luck go with you."
The spirit faded back into the darkness and was gone. It did not wish Logan luck. It did not care. Chapter 33. Authority. It was a dour and depressing meeting, even for the closed council. The weather beyond the narrow windows was sullen and overcast, promising storms, but never delivering, casting the White Chamber into a chill gloom. From time to time, heavy gusts of wind would rattle the old window panes, making Jezal start and shiver in his fur-trimmed robe. The grim expressions of the dozen old faces did little to warm his bones. Lord Marshal Varus was all clenched jaw and harsh determination. Lord Chamberlain Hoff clutched his goblet like a drowning man clinging to the last fragment of his boat. High Justice Morovia frowned as though he were about to pronounce the death sentence on the entire gathering, himself among them. Archlector Salt's thin lip was permanently curled as his cold eyes slid from Bayaz to Jezal to Morovia and back. The first of the Magi himself glared down the table. "The situation, please, Lord Marshal Varus."
"The situation, honestly, is grim. Adur is in uproar. Perhaps 1/3 of the population has already fled. The Gurkish blockade means that few supplies are making it to the markets. Curfews are in place, but some citizens are still seizing the opportunity to rob, steal, and riot, while the authorities are occupied elsewhere."
Morovia shook his head, grey beard swaying gently.
"And we can only expect the situation to deteriorate as the Gurkish come closer to the city." "Which they are," said Varus, "at the rate of several miles a day. We are doing all we can to frustrate them, but with our resources so limited, they may well be outside the gates within the week."
There were a few shocked gasps, breathed oaths, nervous sideways glances.
"So soon?"
Jezal's voice cracked slightly as he said it.
"I am afraid so, Your Majesty." "What is the Gurkish strength?" asked Morovia. "Estimates vary wildly. At present, however," and Varus sucked worriedly at his teeth, "it appears they field at least 50,000.
There were further sharp intakes of breath, not least from Jezal's own throat.
"So many?" muttered Halleck. "And thousands more landing every day near Keln," put in Admiral Reutzer, doing nothing to lift the mood. "With the best part of our navy on its way to retrieve the army after its northern adventure, we are powerless to stop them."
Jezal licked his lips. The walls of the wide room seemed to close in further with every moment.
"What of our troops?"
Varus and Reutzer exchanged a brief glance.
"We have 2 regiments of the King's Own, one of foot and one of horse, some 6,000 men in all, The Grey Watch, tasked with the defence of the Agriont itself, numbers 4,000. The Knights Herald and of the Body form an elite of some 500. In addition, there are non-combat soldiers, cooks, grooms, smiths, and so forth, who could be armed in an emergency.
"I believe this qualifies," observed Bayaz.
"Perhaps some few thousand more. The City Watch might be of some use, but they are hardly professional soldiers."
"What of the nobles?" asked Morovia. "Where is their aid?"
"Some few have sent men," said Varuz grimly. "Others only their regrets. Most not even that."
"Hedging their bets." Hoff shook his head. "Brock has let it be known there will be Gurkish gold for those who help him, and Gurkish mercy for those who stand with us."
"It has ever been so," lamented Torlicorm. "The nobles are interested only in their own welfare."
"Then we must open the armories," said Bayaz, "and we must not be shy with their contents. We must arm every citizen who can hold a weapon. We must arm the labourers' guilds, and the craftsmen's guilds, and the veterans' associations. Even the beggars in the gutters must be ready to fight." All well and good, Jezal supposed, but he hardly cared to trust his life to a legion of beggars. "When will Lord Marshal West return with the army?" "If he received his orders yesterday, it will be a month at the very least before he is disembarked and ready to come to our aid."
"Which means we must withstand several weeks of siege," muttered Hoff, shaking his head. He leaned closer to Jezal's ear and spoke softly, quite as if they were schoolgirls trading secrets. "Your Majesty, it might be prudent for you and your closed council to leave the city, to relocate your government further north outside the path of the Gurkish advance, where the campaign can be conducted in greater safety. To Holstholm, perhaps, or—"
"Absolutely not,"
said Bayaz sternly. Jezal could scarcely deny that the notion held its attractions. The island of Shabulian at that moment seemed an ideal place to relocate his government to, but Bayaz was right. Harrod the Great would hardly have entertained the idea of retreat, and neither, unfortunately, could Jezal. "We will fight the Gurkish here," he said. "Merely a suggestion," muttered Hoff. "Merely prudence." Bayaz spoke over him. "How do the defences of the city stand?"
"We have, in essence, 3 concentric lines of defence. The Agriont itself is, of course, our last bastion."
"It will not come to that, though, eh?" chuckled Hoff, with far from total conviction. Varuz decided not to answer.
"Arnolt's wall is beyond it, enclosing the oldest and most crucial parts of the city, the Agriont, the Middle Way, the main docks, and the 4 corners among them. Casimir's wall is our outermost line of defence, weaker, lower, and a great deal longer than Arnolt's. Smaller walls run between these two like the spokes of a wheel, dividing the outer ring of the city into 5 boroughs, each of which can be sealed off should it be captured by the enemy. There are some built-up areas beyond Casimir's wall, but those must be immediately abandoned." Bayaz planted his elbows on the edge of the table, his meaty fists clasped together. "Given the number and quality of our troops, we would be best served by evacuating the outer quarters of the city and concentrating our efforts around the much shorter and stronger length of Arnolt's wall. We can continue to fight a rearguard action in the outer boroughs, where our superior knowledge of the streets and buildings stands in our favour." "No," said Jezal. Bayaz fixed him with a brooding stare. "Your Majesty?" But Jezal refused to be overawed. It had been becoming clear for some time that if he allowed the Magus to rule him on every issue, then he would never escape from under his boot. He might have seen Bayaz make a man explode with a thought, but he was hardly likely to do it to the King of the Union before his own closed council, not with the Gurkish breathing down all their necks. "I do not intend to give up the greater part of my capital to the Union's oldest enemy without giving battle,"
We will defend Casimir's wall and fight for every stride of ground." Peruse glanced across at Hoff, and the Chamberlain raised his eyebrows by the tiniest fraction.
Of course, Your Majesty, every stride."
There was an uncomfortable silence, the displeasure of the first of the Magi hanging over the group as heavily as the storm clouds hung over the city.
"Does my Inquisition have anything to contribute?"
croaked Jezal, doing his best to mount a diversion. Salt's eyes darted coldly up to his.
"Of course, Your Majesty. The Gurkish love of intrigue is well known. We have no doubt that there are already spies within the walls of Adua, perhaps within the Agriont itself. All citizens of Cantic origin are now being interned. My inquisitors are working day and night in the House of Questions. Several spies have already confessed."
Morovia snorted.
"So we're expected to suppose that the Gurkish love of intrigue does not extend to the hiring of white-skinned agents."
"We are at war,"
hissed Salt, giving the High Justice a deadly glare.
"The very sovereignty of our nation is at risk. This is no time for your blather about freedom, Morovia."
"On the contrary, this is precisely the time."
The two old men bickered on, straining everyone's frayed nerves to breaking point. Bayaz, meanwhile, had sunk back into his chair and folded his arms, watching Jezal with an expression of calm consideration, which was, if anything, even more fearsome than his frown. Jezal felt the worry weighing ever heavier upon him. However you looked at things, he was teetering on the verge of having the briefest and most disastrous reign in Union history.
"I am sorry that I had to send for Your Majesty," piped Gorst in his girlish little voice. Of course.
The clicking of Jezal's polished boot heels echoed angrily around them.
"There is only so much that I can do." "Of course."
Jezal shoved open the double doors with both hands. Therese sat bolt upright in the midst of the gilded chamber beyond, glaring at him down her nose in that manner with which he had become so infuriatingly familiar, as though he were an insect in her salad. Several Styrian ladies looked up and then back to their tasks. Chests and boxes cluttered the room, clothes were being neatly packed within. Every impression was given that the Queen of the Union was planning to leave the capital, and without so much as informing her husband. Jezal ground his already aching teeth. He was tormented by a disloyal closed council, a disloyal open council, and a disloyal populace. The poisonous disloyalty of his wife was almost too much to bear.
"What the hell is this?"
"I and my ladies can hardly assist you in your war with the Emperor."
Therese turned her flawless head smoothly away from him.
"We are returning to Talins."
"Impossible!" hissed Jezal. "A Gurkish army of many thousands is bearing down upon the city. My people are fleeing Adua in droves, and those that remain are a whisker from sliding into outright panic. Your leaving now would send entirely the wrong message. I cannot allow it."
"Her Majesty is in no way involved,"
snapped the Countess Shalir, gliding across the polished floor towards him. As though Jezal had not enough to worry about with the Queen herself, he was now obliged to bandy words with her companions.
"You forget yourself," he snarled at her.
"It is you who forgets."
She took a step towards him, her face twisted.
"You forget that you are a bastard son and a scarred one at—"
The back of Jezal's hand cracked sharply into her sneering mouth and sent her reeling back with an ungainly gurgle. She tripped over her dress and collapsed on the floor, one shoe flying from her flailing foot and off into the corner of the room.
"I am a king, and in my own palace. I refuse to be spoken to in this manner by a glorified lady's maid."
The voice came out flat, cold, and frighteningly commanding. It scarcely sounded like his own, but who else's could it be? He was the only man in the room.
"I see
that I have been far too generous with you, and that you have mistaken my generosity for weakness." The 11 ladies stared at him, and at their fallen comrade, crumpled on the ground with one hand to her bloody mouth. "If any of your witches should desire to depart these troubled shores, I will arrange passage for them, and even pull an oar myself with a light heart. But you, your Majesty, will be going nowhere." Therese had leapt up from her seat and was glowering at him, body rigid. "You heartless brute!" she began to hiss.
"We may both wholeheartedly wish it were otherwise," he roared over her. "But we are married. The time to raise objections to my parentage, or my person, or to any other facet of our situation was before you became Queen of the Union. Despise me all you wish, Therese, but you go nowhere." And Giselle swept the dumbstruck ladies with a baleful glare, turned on his polished heel, and stalked from the airy salon. Damn it, but his hand hurt. Chapter 34. The Circle. Dawn was coming, a grey rumour, the faintest touch of brightness around the solemn outline of the walls of Carleon. The stars had all faded into a stony sky, but the moon still hung there, just above the treetops, seeming almost close enough to try an arrow at. West had not closed his eyes all night, and had passed into that strange realm of twitchy, dreamlike wakefulness that comes beyond exhaustion. Some time in the silent darkness, after all the orders had been given, he had sat by the light of a single lamp to write a letter to his sister, to vomit up excuses, to demand forgiveness. He had sat, he could not have said for how long, with the pen over the paper, but the words had simply not come. He had wanted to say all that he felt, but when it came to it, he felt nothing. The warm taverns of Adua, cards in the sunny courtyard, Ardy's one-sided smile, it all seemed 1,000 years ago. The Northmen were already busy clipping at the grass in the shadow of the walls, the clicking of their shears a strange echo of the gardeners in the Agriont, shaving a circle 12 strides across down to the roots. The ground, he supposed, on which the duel would take place, the ground where, in no more than an hour or two, the fate of the North would be decided. Very much like a fencing circle, except that it might soon be sprayed with blood.
"A barbaric custom," muttered Gjallenhorm, his thoughts evidently taking a similar course.
"Really?" growled Pike. "I was just now thinking what a civilized one it is."
"Civilized? 2 men butchering each other before a crowd?"
"Better than a whole crowd butchering each other. A problem solved with only 1 man killed. That's a war ended well, to my mind."
Gjallenhorm shivered and blew into his cupped hands.
"Still, a lot to hang on 2 men fighting one another. What if Nine Fingers loses?"
"Then I suppose that Bethod will go free," said West unhappily.
"But he invaded the Union. He caused the deaths of thousands. He deserves to be punished."
"People rarely get what they deserve." West thought of Prince Ladislaus' bones rotting out in the wasteland. Some terrible crimes go unpunished, and a few, for no reason beyond the fickle movements of chance, are richly rewarded. He stopped in his tracks. A man was sitting on his own on the long slope, his back to the city, a man hunched over in a battered coat, so still and quiet in the half-light that West had almost missed him. "I'll catch you up," he said as he left the path. The grass, coated with a pale fur of frost, crunched gently under his boots with each step.
"Pull up a chair."
Breath smoked gently round Nine Fingers' darkened face. West squatted down on the cold earth beside him.
"Are you ready?"
10 times before I've done this. Can't say I've ever yet been ready.
Don't know that there is a way to get ready for a thing like this. The best I've worked out is just to sit and let the time crawl past and try not to piss yourself. I imagine a wet crotch could be an embarrassment in the circle. Aye. Better than a split head, though, I reckon. Undeniably true. West had heard tales of these northern duels before, of course. Growing up in Angland, children whispered lurid stories of them to each other. But he had little idea how they were really conducted. How does this business work? They mark out a circle. Round the edge men stand with shields, half from one side, half from the other, and they make sure no one leaves before it's settled. 2 men go into the circle. The one that dies there is the loser, unless someone has it in mind to be merciful. Can't see that happening today, though, somehow. Also undeniable. What do you fight with? Each one of us brings something. Could be anything. Then there's a spin of a shield, and the winner picks the weapon he wants. So you might end up fighting with what your enemy brought. It can happen. I killed Shamer Heartless with his own sword, and got stuck through with the spear I brought to fight Harding Grim. He rubbed at his stomach as though the memory ached there. Still, don't hurt any worse, getting stuck with your own spear instead of someone else's. West laid a hand thoughtfully on his own gut. No. They sat in silence for a while longer. There's a favour I'd like to ask you. Name it. Would you and your friends hold shields for me? Us? West blinked towards the carles in the shadow of the wall. Their great round shields looked hard enough to lift, let alone to use well. Are you sure? I've never held one in my life. Maybe, but you know whose side you're on. There ain't many folk among these that I can trust. Most of 'em are still trying to work out who they hate more, me or Bethod. It only takes one to give me a shove when I need a push, or let me fall when I need catching. Then we're all done. Me especially. West puffed out his cheeks. We'll do what we can. Good. Good. The cold silence dragged out. Over the black hills, the black trees, the moon sank and grew dimmer. Tell me, Furious, do you reckon a man has to pay for the things he's done? West looked up sharply, the irrational and sickly thought flashing through his mind that Nine Fingers was talking of Ardy, or of Ladislas, or both. Certainly, the Northman's eyes seemed to glint with accusation in the half-light. Then West felt the surge of fear subside. Nine Fingers was talking of himself, of course, as everyone always does, given the chance. It was guilt in his eyes, not accusation. Each man has his own mistakes to follow him. Maybe. West cleared his dry throat. Sometimes. I don't know. I suppose we've all done things we regret. Aye, said Nine Fingers. I reckon. They sat together in silence and watched the light leak across the sky. "Let's go, Chief," hissed Dow. "Let's fucking go!" "I'll say when." Dogman spat back, holding the dewy branches out of the way and peering towards the walls, 100 strides off, maybe, across a damp meadow. "Too much light now. We'll wait for that bloody moon to drop a touch further, then we'll make a run at it." "It ain't gonna get any darker. Bethod can't have too many men left after all the ones we killed up in the mountains, and that's a lot of walls. They'll be spread thin as cobwebs up there. It only takes one to—" And Dow was off across that field and running, as plain on the flat grass as a turd on a snowfield. "Shit!" hissed Dogman, helpless. "Huh?" said Grim. There was nothing to do but stare and wait for Dow to get stuck full of arrows, wait for the shouts and torches lit and the alarm to go up, and the whole thing dumped right in the shithole. Then Dow dashed up the last bit of slope and was gone into the shadows by the wall. "He made it," said Dogman. "Huh?"
said Grim. That ought to have been a good thing, but Dogman didn't feel too much like laughing. He had to make the run himself now, and he didn't have Dow's luck. He looked at Grim, and Grim shrugged. They burst out from the trees together, feet pounding across the soft meadow. Grim had the longer legs, started pulling away. The ground was a good deal softer than Dogman had— God! His foot squelched to the ankle, and he went flying over, splashed down in the mire, and slid along on his face. He floundered up, cold and gasping, ran the rest of the way with his wet shirt plastered against his skin. He stumbled up the slope to the foot of the walls and bent over, hands to his knees, blowing hard and spitting out grass. "Looks like you got a tumble there, Chief." Dow's grin was a white curve in the shadows. "You mad bastard!" hissed Dogman, his temper flaring up hot in his cold chest. "You could have been the deaths of all of us!" "Oh, there's still time." "Shh." Grim flailed one hand at them to say keep quiet. Dogman pressed himself tight to the wall, worry snuffing his anger out quick time. He heard men moving up above, saw the glimmer of a lamp pass slow down the walls. He waited, still. No sound but Dow's quiet breath beside him and his own heart pounding, till the men above moved on and all was quiet again. "Tell me that ain't got your blood flowing quick, Chief," whispered Dow. "We're lucky it ain't flowing right out of us." "What now?" Dogman gritted his teeth as he tried to scrape the mud out of his face. "Now we wait." Logan stood up, brushed the dew from his trousers, took a long breath of the chill air. There could be no denying any longer that the sun was well and truly up. It might have been hidden in the east behind Scarling's Hill, but the tall black towers up there had bright golden edges. The thin high clouds were pinking underneath, the cold sky between turning pale blue. "Better to do it," Logan whispered under his breath, "than live with the fear of it." He remembered his father telling him that, saying it in the smoky hall, light from the fire shifting on his lined face, long finger wagging. Logan remembered telling it to his own son, smiling by the river, teaching him to tickle fish. Father and son, both dead now, earth and ashes. No one would learn it after Logan, once he was gone. No one would miss him much at all, he reckoned. But then who cared? There's nothing worth less than what men think of you after you're back in the mud. He wrapped his fingers round the grip of the Maker's sword, felt the scored lines tickling at his palm. He slid it from the sheath and let it hang, worked his shoulders round in circles, jerked his head from side to side. One more cold breath in and out, then he started walking, up through the crowd that had gathered in a wide arc around the gate. A mix of the Dogman's carls and Crummock's hillmen, and a few Union soldiers given leave to watch the crazy Northerners kill each other. Some called to him as he came through, all knowing there were a lot more lives hanging on this than Logan's own. "It's 9 Fingers. The bloody 9! Put an end to this! Kill that bastard!" They had their shields, all the men that Logan had picked to hold them, standing in a solemn knot near the walls. West was one, and Pike, and Red Hat, and Shivers, too. Logan wondered if he'd made a mistake with the last of them, but he'd saved the man's life in the mountains, and that ought to count for something. Ought to was a thin thread to hang your life on, but there it was. His life had been dangling from a thin thread ever since he could remember. Crummocky Fail fell into step beside him, big shield looking small on one big arm, the other hand resting light on his fat belly.
"You looking forward to this, then, bloody 9? I am, I can tell you that."
Hands slapped at his shoulders, voices called encouragement, but Logan said nothing. He didn't look left or right as he pushed past into the shaven circle. He felt men close in behind him, heard them set their shields in a half-ring round the edge of the short grass facing the gates of Carleon. Further back, the crowd pressed in tight, whispering to each other, straining to see. No way back now, that was a fact. But then there never had been. He'd been heading here all his days. Logan stopped in the center of the circle, and he turned his face up towards the battlements.
"It's sunrise!" he roared. "Let's get to it!"
There was silence, while the echoes died and the wind pushed some loose leaves around the grass. A silence long enough for Logan to start hoping no one would answer, to start hoping they'd all somehow slipped away in the night, and there'd be no duel after all. Then faces appeared on the walls. One here, one there, then a whole crowd lining the parapet far as Logan could see in both directions. Hundreds of folk, fighting men, women, children even, up on shoulders. Everyone in the city, it looked like. Metal squealed and wood creaked, and the tall gates ever so slowly swung apart, the glare of the rising sun spilling out the crack between, then pouring bright through the open archway. 2 lines of men came tramping out. Carls, all hard faces and tangled hair, heavy mail jingling, painted shields on their arms. Logan knew a few of them. Some of Bethod's closest, who'd been with him since the beginning. Hard men all, who'd held the shields for Logan more than once back in the old days. They formed up in their own half-ring, closing the circle tight. A wall of shields. Animal faces, trees and flowers, flowing water, crossed axes, all of them scarred and scuffed from 100 old fights. All of them turned in towards Logan. A cage of men and wood, and the only way out was to kill. Or to die, of course. A black shape formed in the bright archway. Like a man, but taller, seeming to fill it all the way to the high keystone. Logan heard footsteps, thumping footsteps, heavy as falling anvils. A strange kind of fear tugged at him, a mindless panic, as if he'd woken trapped under the snow again. He forced himself not to look over his shoulder at Crummock, forced himself to look ahead as Bethod's champion stepped out into the dawn. "By the fucking dead," breathed Logan. He thought at first it must be some trick of the light that made him look the size he did. Tal Duru Thunderhead had been a big bastard, no doubt, big enough that some had called him a giant, but he'd still looked like a man. Fenris the Feared was built on such a scale that he seemed something else, a race apart. A giant, indeed, stepped out from old stories and made flesh. A lot of flesh. His face squirmed as he walked, great bald head jerking from side to side. His mouth sneered and grinned, his eyes winked and bulged by turns. One half of him was blue, no other way to put it. A neat line down his face divided blue skin from pale. His huge right arm was white, his left was blue all the long way from shoulder to the tips of his great fingers. In that hand he carried a sack, swinging back and forward with each step, bulging as if it was stuffed with hammers. A couple of Bethod's shield carriers cringed out of his way, looking like children beside him, grimacing as if death itself was breathing on their necks. The Feared stepped through into the circle, and Logan saw the blue marks were writing, just as the spirit had told him. Twisted symbols scrawled over every part of his left side, hand, arm, face, lips even. The words of Glustrod, written in the old time. The Feared stopped a few strides distant, and a sickly horror seemed to wash out from him and over the silent crowd, as if a great weight was pressing on Logan's chest, squeezing out his courage. But the task was simple enough in its way. If the Feared's painted side couldn't be harmed, Logan would just have to carve the rest of him, and carve it deep. He'd beaten some hard men in the circle. 10 of the hardest bastards in all the North. This was just one more. Or so he tried to tell himself.
Where's Berthod?"
He'd meant to bellow it, all defiance, but it came out a tame, dry squawk.
"I can watch you die just as well from up here."
The King of the Northmen stood on the battlements above the open gate, well-groomed and happy. Pale as snow, and a few guards stood about him. If he'd had any trouble sleeping, Logan would never have known it. The morning breeze stirred his hair and the thick fur round his shoulders. The morning sun shone on the golden chain, struck sparks from the diamond on his brow.
"Glad you came. I was worried you'd make a run for it."
He gave a carefree sigh, and it smoked on the sharp air.
"It's morning, like you said. Let's get started."
Logan looked into the Fyrd's bulging, twisting, crazy eyes and swallowed.
"We're gathered here to witness a challenge,"
roared Crummock.
"A challenge to put an end to this war and settle the blood between Berthod, who's taken to calling himself King of the Northmen, and Furious, who speaks for the Union. Berthod wins, the siege is lifted, and the Union leaves the north. Furious wins, then the gates of Caerleon are opened, and Berthod stands at his mercy. Do I speak true?"
"You do," said West, his voice sounding small in all that space.
"Aye."
Up on his walls, Berthod waved a lazy hand.
"Get to it, fat men."
"Then name yourselves, champions,"
shouted Crummock.
"and list your pedigree."
Logan took a step forward. It was a hard step to take, as if he was pushing against a great wind, but he took it, tilted his head back, and looked the Fyrd full in his writhing face. "I'm the Bloody Nine, and there's no number on the men I've killed." The words came out soft and dead, no pride in his empty voice, but no fear either, a cold fact, cold as the winter. 10 challenges I've given, and I won 'em all. In this circle I beat Shamer Heartless, Rudd Threetrees, Harding Grim, Tull Duru Thunderhead, Black Dow, and more besides. If I listed the named men I've put back in the mud, we'd be here at sunrise tomorrow. There's not a man in the north don't know my work." Nothing changed in the giant's face, nothing more than usual, at least.
"My name is Fenris the Fyrd. My achievements are all in the past."
He held up his painted hand and squeezed the great fingers, and the sinews in his huge blue arm bulged like knotted tree roots.
"With these signs, great Glustrod marked me out his chosen. With this hand I tore down the statues of Aulcus. Now I kill little men in little wars."
Logan could just make out a tiny shrug of his massive shoulders.
"Such is the way of things."
Crummock looked at Logan, and he raised his brows.
"All right, then. What weapons have you carried to the fight?"
Logan lifted the heavy sword, forged by Canadius for his war against the Magi, and held it up to the light. A stride of dull metal, the edge glittered faintly in the pale sunrise.
"This blade."
He stabbed it down into the earth between them and left it standing there. The Fyrd threw his sack rattling down, and it sagged open. Inside were great black plates, spiked and studded, scarred and battered.
"This armor."
Logan looked at that vast weight of dark iron and licked his teeth. If the Fyrd won the spin, he could take the sword and leave Logan with a pile of useless armor way too big for him. What would he do then? Hide under it? He only had to hope his luck stuck out a few minutes longer.
"All right, my beauties."
Crummock set his shield down on its rim and took hold of the edge.
"Painted or plain, Nine Fingers?"
Painted. Crummock ripped the shield round and set it spinning. Round and round it went, painted, plain, painted, plain. Hope and despair swapped with every turn. The wood started to slow, to wobble on its rim. It dropped down flat, plain side up, the straps flopping. So much for luck. Crummock winced. He looked up at the giant.
You got the choice, big lad.
The Feared took hold of the Maker's blade and slid it from the earth. It looked like a toy in his monstrous hand. His bulging eyes rolled up to Logan's, and his great mouth twisted into a smile. He tossed the sword down at Logan's feet, and it dropped in the dirt.
Take your knife, little man.
The sound of raised voices floated thin on the breeze.
All right,
hissed Dow, much too loud for the Dogman's nerves.
They're getting started.
I can hear that, Dogman snapped, coiling the rope round and round into easy circles ready to throw.
You know what you're doing with that? I could do without it dropping on me. That's so.
Dogman swung the grapple back and forward a touch, feeling the weight.
I was just thinking that after it's sticking in that wall, its sticking in your fat head was the second best outcome.
He spun it round in a circle, then a wider one, letting some rope slip through his hand, then he hefted it all the way and let it fly. It sailed up real neat, the rope uncoiling after it and over the battlements. Dogman winced as he heard it clatter on the walkway, but no one came. He pulled on the rope. A stride or two slid down, and then it caught, felt firm as a rock.
"First time?"
said Grim. Dogman nodded, hardly able to believe it himself.
"What are the odds? Who's first?"
Dow grinned at him.
"Whoever's got hold of the rope now, I reckon."
As the Dogman started climbing, he found he was going over all the ways a man could get killed going up this wall. Grapple slipped and he fell. Rope frayed and snapped, and he fell. Someone had seen the grapple, was waiting for him to get to the top before they cut the rope. Or they were waiting for him to get to the top before they cut his throat. Or they were just now calling for a dozen big men to take prisoner whatever idiot it was trying to climb into a city on his own. His boots scuffled at the rough stone, the hemp bit at his hands, his arms burned at the work, and all the while he did his best to keep his rasping breath quiet. The battlements edged closer, then he was there. He hooked his fingers onto the stone and peered over. The walkway was empty, both ways. He slipped over the parapet, sliding a knife out just in case. You can never have too many knives and all that. He checked the grapple was caught firm, then he leaned over, saw Dow at the bottom looking up, Grim with the rope in his hands, 1 foot on the wall, ready to climb. Dogman beckoned to him to say come, watched him start up, hand over hand, Dow holding to the bottom of the rope to stop it flapping. Soon enough, he was halfway.
"What the fuck?"
Dogman jerked his head left. There were a pair of thralls not far off, just stepped out from a door to the nearest tower and onto the wall. They stared at him, and he stared back, seemed like the longest time. "There's a rope here!" he shouted, brandishing his knife around and making like he was trying to cut it away from the grapple.
"Some bastard's trying to climb in!"
"By the dead!"
One came running, gawped down at Grim swinging around.
"He's coming up now!"
The other one pulled his sword out.
"Don't worry about that."
He lifted it, grinning, ready to chop through the rope, then he stopped. "Here. Why are you all muddy?" Dogman stabbed him in the chest, hard as he could, and again.
"Yeah!"
wailed the thrall, face screwed up, lurching back against the battlements and dropping his sword over the side. His mate came charging up, swinging a big mace. Dogman ducked under it, but the thrall barreled into him and brought him down on his back, head cracking on stone. The mace clattered away, and they wrestled around, the thrall kicking and punching, while Dogman tried to get his hands round his throat, stop him from calling out. They rolled over one way, then back the other, struggled up to standing, and tottered about down the walkway. The thrall got his shoulder in Dogman's armpit and shoved him back up against the battlements, trying to bundle him over.
"Shit!"
gasped the Dogman as his feet left the ground. He could feel his arse scraping the stone, but still he clung on, hands tight round the thrall's neck, stopping him getting a good breath. He went up another inch, felt his head forced back, almost more weight on the wrong side of the parapet than the right.
"Over you go, you fucker!"
croaked the thrall, working his chin away from Dogman's hands and pushing him a touch further.
"Over you—"
His eyes went wide. He stumbled back, a shaft sticking out of his side.
"Oh, I don't—"
Another thumped into his neck, and he lurched a step, would have fallen off the back of the wall if the Dogman hadn't grabbed his arm and dragged him down onto the walkway, held him there while he slobbered his last breaths. When he was finished, Dogman rolled up and stood bent over the corpse, breathing. Grim hurried over, taking a good look around to make sure no one else was likely to happen by.
"All right."
Just once. I'd like to get the help before I'm at the point of getting killed."
"Better than after."
The Dogman had to admit there was some truth to that. He watched Dow pull himself over the battlements and roll down onto the walkway. The thrall Dogman had stabbed was still breathing, just about, sat near the grapple. Dow chopped a piece out of his skull with his axe as he walked past, careless as if he was chopping logs. He shook his head.
"I leave the two of you alone for 10 breaths together, and look what happens. 2 dead men, eh?"
Dow leaned down, stuck 2 fingers in one of the holes Dogman's knife had made, pulled them out, and smeared blood across one side of his face. He grinned up.
"What do you reckon we can do with 2 dead men?"
The Feared seemed to fill the circle, one half bare and blue, the other cased in black iron, a monster torn free from legends. There was nowhere to hide from his great fists, nowhere to hide from the fear of him. Shields rattled and clashed, men roared and bellowed, a sea of blurred faces twisted with mad fury. Logan crept around the edge of the short grass, trying to keep light on his feet. He might have been smaller, but he was quicker, cleverer. At least he hoped he was. He had to be, or he was mud. Keep moving, rolling, ducking, stay out of the way and pick his moment. Above all, don't get hit. Not getting hit was the first thing. The giant came at him out of nowhere, his great tattooed fist a blue blur. Logan threw himself out of the way, but it still grazed his cheek and caught his shoulder, sent him stumbling. So much for not getting hit. A shield, and not a friendly one, shoved him in the back, and he lurched the other way, head whipping forward. He pitched on his face, nearly cut himself on his own sword, rolled desperately to the side, and saw the Feared's huge boot thud into the ground, soil flying where his skull had been a moment before. Logan scrabbled up in time to see the blue hand coming at him again. He ducked underneath it, hacked at the Feared's tattooed flesh as he reeled past. The Maker's sword thudded deep into the giant's thigh like a spade into turf. The huge leg buckled, and he dropped forward onto his armored knee. It should have been a killing blow, right through the big veins, but there was hardly more blood than from a shaving scratch. Still, if one thing fails, you try another. Logan roared as he chopped at the Feared's bald head. The blade clanged against the armor on the giant's right arm, raised just in time. It scraped down that black steel and slid off, harmless, chopping into the earth and leaving Logan's hands buzzing. "Move!" The Feared's knees sank into his gut, folded him up, and sent him staggering, needing to cough but not having the air to do it. The giant had already found his feet again, armored hand swinging back, a lump of black iron the size of a man's head. Logan dived sideways, rolling across the short grass, felt the wind of the great arm ripping past him. It crashed into the shield where he'd been standing, broke it into splintered pieces, flung the man holding it wailing into the earth. It seemed the spirit had been right. The painted side couldn't be hurt. Logan crouched, waiting for the clawing pain in his stomach to fade enough for him to breathe, trying to think of some trick to use, and coming up with nothing. The Feared turned his writhing face towards Logan. Behind him on the ground, the felled man whimpered under the wreckage of his shield. The carls either side of him shuffled in to close the gap with some reluctance. The giant took a slow step forwards, and Logan took a painful step back. "Still alive," he whispered to himself. But how long for, it was hard to say. West had never in his life felt so scared, so exhilarated, so very much alive. Not even when he won the contest with all the wide square of marshals cheering for him. Not even when he stormed the walls of Ulriok and burst out from the dust and chaos into the warm sunlight. His skin tingled with hope and horror. His hands jerked helplessly with Nine Fingers' movements. His lips murmured pointless advice, silent encouragement. Beside him, Pike and Jallenhorm jostled, shoved, shouted themselves hoarse. Behind them, the wide crowd roared, straining to see. On the walls, they leaned out, screaming and shaking their fists in the air. The circle of men flexed with the movements of the fighters, never still, bowing out and sucking in as the champions came forward or fell back, and almost always, so far, the one falling back was Nine Fingers. A great brute of a man by most standards, he seemed tiny, weak and brittle in that terrifying company. To make matters a great deal worse, there was something very strange at work here, something West could only have called magic. Great wounds, deadly wounds, closed in the Feared's blue skin before his very eyes. This thing was not a man. It could only be a devil, and whenever it towered over him, West felt a fear as though he was standing at the very verge of hell. West grimaced as Nine Fingers lurched helplessly against the shields on the far side of the circle. The Feared raised his armored fist to deliver a blow that could surely crush a skull to jelly. But it hit nothing but air. Nine Fingers jerked away at the last moment and let the iron miss his jaw by a hair. His heavy sword slashed down, bounced off the Feared's armored shoulder with a resounding clang. The giant stumbled back, and Nine Fingers came after him, pale scars stretched on his rigid face. "Yes!" hissed West, the men around him bellowing their approval. The next blow shrieked down the giant's armored side, leaving a long, bright scratch and digging up a great sod of earth. The last chopped deep into his painted ribs and spat out a misty spray of blood, knocked him flailing off balance. West's mouth opened wide as the great shadow fell across him. The Feared toppled against his shield like a falling tree and drove him trembling to his knees, wilting under the great weight, his stomach rolling with horror and disgust. Then he saw it. One of the buckles on the spiked and studded armor, just below the giant's knee, was inches from the fingers of West's free hand. All he could think of in that moment was that Bethod might escape after all the dead men he had left, scattered up and down the length of Angland. He gritted his teeth and snatched hold of the end of the leather strap, thick as a man's belt. He dragged at it as the Feared shoved his huge bulk up. The buckle came jingling open. The armor on the mighty calf flapped loose as his foot thumped down again, as his arm lashed out and knocked Nine Fingers stumbling away. West struggled from the dirt, already greatly regretting his impulsiveness. He glanced around the circle, searching for any sign that someone had seen him, but all eyes were fixed on the fighters. It seemed now a tiny, petulant sort of sabotage that could never make the slightest difference. Beyond getting him killed, of course. It was a fact he had known from childhood. Catch you cheating in a northern duel, and they'll cut the bloody cross in you and pull your guts out. Gah! Logan jerked away from the armored fist, tottered to his right as the blue one rushed past his face, dived to his left as the iron hand lashed at him again, slid, and nearly fell. Any one of those blows had been hard enough to take his head off. He saw the painted arm go back, gritted his teeth as he dodged around another of the Fyrd's mighty punches, already swinging the sword up and over. The blade sheared neatly through the blue arm just below the elbow, sent it tumbling away across the circle along with a gout of blood. Logan heaved air into his burning lungs and raised the Maker's sword high, setting himself for one last effort. The Fyrd's eyes rolled up towards the dull grey blade. He jerked his head to one side, and it chopped deep into his painted skull, showering out specks of dark blood and splitting his head down to the eyebrow. The giant's armoured elbow crunched into Logan's ribs, half lifted him off his feet, and flung him kicking across the circle. He bounced from a shield and sprawled on his face, lay there spitting out dirt, while the blurry world spun around him. He winced as he pushed himself up, blinked the tears out of his eyes, and froze. The Fyrd stepped forward, sword still buried deep in his skull, and picked up his severed arm. He pressed it against the bloodless stump, twisted it to the right, then back to the left, and let it go. The great forearm was whole again. The letters ran from shoulder to wrist unbroken. The men around the circle fell silent. The giant worked his blue fingers for a moment, then he reached up and closed his hand around the hilt of the Maker's sword. He turned it one way, then the other, his skull crunching as bones shifted. He dragged the blade free, shook his head as if to clear a touch of dizziness. Then he tossed the sword across the circle, and it clattered down in front of Logan for the second time that day. Logan stared at it, his chest heaving. It was getting heavier with each exchange. The wounds he'd taken in the mountains ached, the blows he'd taken in the circle throbbed. The air was still cold, but his shirt was sticky with sweat. The Fyrd showed no sign of tiring, even with half a ton of iron strapped to his body. There wasn't so much as a bead of sweat on his twisting face, not so much as a scratch on his tattooed scalp. Logan felt the fear pressing hard on him again. He knew now how the mouse felt when the cat had him between his paws. He should have run. He should have run and never looked back, but instead he'd chosen this. Say one thing for Logan Ninefingers. Say that bastard never learns. The giant's mouth crawled up into a wriggling smile.
More,
he said. Dogman needed to piss as he walked up to the gate of Carleon's inner wall, always needed to piss at times like this. He had one of the dead thrall's clothes on, big enough that he'd had to pull the belt too tight, cloak hanging over the bloody knife hole in the shirt. Grim was wearing the other's gear, bow over one shoulder, the big mace hanging from his free hand. Dow slumped between them, wrists tied at his back, feet scraping stupidly at the cobbles, bloody head hanging like they'd given him quite the beating. Seemed a pitiful kind of a ruse, if the Dogman was being honest. There were 50 things he'd counted since they climbed off the walls that could have given them away. But there was no time for anything cleverer. Talk well and smile, and no one would notice the clues. That's what he hoped, anyway. A guard stood each side of the wide archway, a pair of carls in long mail coats and helmets, both with spears in their hands.
"What's this?"
one asked, frowning as they walked up close.
"Found this bastard trying to creep in."
Dogman gave Dow a punch in the side of the head, just to make things look good.
"We're taking him down below. Lock him up till after they're done."
He made to walk on past. One of the guards stopped him cold with a hand on his chest, and the Dogman swallowed. The carl nodded towards the city's gates.
"How's it going down there?"
"All right, I guess."
Dogman shrugged.
"It's going, anyway. Bethard'll come out on top, eh? He always does, don't he?"
"I don't know."
The carl shook his head.
"That Fyrd puts the fucking wind up me. Him and that bloody witch. Can't say I'll cry too hard if the bloody nine kills the pair of 'em."
The other one chuckled, pushed his helmet onto the back of his scalp, bringing up a cloth to wipe the sweat underneath.
"You got a
Dow sprang forward, loose bits of rope flapping round his wrists, and buried a knife all the way up to the hilt in the Carl's forehead. Dropped him like a chair with the legs kicked away. Same moment, almost, Grimm's borrowed mace clonked into the top of the other's helmet and left a great dent in it, jammed the rim right down almost to the tip of his nose. He dribbled some, stumbling back like he was drunk. Then blood came bubbling out of his ears, and he fell down on his back. Dogman turned round, trying to hold his stolen cloak out so no one would see Dow and Grimm dragging the two corpses away, but the town seemed empty. Everyone watching the fight, no doubt. He wondered for a moment what was happening out there in the circle, long enough to get a nasty feeling in his gut. "Come on." He turned to see Dow grinning all across his bloody face. The two bodies he'd just wedged behind the gates, one of them staring cross-eyed at the knife hole in his head. "That good enough?" asked Dogman. "What, you want to say a few words for the dead, do you?" "You know what I mean. If someone—" "No time for clever now." Dow grabbed him by the arm and pulled him through the gate. "Let's kill us a witch." The sole of the Feard's metal boot thudded into Logan's chest, ripped his breath out, and rammed him into the earth, the sword tumbling from his clawing hand, puke burning at the back of his throat. Before he knew where he was, a great shadow fell across him. Metal snapped shut round his wrist, tight as a vice. His legs were kicked away, and he was on his face, arm twisted behind him, and a mouthful of dirt to think about. Something pressed against his cheek. Cold at first, then painful. The Feard's great foot. His wrist was wrenched round, dragged up. His head was crushed further into the damp ground, short grass prickling up his nose. The tearing pain in his shoulder was awful. Soon it was a lot worse. He was caught fast and helpless, stretched out like a rabbit for skinning. The crowd had fallen breathlessly silent, the only sound the battered flesh round Logan's mouth squelching, the air squeaking in one squashed nostril. He would have screamed if his face hadn't been so squeezed that he could scarcely wheeze in half a breath. Say one thing for Logan Ninefingers, say that he's finished. Back to the mud, and no one could have said he hadn't earned it. A fitting end for the bloody nine, torn apart in the circle. But the great arms didn't pull any further. Out the corner of one flickering eye, Logan could just see Bethod leaning against the battlements. The king of the Northmen waved his hand round and round in a slow wheel. Logan remembered what it meant. Take your time, make it last, show them all a lesson they'll never forget. The Feard's great boot slid off his jaw, and Logan felt himself dragged into the air, limbs flopping like a puppet with the strings cut. The tattooed hand went up, black against the sun, and slapped Logan across the face, open-handed, as a father might cuff a troublesome child. It was like being hit with a pan. Light burst open in Logan's skull, his mouth filled with blood. Things drew into focus just in time for him to see the painted hand swing back the other way. It came down with a terrible inevitability and cracked him a backhand blow, as a jealous husband might crack his helpless wife. "Gah!" he heard himself say, and he was flying. Blue sky, blinding sun, yellow grass, staring faces, all meaningless smears. He crashed into the shields at the edge of the circle, flopped half senseless to the earth. Far away, men were shouting, screaming, hissing, but he couldn't hear the words and hardly cared. All he could think about was the cold feeling in his stomach, as if his guts were stuffed with swelling ice. He saw a pale hand smeared with pink blood, white tendons starting from the scratched skin. His hand, of course. There was the stump. But when he tried to make the fingers open, they only clutched tighter at the brown earth. "Yes," he whispered, and blood drooled out of his numb mouth and trickled into the grass. The ice spread out from his stomach, out to the very tips of his fingers, and turned every part of him numb. It was well that it did. It was high time. "Yes," he said. Up onto one knee, his bloody lips curling back from his teeth, his bloody right hand snaking through the grass, seeking out the hilt of the Maker's sword, closing tight around it. "Yes," he hissed, and Logan laughed, and the Bloody Nine laughed together. West had not expected Nine Fingers to get up, not ever again. But he did, and when he did, he was laughing. It sounded almost like weeping at first, a slobbering giggle, shrill and strange, but it grew louder, sharper, colder as he rose, as if at a cruel joke that no one else could see, a fatal joke. His head fell sideways like a hanged man's, livid face all slack around a hacked-out grin. Blood stained his teeth pink, trickled from the cuts on his face, seeped from his torn lips. The laughter gurgled up louder and louder, ripping at West's ears, jagged as a saw blade. More agonized than any scream, more furious than any war cry. Awfully, sickeningly wrong. Chuckling at a massacre. Slaughterhouse giggling. Nine Fingers lurched forwards like a drunken man, swaying, wild, sword dangling from his bloody fist. His dead eyes glittered, wet and staring, pupils swollen to two black pits. His mad laughter cut and grated and hacked around the circle. West felt himself edging back, mouth dry. All the crowd edged back. They no longer knew who scared them more, Fenris the Feared or the Bloody Nine. The world burned. His skin was on fire. His breath was scalding steam. The sword was a brand of molten metal in his fist. The sun stamped white-hot patterns into his prickling eyes, and the cold grey shapes of men and shields and walls, and of a giant made from blue words and black iron. Fear washed out from him in sickly waves, but the Bloody Nine only smiled the wider. Fear and pain were fuel on the fire, and the flames surged high and higher yet. The world burned, and at its centre the Bloody Nine burned hottest of all. He held out his hand, and he curled the three fingers, and he beckoned. "I am waiting," he said. The great fist slashed at the Bloody Nine's face, the great hands snatched at his body, but all the giant caught was laughter. Easier to strike the flickering fire, easier to catch the rolling smoke. The circle was an oven. The blades of yellow grass were tongues of yellow flame beneath it. The sweat, spit, blood dripped onto it like gravy from cooking meat. The Bloody Nine made a hiss, water on coals. The hiss became a growl, iron spattering from the forge. The growl became a great roar, the dry forest in flames, and he let the sword go free. The grey metal made searing circles, hacked bloodless holes in blue flesh, rang on black iron. The giant faded away, and the blade bit into the face of one of the men holding the shields. His head burst apart and sprayed blood across another, a hole torn from the wall around the circle. The others shuffled back, shields wavering, the circle swelling with their fear. They feared him more even than the giant, and they were wise to. Everything that lived was his enemy. And when the Bloody Nine had made pieces of this devil thing, he would set to work on them. The circle was a cauldron. On the walls above, the crowd surged like angry steam. The ground shifted and swelled under the Bloody Nine's feet like boiling oil. His roar became a scalding scream. The sword flashed down and clashed from spiked armor like a hammer on the anvil. The giant pressed his blue hand to the pale side of his head, face squirming like a nest of maggots. The blade had missed his skull, but stolen away the top half of his ear. Blood bubbled out from the wound, ran down the side of his great neck in two thin lines, and did not stop. The great eyes went wide, and the giant sprang forward with a thundering bellow. The Bloody Nine rolled under his flailing fist and slid round behind him, saw the black iron on his leg flap away, the bright buckle dangling. The sword snaked out and slid into the gap, ate deep into the great pale calf inside it. The giant roared in pain, spun, lurched on his wounded leg, and fell to his knees. The circle was a crucible. The screaming faces of the men around its edge danced like smoke, swam like molten metal, their shields melting together. Now was the time. The morning sun blazed down, glinted bright on the heavy chest plate, marking the spot. Now was the beautiful moment. The world burned, and like a leaping flame, the Bloody Nine reared up, arching back, raising high the sword. The work of Cannadius, the master-maker, no blade forged sharper. Its bitter edge scored a long gash in the black armor, through the iron and into the soft flesh beneath, striking sparks and spattering blood, the shriek of tortured metal mingling with the wail of pain torn from the Feared's twisted mouth. The wound it left in him was deep, but not deep enough. The giant's great arms slid round the Bloody Nine's back, folding him in a smothering embrace. The edges of the black metal pierced his flesh in a dozen places. Closer the giant drew him, and closer, and a ragged spike slid into the Bloody Nine's face, cut through his cheek and scraped against his teeth, bit into the side of his tongue, and filled his mouth with salt blood. The Feared's grip was the weight of mountains. No matter how hot the Bloody Nine's rage, no matter how he squirmed and thrashed and screamed in fury, he was held as tightly as the cold earth holds the buried dead. The blood trickling from his face and from his back and from the great gash in the Feared's armor soaked into his clothes and spread out blazing hot over his skin. The world burned. Above the oven, the cauldron, the crucible, Bethod nodded, and the giant's cold arms squeezed tighter. Dogman followed his nose. It rarely led him wrong, his nose, and he hoped to hell that it didn't fail him now. It was a sickly kind of a smell, like sweet cakes left too long in the oven. He led the others along an empty hallway, down a shadowy stair, creeping through the damp darkness in the knotty bowels of Scarling's Hill. He could hear something now, as well as smell it, and it sounded as bad as it smelled. A woman's voice, singing soft and low. A strange kind of singing, in no tongue the Dogman could understand. "That must be her," muttered Dow. "Don't like the sound of that one bit," Dogman whispered back. "Sounds like magic. What do you expect? She's a fucking witch, ain't she? I'll go round behind." "No, wait on." But Dow was already creeping off the other way, boots padding soft and silent. "Shit." Dogman followed the smell, creeping down the passageway with Grim at his back, the chanting coming louder and louder. A streak of light slunk out from an archway, and he eased towards it, pressed his side to the wall, and took a peer round the corner. The room on the other side had about as witchy a look as a room could ever have. Dark and windowless, 3 other black doorways round the walls. It was lit just by one smoky brazier up at the far end, sizzling coals shedding a dirty red light on it all, giving off a sick, sweet stink. There were jars and pots scattered all around, bundles of twigs and grass and dried-out flowers hanging from the greasy rafters, casting strange shadows into the corners, like the shapes of hanged men swinging. There was a woman standing over the brazier with her back to the Dogman. Her long white arms were spread out wide, shining with sweat. Gold glinted round her thin wrists, black hair straggled down her back. The Dogman might not have known the words she was singing, but he could guess it was some dark work she was up to. Grim held up his bow, one eyebrow raised. Dogman shook his head, silently drew his knife. Tricky to kill her right off with the shaft, and who knew what she might do once she was shot. Cold steel in the neck left nothing to chance. Together they crept into the room. The air was hot in there, thick as swamp water. Dogman sneaked forward, trying not to breathe, sure the reek would throttle him if he did. He sweated, or the room did. Leastways, his skin was beaded up with dew in no time. He picked his steps, finding a path between all the rubbish strewn across the floor, boxes, bundles, bottles. He worked his damp palm round the grip of his knife, fixed his eyes on the point between her shoulders, the point he'd stab it into. His foot caught a jar and sent it clattering. The woman's head jerked round, the chant stopped dead on her lips. A gaunt, white face, pale as a drowned man's, black paint round her narrow eyes, blue eyes, cold as the ocean. The circle was silent. The men around its edge were still, their faces and their shields hanging limp. The crowd at their backs, the people pressed to the parapet above, all held motionless, all quiet as the dead. For all of Nine Fingers' mad rage, for all his twisting and his struggling, the giant had him fast. Thick muscles squirmed under blue skin as the Fierd's great arms tightened and slowly crushed the life from him. West's mouth was bitter with helpless disappointment. All that he had done, all that he had suffered, all those lives lost, for nothing. Bethod would go free. Then Nine Fingers gave an animal growl. The Fierd held him still, but his blue arm was trembling with the effort, as if he was suddenly weakened and could squeeze no further. Every sinew of West's own body was rigid as he watched. The thick strap of the shield bit into his palm. His jaw was clenched so tight that his teeth ached. The two fighters were locked together, straining against each other with every fibre, and yet entirely still, frozen in the center of the circle. The dogman sprang forward, knife raised and ready. "Stop." He froze solid in a moment. He'd never heard a voice like it. One word, and there was no thought in his head. He stared at the pale woman, his mouth open, his breath hardly moving, wishing that she'd say another. "You too," she said, glancing over at Grim, and his face went slack, and he grinned, halfway through drawing his bow. She looked Dogman up and down, then pouted as if she was all disappointment. "Is that any way for guests to behave?" Dogman blinked. What the hell had he been thinking, barging in here with a drawn blade? He couldn't believe he'd done such a thing. He blushed to the roots of his hair. "Oh, I'm sorry, by the dead." "Ugh," said Grim, throwing his bow into the corner of the room as if he'd suddenly realized he had a turd in his hand, then staring down at the arrow, baffled. "That's better." She smiled, and the dogman found he was grinning like an idiot. Some spit might have come out of his mouth, maybe, just a bit, but he weren't that bothered. As long as she kept talking, nothing else seemed of too much importance. She beckoned to them, long white fingers stroking at the thick air. "No need to stand so far away from me. Come closer." Him and Grim stumbled towards her like eager children, Dogman near tripping over his feet in his hurry to please, Grim barging into a table on the way and coming close to falling on his face. "My name is Kaurib." "Oh," said Dogman. "Most beautiful name ever, no doubt about it. Amazing that a single word could be so beautiful." "Harding Grim's my name. Dogman, they call me, count of a sharp sense of smell, and, by the dead, but it was hard to think straight. There'd been something important he was meant to be doing, but for the life of him he couldn't think what. Dogman. Perfect. Her voice was soothing as a warm bath, as a soft kiss, as milk and honey. Don't sleep yet. Dogman's head rolled, Cowrib's painted face a black and white blur swimming in front of him.
"Sorry,"
he gurgled, blushing again and trying to hide the knife behind his back.
"Right sorry about the blade. No idea what—"
"Don't worry. I'm glad that you brought it. I think it would be best if you used it to stab your friend."
"Him?"
Dogman squinted at Grim. Grim grinned and nodded back at him.
"Aye, definitely. Right. Good idea."
Dogman lifted up the knife, seeming to weigh a ton.
Anywhere you'd like him stabbed in particular?"
"In the heart will do nicely."
"Right you are. Right, the heart it is."
Grim turned front on to give him a better go at it. Dogman blinked, wiped some sweat from his forehead.
"Here we go, then."
Damn it, but he was dizzy. He squinted at Grim's chest, wanting to make sure he got it right first time and didn't embarrass himself again.
"Here we go."
"Now," she hissed at him. "Just get it." The axe blade made a clicking sound as it split her head neatly down the middle, all the way to her chin. Blood sprayed out and spattered in Dogman's gawping face, and the witch's thin body slumped down on the stones like it was made of nothing but rags. Dow frowned as he twisted the haft of his axe this way and that until the blade came free of Cowrib's ruined skull with a faint sucking sound. "That bitch talks too much," he grunted. The Bloody Nine felt the change. Like the first green shoot of spring, like the first warmth on the wind as the summer comes. There was a message in the way the feared held him. His bones were no longer groaning, threatening to burst apart. The giant's strength was less, and his was more. The Bloody Nine sucked in the air, and his rage burned hot as ever. Slowly, he dragged his face away from the giant's shoulder, felt the metal slide out from his mouth. He twisted, until his neck was free, until he was staring into the giant's writhing face. The Bloody Nine smiled. Then he darted forward, fast as a shower of sparks, and sank his teeth deep into that big lower lip. The giant grunted, shifted his arms, tried to drag the Bloody Nine's head away, tear the biting teeth out of his mouth. But he could more easily have shaken off the plague. His arms loosened, and the Bloody Nine twisted the hand that held the Maker's sword. He twisted it as the snake twists in its nest, and slowly he began to work it free. The giant's blue left arm uncoiled from the Bloody Nine's body. His blue hand seized hold of the Bloody Nine's wrist, but there could be no stopping it. When the sapling seed finds a crack in the mountain, over long years its deep roots will burst the very rock apart. So the Bloody Nine strained with every muscle and let the slow time pass, hissing out his hatred into the feared's twitching mouth. The blade crept onwards, slowly, and its very point bit into painted flesh just below the giant's bottom rib. The Bloody Nine felt the hot blood trickling down the grip and over his bunched fist, trickling out of the feared's mouth and into his, running down his neck, leaking from the wounds across his back, dripping to the ground, just as it should be. Softly, gently, the blade slid into the feared's tattooed body, sideways, upwards, onwards. The great hands clawed at the Bloody Nine's arm, at his back, seeking desperately for some hold that might stop the terrible easing forward of that blade. But with every moment the giant's strength melted away, like ice before a furnace. Easier to stop the white flow than to stop the Bloody Nine. The movement of his hands was the growing of a mighty tree, one hair's breadth at a time, but no flesh, no stone, no metal could stop it. The giant's painted side could not be harmed. Great Glustrod had made it so long years ago in the old time when the words were written upon the feared skin. But Glustrod wrote on one half only. Slowly now, softly, gently, the point of the Maker's sword crossed the divide and into the unmarked half of him, dug into his innards, spitted him like meat made ready for the fire. The giant made a great high shriek, and the last strength melted from his hands. The Bloody Nine opened his jaws and let him free, one arm holding tight to his back while the other drove the sword on into him. The Bloody Nine hissed laughter through his clenched teeth, dribbled laughter through the ragged hole in his face. He rammed the blade as far as it would go, and its point slid out between the plates of armor just beneath the giant's armpit and glinted red in the sun. Fenris the Feared tottered backwards, still making his long squeal, his mouth hanging open and a string of red spit dangling from his lip, the painted half already healed over, the pale half tattered as mincemeat. The circle of men watched him, frozen, gaping over the tops of their shields. His feet shuffled in the dirt, one hand fumbling for the red hilt of the Maker's sword, buried to the crosspiece in his side, blood dripping from the pommel and leaving red spots scattered across the ground. His squeal became a rattling groan. One foot tripped the other, and he toppled like a felled tree and crashed over on his back in the center of the circle, great arms and legs spread wide. The twitching of his face was finally still, and there was a long silence.
"By the dead."
It was spoken softly, thoughtfully. Logan squinted into the morning sun, saw the black shape of a man looking down at him from the high gatehouse.
"By the dead. I never thought you'd do it."
The world tipped from side to side as Logan began to walk, the breath hissing cold through the wound in his face, scraping in his raw throat. The men who'd made the circle moved out of his way now, their voices fallen silent, their shields hanging from their hands.
"Never thought you could do it. But when it comes to killing, there's no man better, no man worse. I've always said so."
Logan tottered through the open gates, found an archway, and began to climb the lurching steps, round and round, his boots hissing against the stone and leaving dark smears behind. The blood dripped, tap, 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 from the dangling fingers of his left hand. Every muscle ached. Bethod's voice dug at him.
"But I get the last laugh, Bloody Nine. You're nothing but leaves on the water. Any way the rain washes you."
Logan stumbled on, ribs burning, jaws locked tight together, shoulder scraping against the curved wall. Up and round, his crackling breath echoing after.
"You'll never have anything. You'll never be anything. You'll never make anything but corpses."
Out onto the roof, blinking in the morning brightness, spitting a mouthful of blood over his shoulder. Bethod stood at the battlements. The named men stumbled out of Logan's way as he strode towards him.
"You're made of death, Bloody Nine. You're made of—"
Logan's fist crunched into his jaw, and he took a flopping step back. Logan's other hand smashed into his cheek, and he reeled against the parapet, a long string of bloody drool running from his split mouth. Logan caught the back of his head and jerked his knee up into Bethod's face, felt his nose crunch flat against it. Logan tangled his fingers in Bethod's hair, gripped it tight, pulled his head up high, and rammed it down into the stones.
"Die!"
he hissed. Bethod jerked, gurgled. Logan lifted his head and drove it down again and again. The golden ring flew off his broken skull, bounced across the rooftop with a merry jingling.
"Die!"
Bone crunched and blood shot out over the stone in fat drops and thin spatters. Pale as Snow and his named men stared, white-faced, helpless and fearful, horrified and delighted. "Die, you fucker!" And Logan hauled Bethod's ruined corpse into the air with one last effort and flung it tumbling over the battlements. He watched it fall. He watched it crunch to the ground and lie on its side, arms and legs stuck out awkwardly, fingers curled as if they were grasping at something, the head no more than a dark smear on the hard earth. All the faces of the crowds of men standing below were turned towards that corpse. Then, slowly, eyes and mouths wide open, they lifted up to stare at Logan. Cromarty Fale, standing in their midst, in the centre of the shaved circle beside the great body of the feared, slowly raised his long arm, the fat forefinger on the end of it pointing upwards.
"The Bloody Nine!" he screamed. "King of the Northmen!"
Logan gaped down at him, panting for breath, legs wobbling, trying to understand. The fury was gone and left nothing but terrible tiredness behind it. Tiredness and pain. "King of the Northmen!" someone shrieked way back in the crowd. "No!" croaked Logan, but no one heard him. They were all too drunk with blood and fury, or busy thinking what was easiest, or too scared to say any different. The chants broke out all over, first a trickle of them, then a flow, and then a flood, and all Logan could do was watch, clinging to the bloody stone and trying not to fall. "The Bloody Nine! King of the Northmen!" Pale as Snow was down on one knee beside him, spots of Bethod's blood sprayed across the white fur on his coat. He always had been one to lick whatever arse was nearest, but he wasn't alone. They were all kneeling, up on the walls and down on the grass. The Dogman's Carls and Bethod's, the men who'd held the shields for Logan, and the ones who'd held the shields for the feared. Maybe Bethod had taught them a lesson. Maybe they'd forgotten how to be their own men, and now they needed someone else to tell them what to do. "No," whispered Logan, but all that came out was a dull slurp. He had no more power to stop it than he had to make the sky fall in. Seemed to him then that men do pay for the things they've done, all right, but sometimes the payment isn't what they expected.
"The Bloody Nine!"
roared Crummock again, as he sank down on his knees and lifted up his arms towards the sky.
"King of the Northmen!"
Chapter 35. Greater Good. The room was another overbright box. It had the same off-white walls spotted with brown stains. Mould, or blood, or both. The same battered tables and chairs. Virtually instruments of torture in themselves. The same burning pains in Glockter's foot and leg and back. Some things never change. The same prisoner, as far as anyone could have told, with the same canvas bag over their head. Just like the dozens who have been through this room over the past few days, and just like the dozens more crammed into the cells beyond the door, waiting on our pleasure. "Very well." Glockter waved a tired hand. "Let us begin." Frost dragged the bag from the prisoner's head. A long, lean, cantic face with deep creases around the mouth and a neatly trimmed black beard streaked with grey. A wise, dignified face, deep-set eyes even now adjusting to the glare. Glockter burst out laughing. Each chuckle stabbed at the base of his stiff spine and rattled his stiff neck, but he could not help himself. Even after all these years, fate can still play jokes on me.
"What's funny?"
grunted Frost. Glockter wiped his runny eye. "Practical Frost,
We are truly honored. Our latest prisoner is none other than Master Farad, formerly of Yashtovit in Cantor, and more recently of a magnificent address at the top of the Kingsway. We are in the presence of the finest dentist in the circle of the world. And one must appreciate the irony. Farad blinked into the glaring lamplight. I know you. Yes. You are the one who was a prisoner of the Gurkish. Yes. The one they tortured. I remember you were brought to me. Yes. Farad swallowed, as though the memory alone is enough to make him vomit. He glanced up at Frost, and the pink eyes glowered back, unblinking. He glanced round the grubby, blood-stained room, at the cracked tiles, at the scarred tabletop. His eyes lingered on the paper of confession lying upon it. After what they did to you, how can you do this now? Glokta showed Farad his toothless grin. After what they did to me, how could I do anything else? Why am I here? For the same reason as everyone else who comes here. Glokta watched Frost plant the heavy tips of his fingers on the paper of confession and slide it deliberately across the table towards the prisoner. To confess. Confess to what? Why, to spying for the Gurkish. Farad's face creased up with disbelief. I am no spy. The Gurkish took everything from me. I fled my home when they came. I am innocent. You must know this. Of course, as have been all the spies who confessed in this room over the last few days. But they all confessed, without exception. Will you sign the paper? I have nothing to confess to. Why is it that no one can answer the questions I ask? Glokta stretched out his aching back, worked his creaking neck from side to side, rubbed at the bridge of his nose with finger and thumb. Nothing helped. But then nothing ever does. Why must they always make it so very difficult for me and for themselves? Practical Frost, would you show the good master our work so far? The albino slid a dented tin bucket out from under the table and dumped the contents without ceremony in front of the prisoner. Teeth clattered and slid and spun across the wood, hundreds of them. Teeth of all shapes and sizes, from white through all the shades of yellow to brown. Teeth with bloody roots and with shreds of flesh attached. A couple tumbled from the far end of the table and bounced from the grimy tiles, clicked away into the corners of the narrow room. Farad gaped down in horror at the bloody mess of dentistry before him. And even the very Prince of Teeth can never have seen such a thing. Glokta leaned forwards. I dare say you've pulled a tooth or two before yourself. The prisoner nodded dumbly. Then you can probably imagine how tired I am after this lot. That's why I'd really like to be done with you as quickly as possible. I don't want you here, and you certainly don't want to be here. We can help each other. What must I do? Muttered Farad, his tongue moving nervously around his own mouth. It is not complicated. First, you sign your confession. Sorry, mumbled Frost, leaning forward and brushing a couple of teeth off the document, one of them leaving a long pink streak across the paper. Then you name 2 others. 2 other what? Why, 2 other spies for the Gurkish, of course, from among your people. But I know no spies. Then some other names will have to serve. You have been named already several times.
The dentist swallowed, then shook his head and pushed the paper away. A brave man, and a righteous one, but bravery and righteousness are bad virtues to have in this room.
I will sign, but I will not name innocent men. God have mercy on me, I will not.
God might have mercy on you, but he doesn't hold the pliers down here. Clamp him. Frost gripped Farad's head from behind with one great white hand, tendons standing from the pale skin as he forced his mouth open. Then he shoved the clamp between Farad's jaws and spun the nut round nimbly between finger and thumb until they were held wide open.
"Ah!"
gurgled the dentist.
"Oh!"
I know, and we're just getting started. Glocta pushed back the lid of his case, watched the polished wood, the sharpened steel, the shining glass spread outwards. What the? There was a disconcerting gap in the tools. For pity's sake! Have you had the pliers out of here, Frost?
"No,"
grunted the albino, shaking his head angrily.
Damn it! Can none of these bastards keep their own instruments? Go next door and see if we can borrow some at least."
The practical lumbered from the room, the heavy door hanging ajar behind him. Glocta winced as he rubbed at his leg. Farad stared at him, spit running from one corner of his forced-open mouth. His bulging eyes rolled sideways as a howl of pain came muffled from the corridor outside. "I do apologize for this," said Glocta. "We usually are a great deal more organized, but it's been busy as hell here the last few days. Such a lot to get through, you see." Frost pulled the door shut and handed Glocta a pair of rusty pliers, handles first. There was some dry blood and a couple of curly hairs caked to the jaws.
"Is this the best they could do? These are dirty."
Frost shrugged.
"What's the difference?"
A fair point, I suppose. Glocta gave a long sigh, struggled up from his chair, and leaned forwards to peer into Farad's mouth. And a sweet set he has, too. A pearly white compliment. I suppose you'd expect prize-winning teeth from a prize-winning dentist. Anything else would be a poor advertisement for his trade. I applaud your cleanliness. It's a rare privilege to question a man who appreciates the importance of washing the mouth out. I can't say I've ever seen a better set of teeth." Glocta tapped at them happily with the pliers. "It seems a shame to tear them all out, just so that you can confess in 10 minutes' time instead of now, but there we are." He closed the jaws around the nearest tooth, worked his hand around the handles. Gurgled Farad. Glocta pursed his lips as though considering, then released the pliers. "Let us give the good master one further chance to talk." Frost unscrewed the clamp and pulled it from Farad's mouth, along with a string of drool. "Is there something you wish to say?"
"I will sign,"
gasped Farad, a long tear running down one cheek.
"God help me! I will sign."
"And you will name 2 accomplices?"
"Whatever you wish. Please, whatever you wish."
"Excellent," said Glocta as he watched the pen scratching against the paper of confession. "Who's next?" Glocta heard the lock behind him rattle. He scowled as he turned his head, preparing to scream at his presumptuous visitor. "Your Eminence," he whispered with barely concealed dismay, grimacing as he struggled to get up from his chair.
"No need to rise. I do not have all day."
Glocta found himself frozen in the most painful possible position, bent somewhere between sitting and standing, and had to sag back into his chair with little grace as Salt swept into the room, 3 of his huge practicals looming silently in the doorway behind him.
"You may ask your freak of nature to leave us."
Frost's eyes narrowed, flickered over the other practicals, then back to Salt. "Very good. Practical Frost," said Glocta hastily. You may remove our prisoner." The albino unlocked Farad's manacles and dragged the dentist from his chair with one white fist, hauled him gasping by his collar to the door at the back of the room, and ripped back the bolt with his free hand. He gave one pink glare over his shoulder, and Salt glared back. Then he slammed the door behind him. His Eminence slid into the chair opposite Glockter. No doubt still warm from the sweating ass of the brave and righteous Master Farad. He brushed some of the teeth from the tabletop before him with the side of one gloved hand and sent them clicking onto the floor. And he could not have seemed to care less had they been breadcrumbs.
"There is a deadly conspiracy afoot within the Agriod. Have we made progress in unmasking it?"
"I have interviewed most of the Cantic prisoners, extracted a suitable number of confessions. There should not be—" Salt gave an angry wave of his hand.
"Not that, half-wit! I refer to that bastard Morovia and his pawns, the so-called first of the Magi and our so-called king."
"Even now, with the Gurkish knocking at the gates?" "Your Eminence, I had assumed the war would take precedence."
"You have not the wit to assume," sneered Salt. "What evidence have you collected against Byers?"
"I stumbled upon something I shouldn't have at the university, then was almost drowned in my bath. So far, nothing."
"What of the parentage of King Giselle I?"
"That avenue, too, appears a dead end. Or an avenue with my own death at the end, if my owners at Valentin Bulk were to hear of it, and they hear of everything." The Archlector's lips twisted.
"Then what the hell have you been doing lately?"
"For the last 3 days I have been busy tearing meaningless confessions from the mouths of innocent men so that we could appear effective. When was I supposed to find time to bring down the state precisely? I have been occupied with seeking Gurkish spies."
"Why do I never get anything from you but excuses? I have begun to wonder, since your effectiveness has so sharply declined, how you were able to keep Dagosca out of Gurkish hands so long. You must have needed a tremendous sum of money to strengthen the city's defences."
It took all of Glockter's self-control to prevent his eye from twitching straight out of his head. "Still now, you twitching jelly, or we are done." "The Guild of Spicers were persuaded to contribute when their own livelihoods were on the line."
"How uncharacteristically generous of them. Now that I think of it, I find the whole business of Dagosca has a strange flavour. It has always struck me as odd that you chose to dispose of Magister Ida so privately, rather than sending her back to me."
"From very bad to an awful lot worse. A miscalculation on my part, Your Eminence. I thought that I would spare you the trouble of—"
"Disposing of traitors is no trouble for me, you know that."
Angry creases spread out around Salt's hard blue eyes.
"Could it be, after all we have been through together, you might take me for a fool?"
Glockter's voice rasped uncomfortably in his dry throat. "Absolutely not, Archlector. Merely a lethal megalomaniac. He knows that I am not entirely the dutiful slave. But how much does he know, and from whom did he learn it?"
"I gave you an impossible task, and so I have allowed you the benefit of the doubt. But your benefit will only last as long as your successes. I grow tired of putting the spur to you. If you do not solve my problems with our new king in the next 2 weeks, I will have Superior Goyle dig out the answers to my questions about Dagosca. I will have him dig them from your twisted flesh if I must. Do I make myself clear?"
As viscerine glass. 2 weeks to find the answers, or fragments of a butchered corpse found floating by the docks? But even if I ask the questions, Valentin Bulk will inform His Eminence of our arrangement, and— bloated by seawater, horribly mutilated, far beyond recognition. Alas, for poor Superior Glockter, a comely and a well-loved man, but such bad luck. Wherever will he turn?
I understand, Arch-Lector. Then why ever are you still sitting here?
It was R.D. West herself who opened the door, a half-full wineglass in one hand. "Ah, Superior Glockter, what a delightful surprise. Do come in. You sound almost pleased to see me." A rare response indeed to my arrival. "Why wouldn't I be?" She stepped graciously aside to allow him past. "How many girls are lucky enough to have a torturer for a chaperone? There's nothing like it for encouraging the suitors." He hobbled over the threshold. "Where is your maid?" "She got herself all worked up about some Gurkish army or other, so I let her go. Went to her mother in Martenholm." "And you are yourself ready to leave, I hope?" He followed her into the warm living room, shutters and curtains closed, illuminated by the shifting glow from the coals on the fire. "In fact, I have decided to stay in the city."
"Really? The tragic princess pining in her empty castle, abandoned by her faithless servants, wringing her helpless hands while her enemies surround the moat?"
Glockter snorted.
"Are you sure you fit the role?"
"Better than you fit that of the knight on the white charger, come to rescue the damsel with blade a-flashing." She looked him scornfully up and down. "I'd hoped for a hero with at least half his teeth."
"I thought you'd be used to getting less than you hoped for by now."
"I know that I am. What can I say? I'm a romantic. Have you come here only to puncture my dreams?"
"No, I do that without trying. I had in mind a drink and a conversation which did not include the subtext of my mutilated corpse."
It is hard to say at this stage what direction our conversation might take, but the drink I can promise you." She poured him a glass, and he tossed it back in 4 long swallows. He held it out again, sucking his sweet gums.
"In all seriousness, the Gurkish are no more than a week from taking Adua under siege. You should leave as soon as possible."
She filled his glass again, and then her own. "Haven't you noticed that half the city has had the same idea? Such flea-bitten nags not requisitioned by the army are changing hands at 500 marks apiece. Nervous citizens are pouring out to every corner of Midderland. Columns of defenceless refugees, wandering through a mass of mud at a mile a day as the weather turns cold, laden down with everything of value they possess, easy prey for every brigand within 100 miles. "True," Glockter had to admit as he wriggled his painful way into a chair near the fire. "And where would I go to, anyway? I swear I have not a single friend or relative anywhere in Midderland. Would you have me hide in the woods, lighting fires by rubbing sticks together and hunting down squirrels with my bare hands? How the hell would I stay drunk in those circumstances? No, thank you, I will be safer here, and considerably more comfortable. I have coal for the fire, and the cellar is full to capacity. I can hold out for months." She waved a floppy hand towards the wall. "The Gurkish are coming from the west, and we are on the eastern side of town. I could not be safer in the palace itself, I dare say." Perhaps she is right. Here at least I can keep some kind of watch over her.
"Very well. I bow to your reasoning, or I would if my back allowed it."
She settled herself opposite. "And how is life in the corridors of power?"
"Chilly, as corridors often are."
Glockter stroked his lips with a finger.
"I find myself in a difficult situation."
"I have some experience with those."
"This one is complicated."
"Well, then, in terms a dull wench like me might understand." Where's the harm? I stared death in the face already.
"In the terms of a dull wench, then, imagine this. Desperately needing certain favors, you have promised your hand in marriage to 2 very rich and powerful men.
One would be a fine thing. None would be a fine thing in this particular case. They are both old and of surpassing ugliness. She shrugged. Ugliness is easily forgiven in the rich and powerful. But both these suitors are prone to violent displays of jealousy. Dangerous displays, if your wanton faithlessness were to become common knowledge. You had hoped to extricate yourself from one promise or the other at some stage, but now the date of the weddings draws near, and you find that you are still considerably entangled with both. More so than ever, in fact. Your response? She pursed her lips and took a long breath, considering it, then tossed a strand of hair theatrically over her shoulder. I would drive them both near madness with my matchless wit and smouldering beauty, then engineer a duel between the two. Whichever one would be rewarded with the ultimate prize of my hand in marriage, never suspecting I was once promised also to his rival. Since he is old, I would earnestly hope for his imminent death, leaving me a wealthy and respected widow. She grinned at him down her nose. What say you to that, sir? Glocta blinked. I fear the metaphor hath lost its relevance. Or, Ardee squinted at the ceiling, then snapped her fingers, I might use my subtle feminine wiles, thrusting back her shoulders and hitching up her bust, to entrap a third man, still more powerful and wealthy, young and handsome, and smooth of limb as well, I suppose, since this is a metaphor. I would marry him, and with his help destroy those other two, and abandon them penniless and disappointed. Ha! What think you? Glocta felt his eyelid twitching, and he pressed one hand against it. Interesting. A third suitor, he murmured. The idea had never even occurred. Chapter 36. Scarling's Chair. Far below, the water frothed and surged. It had rained hard in the night, and now the river ran high with it, an angry flood chewing mindlessly at the base of the cliff. Cold black water and cold white spray against the cold black rock. Tiny shapes, golden yellow, burning orange, vivid purple, all the colours of fire, whisked and wandered with the mad currents, whatever way the rain washed them. Leaves on the water, just like him. And now it looked as if the rain would wash him south, to fight some more, to kill men who'd never heard of him. The idea of it made him want to be sick, but he'd given his word, and a man who doesn't keep his word isn't much of a man at all. That's what Logan's father used to tell him. He'd spent a lot of long years not keeping to much of anything. His word, and the words of his father, and other men's lives, all meaning less than nothing. All the promises he'd made to his wife and to his children, he'd let rot. He'd broken his word to his people and his friends and himself more times than he could count. The Bloody Nine, the most feared man in the North, a man who'd walked all his days in a circle of blood, a man who'd done nothing in all his life but evil. And all the while he'd looked at the sky and shrugged his shoulders, blamed whoever was nearest, and told himself he'd had no choices. Bethod was gone. Logan had vengeance at last, but the world wasn't suddenly a better place. The world was the same, and so was he. He spread out the fingers of his left hand on the damp stone, bent and wonky from a dozen old breaks, knuckles scratched and scabbing, nails cracked and wedged under with dirt. He stared down at the familiar stump for a moment. "Still alive," he whispered, hardly able to believe it. He winced at the pain in his battered ribs, groaned as he turned away from the window and back into the great hall. Bethod's throne room, and now his. The thought tugged a meagre belch of laughter out of his gut, but even that stabbed at the massive stitches through his cheek and up the side of his face. He limped out across the wide floor, every step an ordeal. The sound of his scraping boots echoed in the high rafters over the whispering of the river down below. Shafts of blurred light, heavy with floating dust, shone down and made criss-cross patterns across the boards. Near to Logan, on a raised-up dais, stood Carling's chair. The hall and the city and the land around it had all changed far beyond recognition, but Logan reckoned the chair itself was much the same as it had been when Scarling lived. Scarling Hoodless, greatest hero of the North, the man who'd united the clans to fight against the Union long ago, the man who'd drawn the North together with words and gestures for a few brief years at least. A simple seat for a simple man. Big, honest chunks of old wood, faded paint around the edges, polished smooth by Scarling's sons and grandsons, and the men who'd led his clan since. Until the Bloody Nine came knocking at the gates of Carleon, until Bethod took the chair for his own and pretended that he was all that Scarling had been, while he forced the North together with fire and fear and steel. "Well, then?" Logan jerked his head round, saw Black Dow leaning in the doorway, arms folded across his chest. "Ain't you going to sit in it?" Logan shook his head, even though his legs were aching so bad he could hardly bear to stand a moment longer. "Mud always did for me to sit on. I'm no hero, and Scarling was no king. Turned down a crown, as I heard it told." Crowns. Logan spat onto the straw, spit still pink from the cuts in his mouth. Kings. The whole notion's shit, and me the worst choice there could be. "You ain't saying no, though, eh?" Logan frowned up at him. "So some other bastard even worse than Bethard can sit in that chair, make the North bleed some more. Maybe I can do some good with it." "Maybe." Dow looked straight back. "But some men aren't made for doing good."
"You talking about me again?"
chuckled Crummock, striding in through the doorway, Dogman and Grim at his shoulder. "Not all talk's about you, Crummock," said Dogman. "You sleep all right, Logan?" "Aye," he lied. "Like the dead." "What now?" Logan stared at that chair. "South, I reckon." "South?" grunted Grim, giving no clue whether he thought it was a good idea or a bad. Logan licked at the ragged flesh at the side of his mouth, checking again, for no reason that made any sense, just how much it hurt. "Calder and Scale are still out there somewhere. No doubt Bethard sent 'em to find some help. From out past the Crinner, or up in the high valleys, or wherever." Crummock chuckled softly.
"The good work's never done."
"They'll be causing mischief sooner or later," said Dogman. "Small doubt of that. Someone needs to stay back here and keep a watch on things. Hunt those two bastards out if they can." "I'll do it," said Black Dow. "You sure?" Dow shrugged. "I don't like boats, and I don't like the Union. Don't need to take no voyage to work that out. And I've got scores enough to settle with Calder and Scale. I'll pick me some carls out of what's left, and I'll pay 'em a visit." He flashed his nasty grin and clapped Dogman on the arm. "Good luck to the rest of you down here with the Southerners, eh? Try not to get yourselves killed." He narrowed his eyes at Logan. "You especially, eh, Bloody Nine? Wouldn't want to lose as another King of the Northmen, now would we?" And he sauntered out, arms folded. "How many men we got left over?" "Might be 300 now, if Dow takes a few." Logan gave a long sigh. "Best get 'em ready to leave, then. Wouldn't want Furious to go without us." "Who want to go?" asked Dogman. "After what they've been through these past months, who want more killing now?" "Men who don't know how to do much else, I guess." Logan shrugged. "Bethard had gold down there, didn't he?" Aye, some. Then share it out. Plenty for each man comes with us. Some now, some when we get back. Reckon a good few'll take the offer. Maybe. Men'll talk hard for gold. Not sure they'll fight hard for it when the time comes. I reckon we'll see. Dogman stared at him for a long moment, stared him right in the eye. Why? Because I gave my word. And? Never bothered you before, did it? Can't say it did. And there's the problem. Logan swallowed, and his mouth tasted bad. What else can you do but try and do better? Dogman nodded, slow, his eyes not leaving Logan's face. Right you are then, Chief. South it is. Huh? Said Grim, and the two of them walked out the doorway, leaving just Crummock behind.
Off to the Union for you, is it, Your Majesty? South, and kill you some brown men in the sun?
South. Logan worked one sore shoulder beside his sore neck, and then the other. You coming? Crummock pushed himself away from the wall and walked forward, finger bones clicking round his thick neck.
No, not me. I've relished our time together, so I have. But everything's got an end, don't it? I've been away from my mountains for far too long, and my wives will be missing me.
The chief of the hillmen held his arms out wide, took a step forward, and hugged Logan tight. A little too tight for comfort, if he was being honest.
They can have a king, if they want one,
whispered Crummock in his ear.
But I can't say I do. Especially not the man who killed my son, eh?
Logan felt himself go cold, from the roots of his hair to the tips of his fingers.
What did you think? That I wouldn't know?
The hillman leaned back to look Logan in the eye.
You slaughtered him before the whole world, now didn't you? You butchered little Rond like a sheep for the pot, and him just as helpless as one.
They were alone in that wide hall, just the two of them, and the shadows, and Scarling's chair. Logan winced as Crummock's arms squeezed tighter round the bruises and the wounds the Fiad's arms had left him. Logan hadn't the strength left now to fight a cat, and they both knew it. The hillman could have crushed him flat and finished the job the Fiad had started. But he only smiled.
Don't you worry now, Bloody Nine. I've got what I wanted, haven't I? Bethod's dead and gone, and his Feared, and his witch, and his old bastard notion of clans united, all back to the mud where they belong. With you in charge, I dare say it'll be 100 years before folk in the north stop killing each other. Meantime, maybe we up in the hills can have some peace, eh?
Course you can, croaked Logan through his gritted teeth, grimacing as Crummock pressed him even tighter.
You killed my son, that's true. But I got plenty more. You have to weed the weak ones out, don't you know? The weak and the unlucky. You don't put a wolf amongst your sheep, then cry when you find one eaten, do you?
Logan could only stare.
You really are mad. Maybe I am, but there's worse than me out there.
He leaned close again, soft breath in Logan's ear.
I'm not the one killed the boy, am I?
He let Logan free, and he slapped him on the shoulder, the way a friend might, but there was no friendship in it.
Don't ever come up in the high places again, Nine Fingers. That's my advice. I might not be able to give you another friendly reception.
He turned and walked away, slowly, waving one fat finger over his shoulder.
Don't come up in the high places again, Bloody Nine. You're beloved of the moon just a little too much for my taste.
Chapter 37. Leadership. Jezal clattered through the cobbled streets astride a magnificent grey, Bayaz and Marshal Varuz just behind him, a score of Knights of the Body, led by Bremedan Gorst, following in full war gear. It was strangely unsettling to see the city, usually so brimful with humanity, close to deserted. Only a scattering of threadbare urchins, of nervous city watchmen, of suspicious commoners remained to hurry out of the way of the royal party as they passed. Most of those citizens who had stayed in Adua were well barricaded in their bedrooms, Jezal imagined. He would have been tempted to do the same, had Queen Therese not beaten him to it.
"When did they arrive?"
Bayaz was demanding over the clatter of hooves.
"The vanguard appeared before dawn,"
Jezal heard Varuz shout back,
"and more Gurkish troops have been pouring in down the Kelm Road all morning. There were a few skirmishes in the districts beyond Casimir's wall, but nothing to slow them significantly. They are already halfway to encircling the city."
Jezal jerked his head round.
"Already?" "The Gurkish always like to come prepared, Your Majesty."
The old soldier urged his horse up beside him.
"They have started to construct a palisade around Adua, and have brought 3 great catapults with them, the same ones that proved so effective in their siege of Dagorska. By noon, we will be entirely surrounded."
Jezal swallowed. There was something about the word surrounded that caused an uncomfortable tightening in his throat. The column slowed to a stately walk as they approached the city's westernmost gate. It was, in an irony that gave Jezal little pleasure, the very same gate through which he had entered the city in triumph before he was crowned High King of the Union. A crowd had gathered in the shadow of Casimir's wall, larger even than the one that had greeted him after his strange victory over the peasants. Today, however, there was hardly a mood of celebration. Smiling girls had been replaced by frowning men, fresh flowers with old weapons. Polearms stuck up above the press at all angles in an unruly forest, points and edges glinting. Pikes and pitchforks, billhooks and boathooks, brooms with the twigs removed, and knives nailed in their places. There was a smattering of King's Own padded out by some squinting members of the city watch, a few puffed-up tradesmen with leather jerkins and polished swords, some slouching labourers with antique flat bows and tough expressions. These were the very best of what was on offer. They were accompanied by a random assortment of citizens of both sexes and all ages, equipped with a bewildering range of mismatched armour and weapons, or nothing at all. It was difficult to tell who was supposed to be a soldier and who a citizen, if, indeed, there was still a difference. Every one of them was looking at Jezal as he smartly dismounted, his golden spurs jingling. Looking to him, he realized, as he began to walk out among them, his well-armored bodyguard clanking behind.
"These are the defenders of this borough?"
murmured Jezal to Lord Marshal Varuz, following at his shoulder.
"Some of them, Your Majesty, accompanied by some enthusiastic townsfolk, a touching spectacle."
Jezal would happily have traded a touching crowd for an effective one, but he supposed a leader had always to appear indomitable before his followers. Bayaz had told him so often. How doubly, how triply true of a king before his subjects, especially a king whose grip on his recently won crown might be thought of as slippery at best. So he stood tall, pointed his scarred chin as high as he dared, flicked out his gilt-edged cloak with one gauntleted hand. He strode through the crowd with the confident swagger he had always used to have, one hand resting on the jewelled pommel of his sword, hoping with every step that no one caught an inkling of the cauldron of fear and doubt behind his eyes. The crowd muttered as he swept past, Varuz and Bayaz hurrying behind. Some made attempts at bows, others did not bother.
"The king! I thought he'd be taller. Jezal the bastard!"
Jezal snapped his head round, but there was no way of telling who spoke.
"That's Luthar!"
"A cheer for His Majesty!"
followed by a half-hearted murmur.
"This way," said a pale-looking officer before the gate, indicating a staircase with one apologetic hand. Giselle climbed manfully, 2 stone steps at a time, spurs jingling. He came out onto the roof of the gatehouse and froze, his lip curling with distaste. Who should be standing there but his old friend Superior Glocta, bent over on his cane, his repulsive, toothless smile on his face. "Your Majesty," he leered, voice heavy with irony. "What an almost overwhelming honor." He lifted his cane to point towards the far parapet. "The Gurkish are that way." Giselle was attempting to frame a suitably acidic reply as his eyes followed Glocta's stick. He blinked, the muscles of his face going slack. He stepped past the cripple without saying a word. His scarred jaw crept gradually open and stayed there. "The enemy," growled Varuz. Giselle tried to imagine what Logan Ninefingers would have said, faced with the sight below him now. Shit. In the patchwork of damp fields, over the roads and through the hedgerows, between the farms and villages and the few coppices of old trees beyond the city walls, Gurkish troops swarmed in their thousands. The wide paved road towards Keln, curving away southwards through the flat farmland, was a single, crawling, glittering, heaving river of marching men. Gurkish soldiers, in column, flooding up and flowing smoothly out to encircle the city in a giant ring of men, wood, and steel. Tall standards stood out above the boiling throng, golden symbols flashing in the watery autumn sunlight. The standards of the Emperor's legions. Giselle counted 10 at his first glance. "A considerable body of men," said Bayaz with awesome understatement. Glocta grinned. "The Gurkish hate to travel alone." The fence that Marshal Varuz had referred to earlier was already rising, a dark line winding through the muddy fields a few hundred strides from the walls, a shallow ditch in front of it. More than adequate to prevent supplies or reinforcements reaching the city from outside. Further away, several camps were taking shape. Vast bodies of white tents erected in neatly ordered squares, several with tall columns of dark smoke already floating up into the white sky from cook fires and forges. There was a deeply worrying feel of permanence about the whole arrangement. Adua might still have been in Union hands, but even the most patriotic liar could not have denied that the city's hinterland already belonged firmly to the Emperor of Gurkel. "You have to admire their organization," said Varuz grimly.
"Yes, their organization."
Giselle's voice was suddenly creaky as old floorboards. Putting a brave face on this seemed more like insanity than courage. A dozen horsemen had detached themselves from the Gurkish lines and now rode forward at a steady trot. 2 long flags streamed above their heads, red and yellow silk, worked with Cantic characters in golden thread. There was a white flag, too, so small as to be barely noticeable.
"Parleys," growled the first of the Magi, slowly shaking his head.
What are they but an excuse for old fools who love to hear their own voices to prattle about fair treatment before they start on the butchery?
I suppose on the subject of old fools who love to hear their own voices, you're an absolute expert.
That was what Giselle thought, but he kept it to himself, watching the Gurkish party approach in brooding silence. A tall man came at their head, gold shining on his sharply pointed helmet and his polished armor, riding with that upright arrogance that shouts, even from a distance, of high command. Marshal Varuz frowned.
"General Malzagurt."
"You know him?"
"He commanded the Emperor's forces during the last war. We grappled with each other for months. We parleyed more than once. A most cunning opponent."
"You got the better of him, though, eh?"
"In the end, Your Majesty."
Varuz looked far from happy.
"But I had an army then."
The Gurkish commander clattered up the road through the jumble of deserted buildings scattered beyond Casimir's wall. He reined in his horse before the gate, staring proudly upwards, one hand resting casually on his hip. "I am General Malzagurt," he called in a sharp Kantic accent, "the chosen representative of His Magnificence Uthman-ul-Dost, Emperor of Gurkel. I am King Jezal I. Of course, the bastard." It was pointless to deny it. "That's right, the bastard. Why don't you come in, General? Then we can speak face to face, like civilized men." Malzagurt's eyes flickered across to Glokta. "Forgive me, but the response of your government to unarmed emissaries of the Emperor has not always been civilized. I think I will remain outside the walls, for now." "As you wish. I believe you are already acquainted with Lord Marshal Varuz." "Of course. It seems an age since we tussled in the dry wastelands. I would say that I have missed you, but I have not. How are you, my old friend, my old enemy?" "Well enough," grunted Varuz. Malzagurt gestured towards the vast array of manpower deploying behind him. "Under the circumstances, eh? I do not know your other—"
"He is Bayaz, first of the Magi." A smooth, even voice. It came from one of Malzagurt's companions, a man dressed all in simple white, somewhat in the manner of a priest. He seemed hardly older than Jezal, and very handsome, with a dark face, perfectly smooth. He wore no armor, carried no weapon. There was no adornment on his clothes or his simple saddle. And yet the others in the party, even Malzagurt himself, seemed to look at him with great respect, with fear, almost. "Ah!" The general peered up, stroking thoughtfully at his short grey beard. "So this is Bayaz." The young man nodded. "This is he. It has been a long time." "Not long enough, Mamoon, you damned snake!" Bayaz clung to the parapet, teeth bared. The old Magus was so good at playing the kindly uncle that Jezal had forgotten how terrifying his sudden fury could be. He took a shocked step away, half raising a hand to shield his face. The Gurkish aides and flag-carriers cringed, one going so far as to be noisily sick. Even Malzagurt lost a sizable chunk of his heroic bearing. But Mamoon gazed up just as levelly as before. "Some among my brothers thought that you would run, but I knew better. Khalul always said your pride would be the end of you, and here is the proof. It seems strange to me now that I once thought you a great man. You look old, Bayaz. You have dwindled." "Things seem smaller when they are far above you," growled the first of the Magi. He ground the toe of his staff into the stones under his feet, his voice carrying now a terrible menace. "Come closer, Eater, and you can judge my weakness while you burn."
"The time was you could have crushed me with a word, I do not doubt it. But now your words are only empty air. Your power has leaked away with the slow years, while mine has never been greater. I have 100 brothers and sisters behind me. What allies have you, Bayaz?" He swept the battlements with a mocking smile. "Only such as you deserve."
"I may yet find allies to surprise you."
"I doubt it. Long ago Khalul told me what your final desperate hope would be. Time proved him right, as it always has. So you went to the very edge of the world, chasing shadows. Dark shadows indeed, for one who calls himself righteous. I know that you failed." The priest showed 2 rows of perfect white teeth. "The seed passed out of history long ago, interred dark leagues beneath the earth, sunk far below the bottomless ocean. Your hopes are sunk with it. You have only one choice left to you. Will you come with us willingly and be judged by Khalul for your betrayal, or must we come in and take you?" You dare to speak to me of betrayal? You who betrayed the highest principles of our order and broke the sacred law of Eos? How many have you murdered so that you could be powerful?" Mamoon only shrugged. "Very many. I am not proud. You left us a choice of dark paths, Bayaz, and we made the sacrifices we had to. There is no purpose in our arguing over the past. After these long centuries, standing on opposite sides of a great divide, I think neither one of us will convince the other. The victors can decide who was right, just as they always have, since long before the old time. I know your answer already, but the Prophet would have me ask the question. Will you come to Sarkant and answer for your great crimes? Will you be judged by Khalul?"
"Judged?" snarled Bayaz. "He will judge me, the swollen-headed old murderer?" He barked harsh laughter down from the walls. "Come and take me if you dare, Mamoon. I will be waiting."
"Then we will come," murmured Khalul's first apprentice, frowning up from under his fine black brows. "We have been preparing long years to do it." The two men fell to sullen glaring, and Jezal frowned with them. He resented the sudden feeling that the whole business was somehow an argument between Bayaz and this priest, and that he, although a king, was like a child eavesdropping on his parents' conversation, and with just as little say in the outcome.
"Speak your terms, General," he bellowed down.
Malzagurt cleared his throat.
"Firstly, if you surrender the city of Aduat to the Emperor, he is prepared to allow you to retain your throne, as his subject, of course, paying regular tribute." "How generous of him! What of the traitor Lord Brock? We understood that you have promised him the crown of the Union."
"We are not altogether committed to Lord Brock. He does not hold the city, after all. You do."
"And we have scant respect for those who turn on their own masters," added Mamoon, with a dark look up at Bayaz.
"Secondly, the citizens of the Union will be permitted to continue to live according to their own laws and customs. They will continue to live in freedom, or as close to it as they have ever really been, at least." "Your generosity is astonishing."
Jezal had meant to sneer it, but in the end it escaped without much irony.
"Thirdly,"
shouted the general, with a nervous glance sideways towards Mamoon,
"the man known as Bayaz, the first of the Magi, be delivered over to us, bound and in chains, that he may be conveyed to the temple of Sarkant for judgment by the Prophet Khalul. Those are our terms. Refuse them, and the Emperor has decreed that Midderland shall be treated as any other conquered province. Many will be killed, and many more made slaves. Gurkish governors will be installed. Your Agriont will be made a temple, and your current rulers conveyed to cells beneath the Emperor's palace."
Jezal half opened his mouth to refuse on an instinct, then he paused. Harrod the Great, no doubt, would have spat his defiance at any odds, and probably pissed on the emissary to boot. The slightest notion of negotiating with the Gurkish was against every long-held belief he possessed. But, thinking about it, the terms were far more generous than he had ever expected. Jezal would probably have enjoyed more authority as a subject of Uthman-ul-Dost than he did with Bayaz staring over his shoulder every moment of every day. He could save lives by saying a word, real lives of real people. He reached up and rubbed gently at his scarred lips with a fingertip. He had experienced enough suffering on the endless plains of the old empire to think long and hard about risking so much pain to so many, and himself in particular. The notion of cells beneath the emperor's palace caused him some pause. It was bizarre that such a vital decision should fall to him, a man who, no more than a year ago, had proudly confessed to knowing nothing about anything and caring still less.
But then Jezal was beginning to doubt that anyone in a position of high authority ever really knew what they were doing. The best one could hope for was to maintain some shred of an illusion that one might. And occasionally, perhaps, try to give the mindless flood of events the slightest push in one direction or another, hoping desperately that it would turn out to be the right one. But what was the right one?
"Give me your answer!" shouted Malzagurt. "I have preparations to make."
Jezal frowned. He was sick of being dictated to by Bayaz, but at least the old bastard had played some role in his ascension to the throne. He was sick of being slighted by Therese, but at least she was his wife. Quite aside from any other consideration, his patience was stretched very thin. He simply refused to be ordered around at sword point by some posturing Gurkish general and his damn-fool priest.
"I reject your terms," he called airily down from the walls. "I reject them utterly and completely. I am not in the habit of surrendering my advisers, or my cities, or my sovereignty simply when asked, particularly not to a pack of Gurkish curs with small manners and even smaller wits. You are not in Gurkhal now, General, and here your arrogance becomes you even less than that absurd helmet. I suspect that you will learn a harsh lesson before you leave these shores. Might I add, before you scuttle off, that I encourage you and your priest to fuck each other? Who knows, perhaps you could persuade the great Uthman ul-Dost and the all-knowing Prophet Khalul, too, for that matter, to join you."
General Malzagurt frowned. He conferred quickly with an aide, evidently having not entirely understood the finer points of that last utterance. Once he had finally taken them in, he gave an angry slash of his dark hand and barked an order in Cantic. Jezal saw men moving among the buildings, scattered outside the walls, torches in their hands. The Gurkish general took one last look up at the gatehouse.
"Damn pinks!" he snarled. "Animals!"
And he tore at the reins of his horse and sprang away, his officers clattering after him. The priest Mamun sat there a moment longer, a sadness on his perfect face. "So be it. We will put on our armor. May God forgive you, Bayaz."
"You need forgiveness more than I, Mamun. Pray for yourself."
"So I do, every day. But I have seen no sign in all my long life that God is the forgiving kind." Mamun turned his horse away from the gates and rode slowly back towards the Gurkish lines, through the abandoned buildings, flames already licking hungrily at their walls. Jezal took a long, ragged breath as his eyes flicked up to the mass of men moving through the fields. Damn his mouth! It got him in all kinds of trouble. But it was a little late now for second thoughts. He felt Bayaz's fatherly touch on his shoulder, that steering touch that had become so very annoying to him over the past few weeks. He had to grit his teeth to keep from shaking free. "You should address your people," said the Magus. "What?" "The right words could make all the difference. Herod the Great could speak at a moment's notice. Did I tell you of the time he—"
"Very well," snapped Jezal. "I'm going."
He walked towards the opposite parapet with all the enthusiasm of a condemned man to his scaffold. The crowd was spread out below in all its disturbing variety. Jezal had to stop himself fussing with his belt buckle. He kept worrying, for some reason, that his trousers would fall down in front of all those people. A ridiculous notion. He cleared his throat. Someone saw him, pointed.
"The king! King Jezal! The king speaks!"
The crowd shifted and stretched, drawn towards the gatehouse, a sea of hopeful, fearful, needy faces. The noise in the square slowly died, and a breathless silence fell.
"My friends, my countrymen, my subjects,"
his voice rang out with pleasing authority. A good beginning, very rhetorical.
"Our enemies may be many, very many,
Jezal cursed to himself. That was hardly an admission to give courage to the masses. "But I urge you to take heart. Our defences are strong." He slapped at the firm stones under his hand. "Our courage is indomitable." He thumped at his polished breastplate. "We will hold firm." This was better. He had discovered a natural talent for speaking. The crowd was warming to him now, he could feel it. "We need not hold out forever. Lord Marshal West is even now bringing his army to our assistance." "When?" someone screamed out. There was a wave of angry muttering. Jezal, wrong-footed, glanced nervously across at Bayaz. When will they come? When?" The first of the Magi hissed at Glokta, and the cripple made a sharp gesture to someone below. "Soon! You may depend upon it!" Curse Bayaz, this had been an awful notion. Jezal did not have the ghost of an idea of how to put heart into a rabble. "What about our children? What about our homes? Will your house burn? Will it?" A swell of unhappy calls went up. "Do not fear! I beg of you! Please!" Damn it! He had no business pleading. He was a king. "The army is on its way." Jezal noticed black figures forcing through the press, practicals of the Inquisition. They converged, somewhat to his relief, on the point where the heckles were coming from. "They are even now leaving the north. Any day they will come to our aid and teach these Gurkish dogs a— When? When will— Black sticks rose and fell in the midst of the crowd, and the question was cut off in a high-pitched shriek. Jezal did his best to shout over it. "In the meantime, will we let these Gurkish scum ride free over our fields, over the fields of our fathers?" "No!" someone roared, to Jezal's great relief. "No! We will show these cantic slaves how a free Union citizen can fight." A volley of lukewarm agreements. "We will fight as bravely as lions, as fiercely as tigers." He was warming to his work now. The words were spilling out as if he really meant them. Perhaps he did. "We will fight as we did in the days of Harrod, of Arnold, of Casimir." A rousing cheer went up. "We will not rest until these Gurkish devils are driven back across the Circle Sea. There will be no negotiation." "No negotiation!" someone called. "Damn the Gurkish!" "We will never surrender!" Jezal bellowed, striking the parapet with his fist. "We will fight for every street, for every house, for every room." "For every house!" someone squealed with rabid excitement, and the citizens of Adua bellowed their approval. Feeling the moment upon him, Jezal slid his sword from its sheath with a suitably warlike ringing and held it high above his head. "And I will be proud to draw my sword beside you. We will fight for each other. We will fight for the Union. Every man, every woman, a hero." There was a deafening cheer. Jezal waved his sword, and a glittering wave surged out among the spears as they were shaken in the air, thumped against armoured chests, hammered down against the stone. Jezal smiled wide. The people loved him, and were more than willing to fight for him. Together they would be victorious. He felt it. He had made the right decision. "Nicely done," murmured Bayaz in his ear. "Nicely—" Jezal's patience was worn out. He rounded on the Magus with his teeth bared. "I know how it was done. I have no need of your constant— Your Majesty?" It was Gorst's piping voice. "How dare you interrupt me? What the hell is—" Jezal's tirade was cut off by a ruddy glare at the corner of his eye, followed a moment later by a roaring detonation. He jerked his head round to see flames springing up above the jumble of roofs some distance away on his right. Below in the square there was a collective gasp, a wave of nervous movement through the crowd. "The Gurkish bombardment has begun," said Varuz. A streak of fire shot up into the white sky above the Gurkish lines. Jezal watched it open-mouthed as it plummeted down towards the city.
It crashed into the buildings, this time on Jezal's left, bright fire shooting high into the air. The terrifying boom assaulted his ears an instant afterward. Shouts came from below, orders, perhaps, or screams of panic. The crowd began to move in every direction at once. People rushed for the walls, or for their homes, or nowhere in particular, a chaotic tangle of pressing bodies and waving polearms. "Water!" someone shouted. "Fire!" "Your Majesty," Gorst was already leading Jezal back towards the stairway, "you should return to the Agriont at once." Jezal started at another thunderous explosion, this one even closer. Smoke was already rising in oily smudges over the city. "Yes," he muttered, allowing himself to be led to safety. He realized that he still had his sword drawn and sheathed it somewhat guiltily. "Yes, of course." Fearlessness, as Logan Ninefingers had once observed, is a fool's boast. Chapter 38. A Rock and a Hard Place. Glokta shook with laughter, wheezing gurgles slobbering through his empty gums, the hard chair creaking under his bony ass. His coughs and his whimpers echoed dully from the bare walls of his dim living room. In a way, it sounded very much like weeping. And perhaps it is, just a little. Every shake of his twisted shoulders drove nails into his neck. Every jerk of his rib-cage sent flashes of pain down to the very tips of such toes as he had left. He laughed, and the laughter hurt, and the pain made him laugh all the more. Oh, the irony! I titter with hopelessness, I chuckle with despair. Bubbles of spit blew from his lips as he gave one last long whine. Like a sheep's death rattle, but less dignified. Then he swallowed and wiped his running eyes. I have not laughed so hard in years, since before the Emperor's torturers did their work, I shouldn't wonder. And yet it is not so very difficult to stop. After all, nothing is really very funny here, is it? He lifted the letter and read it again. Superior Glokta, my employers at the banking house of Valentin Bulk are more than disappointed with your progress. It is some time now since I asked you, in person, to inform us of Arch-Lector Salt's plans, in particular, the reasons for his continuing interest in the university.